Chapter 1700. Using primordial yin to cultivate it? Xiaohua was stunned and thought to himself, it seems that I haven't seen any records that mention such benefits. I believe that some of you are here for the first time in my Weeping Moon City. I still have to explain. Chang Fian continued naturally as if he had said this countless times. The refinement of pills requires the balance of yin and yang. The bright flower fruit is yang while the alien green fruit is yin. Because of the power of heaven and earth, my Weeping Moon City is a place where yang energy gathers. The yin energy of heaven and earth has nowhere to go. Therefore the yin spirit herbs produced here are famous in the entire Xiaoyu continent. The alien green fruit cultivated with female primordial yin has an even deeper yin energy. It is extremely rare in Weeping Moon City. If it is refined into the bright flower pill, its effect will be 30% stronger than normal pills. The starting price of these 100 alien green fruits is 20 high-grade spirit stones. Why is it so cheap? This is bad. When Xiaohua heard that the alien green fruit cultivated with female primordial yin had so many benefits and the starting price was so low, he couldn't help but feel bad. He thought that there would be many people bidding for it. Who knew that after a while, the light screen was still silent and no words appeared. Cough cough, Chang Fian coughed a few times and smiled. I know that the age of the alien green fruit is a bit young. But if you buy it and choose a suitable place to cultivate it, fellow Chang, let's forget about it. I'm afraid there aren't any cultivators from the 100 Flower Valley, Mo Ling sect, or Grass Spirit sect here today. No one is interested in your alien green fruit. Fellow Taoist, please bring out your aged spirit herbs. Finally, a slightly boorish voice rang out, reverberating through the silent hall. Hee, that's right, that's right. Everyone also shouted. Sigh, all right. Chang Fian seemed to feel that it was like casting pearls before swine. He shook his head slightly and was about to put away the jade box with a wave of his sleeve. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart. He understood that these spirit grasses that were not very old were of little value to ordinary cultivators. The base price of 120-year-old spirit grasses was 20 high-grade spirit stones, and each of them was 20 medium-grade spirit stones. This price was absolutely not low. Only sects like 100 Herb sect that specialized in growing spirit herbs would pay attention to it and pay such a high price. But these sects really didn't come today. Without hesitation, Xiaohua waved the wooden stick in his hand, and a line of words appeared on the screen. Number 422, 20 pieces. Haha, the 100 Flowers Valley is here. I wasted my breath. The cultivator's voice rang out again. Well, there's finally an expert who knows what's what. Chang Fian smiled again and said, Fellow Taoist number 422 has given the starting price. Are there any other Taoists who want to bid? If you wanted to bid, you would have done so long ago. Xiaohua muttered. Sure enough, after a few mutters, no one responded. The 100 stalks of Elysian Lotus Azure fruits in the bag of holding belonged to Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua also noticed that the auction in the Weeping Moon City was different from that in the Yanyan City. All the items that were auctioned would not be delivered to the cultivators at the time of the auction. Presumably, the items would only be delivered to the cultivators after the auction. What if I don't have enough spirit stones and scare them into bidding? What if I can't take out enough spirit stones and sneak away? Xiaohua thought maliciously. Following that, a few more spirit herbs, just like the Elysian Lotus Azure fruits, were brought up by different female cultivators. They were not very old, but their origins were not ordinary. Presumably, these items would have a good selling point in the previous auctions, so they became the norm. The asking price was not low, but today they all benefited Xiaohua. In the end, a few people laughed and said, Fellow Taoist Chang, I'm afraid there's no need to bid for these routine spirit herbs. Let fellow Taoist number 422 take them. It's not very appropriate to waste our time for no reason. I also think so. Chang Fian did not expect that today's situation would be like this. His face was slightly embarrassed. While he was cursing inwardly, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, If fellow Taoist number 422 agrees, I will make the decision to bid for all the low-level spirit herbs to fellow Taoist number 422. Furthermore, I will give fellow Taoist number 422 a 5% discount. Xiaohua laughed loudly in his belly. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again agreed via voice transmission. Fellow Taoist number 422 is really funny. Seeing a line of small words on the light screen, fellow Taoist number 422 agrees. Chang Fian and the other cultivators in the hall all laughed loudly. Alright, since fellow Taoist number 422 is so supportive, I can't go back on my words. Chang Fian clapped his hands and said with a smile. For this auction, the Sobbing Moon City has prepared 440 types of spiritual herbs. Other than the 5 spiritual herbs that fellow Taoist number 422 bid for, there are still 435 types of spiritual herbs left. They will be priced at 8,700 upper-grade spiritual stones. I will remove 10% of the spiritual stones and fellow Taoist number 422 can bid for these spiritual herbs with 8 supreme-grade spiritual stones. As he said that, he pointed his hand. On the light screen, lines of words flowed and the 435 types of spirit herbs were slowly displayed. Bright flower fruit, origin returning herb, Mu Ning herb, Chi Chi Mu. Some of the cultivators who were bored actually read out the names one by one. At the same time, many cultivators roared with laughter. Although there were a lot of spirit herbs and they could be considered rare, their age was written next to them. Some were 10 years old, some were 20 years old, and the oldest was 30 years old. These were probably not enough to be refined into pills, or they could not be refined into pills of high quality. I.O. pill closing. Among the lines of words, a sharp-eyed cultivator immediately exclaimed, Fellow Taoist Chang, why is there a pill closing among these low-grade spirit herbs? This pill closing is the item that I want to bid for. No, I want to bid for it. Hee fellow Taoist, this pill closing is naturally a low-grade spirit herb that is extremely young, right? Can't you see? Chang Fian's eyes flashed with craftiness. He pointed his hand and the words on the light screen stopped. After the words pill closing, there were words, 5 years, 10 spirit herbs. But the problem is, this pill closing is not limited to its age. It only needs 5 years of pill closing to refine bright flower pills. The other cultivators also shouted, moreover, this pill closing is extremely rare. Weeping Moon City is taking out 10 pill closing at once. Each pill closing should be worth at least half a top-grade spirit stone, right? Why are they giving it to Cultivator 422 just like that? That's right. No, this is not fair. This pill closing is a separate auction. Everyone shouted. Cough cough. Chang Fian coughed and sneered, I represent Weeping Moon City. How can the words of Weeping Moon City not count? Fellow Taoists, I gave you this opportunity. Since you don't want it, how can you blame I for being unfair? Chapter 1701. When the majority of the cultivators heard this, they were somewhat dissatisfied. However, when they thought about it carefully, the situation was indeed the same. Chang Fian had originally bid for the items one by one. However, someone in the auction house thought that it was too slow. Thus they urged him to speed up. Chang Fian also agreed without hesitation. Number 422 didn't hesitate and took out 8 top-grade spirit stones without hesitation. Now that they were tracing back and asking people to relent, there were naturally people who wanted to make things difficult for Chang Fian. But how can there be 450 types of spiritual herbs in a single auction? At the same time, there were many people who were surprised and muttered, and as usual, Dan he should be bidding alone. However, when Chang Fian's cold gaze swept over them, the whole place became calm again and no one said a word. All right, Chang Fian was very satisfied with the effect of his gaze. Suddenly he clapped his hands and said with a smile, Fellow cultivators, don't be afraid. For this auction, my Sobbing Moon City has prepared many spiritual herbs. Soon there will be a 400-year-old Elian green fruit, and the starting price will be 1 top-grade spirit stone. All right, I will add 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Before Chang Fian finished speaking, a cultivator shouted. Haha. The others laughed again because when this cultivator spoke, a few words had already jumped on the light screen. Number 105 had already raised the price to 1 top-grade spirit stone and 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Damn it. That cultivator touched his head and did not say anything else. He hurriedly activated his magic power and waved the wood. Hee. Seeing that the Elian green fruit was quickly sold for 2.5 high-grade spirit stones, Xiaohua felt a burst of joy in his heart. To me, 30 years and 300 years are really negligible. With only 8 top-grade spirit stones, I was able to bid for so many spiritual herbs. I didn't come to the auction in vain. Next, there were Elian green fruits of different ages and finally, there was a 1,300-year-old Elian green fruit. This completely caused the entire auction to boil over. After several rounds of bidding, the words on the light screen changed rapidly, and in the end, it was actually sold at the price of 2 top-grade spirit stones. Although Xiaohua had already participated in the auction, he was still somewhat flabbergasted as he watched the numbers on the hologram gradually increase. He thought to himself, It seems that when it comes to the auction, these spirit stones are no longer considered spirit stones. This is a top-grade spirit stone. In the normal market, a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb is only worth one top-grade spirit stone, but in the auction, it seems like it's worth twice the price. It seems that I still don't have enough spirit stones in my space. Xiao Hua unconsciously thought of the finale of the auction. I wonder how many spirit stones that treasure is worth? After that, there were some spirit grasses. Most of these spirit grasses didn't exist in Xiao Hua's space, but from their names, most of them were included in the spirit grasses that Xiao Hua had just bid for. Without exception, these spirit grasses were all sold for extremely high prices. Well, if the last treasure is exchanged with a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, I don't know if it's possible. Xiao Hua's heart was rekindled with hope. After the auction of spiritual herbs, it was the materials for refining tools. There were also many rare and strange things such as half a drop of Qingfu blood, which was said to be used to practice some kind of mysterious cultivation method, several pieces of spiritual wood, which was said to be used to refine flying swords, and a bottle of heavenly thunder accumulation liquid, which was said to be necessary to refine a thunder attribute magic weapon. These things might not be available in the Weeping Moon City, so the things to be exchanged were also strange, many of which Xiao Hua had never heard of. Just when Xiao Hua was secretly shaking his head and thinking about how to get the spiritual herbs in the auction, he heard Chang Fian's clear voice. These are 2 pieces of gold foil that a fellow Taoist entrusted to me in the Weeping Moon City. I don't know the purpose of these 2 pieces of gold foil. Gold foil? Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, the 2 pieces of gold foil floating in front of Chang Fian looked exactly the same as the gold foil that recorded the exquisite leaf scripture. I don't know the material and purpose of this gold foil, the fellow Taoist who entrusted it also doesn't know, but I believe that this thing is of great use. Chang Fian said very mysteriously, this fellow Taoist doesn't want spiritual stones or spiritual herbs, he only wants Jianghu stone. No matter how big or small it is, it can be exchanged. Jianghu stone? When Xiao Hua heard this, he felt both disappointed and uneasy. This gold leaf was related to the Buddha Sarira that he cultivated, so he had to gather all of it. Now that his luck was good, how could he not take it when he encountered it in the second auction? He was willing to exchange the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, but the other party only wanted the Jianghu stone. Xiao Hua also knew about the Jianghu stone. It was something similar to the Danhe. When refining tools, one only needed to add a little bit of it, and no matter if it was a magic tool or magic weapon, it would be 2 times harder than when it was not used. It was not rare to say that it was rare, but the problem was that Xiao Hua had never seen it before, let alone have it. Could it be that I'm just going to watch it be exchanged by someone else? Xiao Hua was a bit anxious, but the situation was out of Xiao Hua's expectations. That Chang Fian shouted a few times, but just like the Elian green fruit, no one answered. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. His eyes turned a few times and he activated the auction wood. On the light screen immediately appeared, number 422, a piece of top-grade spiritual stone or a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. Haha, this fellow Taoist is probably a cultivator from 100 Flower Valley or Grass Spirit Sect. When a cultivator saw this, he laughed and said, who would exchange spiritual herbs for some gold foil of unknown use? Chang Fian looked at it, then pointed his hand. Xiao Hua's line of text immediately disappeared. He said, that fellow Taoist said very clearly, he only wants the Jianghu stone and nothing else. Fellow Taoist Chang. A low voice sounded, I have the Jianghu stone but I don't want this gold foil. I want to exchange it for a 10,000-year-old Elian grass. I don't know. Chang Fian shook his head slightly and said with a smile, I can't do anything about this. If fellow Taoist is willing, you can reveal your identity, then use the Jianghu stone to exchange for these 2 gold foils. After that, you can exchange it with fellow Taoist number 422 outside. Or you can ask fellow Taoist number 422 to reveal his identity, and you can go find him. Naturally, that voice stopped and did not say another word. Xiao Hua also sighed. Even though the gold foil was important, but if he revealed his identity, then the 10,000-year-old Elian grass would not be easy to explain. Sun Shu, Chen Diheng and Kuan Fian were all present. Damn it. Xiao Hua suddenly stood up and pulled down the maze on his body, revealing a pale face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He said clearly, I, Jianghu, happen to have a 10,000-year-old Elian grass on me. If fellow Taoist is willing, you can exchange these gold foils. I will respectfully wait for fellow Taoist outside. Seeing Xiao Hua reveal his identity, the people present whispered to each other. A 10,000-year-old Liang grass, that was a spiritual grass needed by late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. He actually used it to exchange for the Qianmo stone. Could it be that these two gold foils had some secret? But what made Xiaohua disappointed was that the cultivator who spoke just now did not speak again, and he also could not figure out who it was. Looking at the eyes of the surrounding people looking at him, Xiaohua felt rather ashamed and angry in his heart, as if he had been played by that person. "All right, fellow Daoist Jiang, please sit down." Chang Fian waved his hand and said, 9 out of 10 things in this world do not go as you wish. Even though these gold foils are something you must obtain, you do not have the Qianmo stone, and this fellow Daoist obviously has his misgivings. It's better to ask fellow Daoist Jiang to find another opportunity in the future. As he said that, he waved his hand, and the 2 gold foils landed on an empty plate in mid-air, falling into a corner and disappearing. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed and sat down, simply not wearing his camouflage robe anymore. Immediately after, Chang Fian took out many more items, bidding one by one. Xiaohua lost interest, only watching indifferently. In the end, after bidding for several mystic tools, Chang Fian waved his hand and said with a smile, "The finale of this auction is a special item." "Fellow Daoist Chang, isn't it a magic weapon?" An impatient cultivator already shouted. "Hee, this item is not a magic weapon, but it's better than a magic weapon." Chang Fian smiled and clapped his hand. A similarly charming female cultivator with her face covered, holding a jade plate in her hand, walked up to the high platform. When the female cultivator walked in front of Chang Fian under everyone's anxious mood, Chang Fian took the jade plate and said with a smile, "I wonder if fellow Taoists have guessed what it is?" Seeing Chang Fian showing off, everyone shook their heads. There were indeed too many strange things in Xiaoyu continent. Who could know what was under this brocade? "Hee, everyone please take a look." Chang Fian waved his hand and the brocade floated up. On the jade plate, there was a small, clear azure sword quietly lying on it. It looked extremely ordinary. A flying sword? Seeing this item, some cultivators revealed expressions of joy while others frowned. Not bad, fellow Taoists are indeed considerate. This is a flying sword. Chang Fian waved his hand and the azure flying sword flew into his hand. He looked at the small sword in his hand with pity and waved his hand. The flying sword flew into the air and freely swam around the high platform. This is a real flying sword, something that sword cultivators use. Chang Fian used the art of controlling objects for a moment and said with satisfaction, "Although I don't know the art of flying swords, I can sense the sharpness and spirituality of this flying sword just by using the Dharma instruments method to activate it. If any fellow Taoist is proficient in flying sword techniques and lacks a flying sword, wouldn't this spirituality of a flying sword be even better than a magic treasure?" A spirituality of a flying sword. Xiaohua's heart jumped and he immediately understood what Chang Fian meant. This flying sword clearly had a sword spirit. It was many times stronger than his dream execution. How many spirit stones would this cost? Xiaohua frowned and began to calculate how he could bid for this flying sword. Fellow Taoist Chang, a sword cultivator's flying sword is connected to the sword cultivator's life. If the previous owner of this flying sword did not die, it would not be easy to refine, right? Fellow Taoist Chang, I heard that 2 sword cultivators from Huan country went missing in Meng country. Could this flying sword be related to those 2 sword cultivators? Fellow Taoist Chang, a group of cultivators began to ask. Chapter 1702. Fellow Taoists. Chang Fian clapped his hands and said in a clear voice, "Although flying swords are rarely seen in my Dao sect's auction, it's not like they have never been seen before. Of course, with Ai's experience, this is also the first time I've seen a flying sword of such high quality. Therefore, when my Sobbing Moon City said that we have something comparable to a magic weapon for auction, I've indeed caused you to misunderstand." Fellow Taoist Chang. There was still someone who said loudly, "All magic tools and magic treasures either have a common refining method, or a special refining method is provided during the bidding. This flying sword is certainly good, but I'm afraid we don't have a sword cultivator's magic formula." Chang Fian was somewhat unhappy that he was interrupted, but he still narrowed his eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist, please rest assured. I haven't finished speaking yet. This flying sword has already been restricted by a secret method and there is a corresponding refining jade slip." Great. Xiaohua's mouth revealed a slight smile. This flying sword was simply tailor-made for him. "I just don't know how to bid." Xiaohua's heartbeat quickened. Sure enough, someone shouted, "Fellow Daoist Chang, what's the starting price of this flying sword? Hurry up and report it, we can't wait any longer." "Haha, everyone, please wait a moment." As Chang Fian spoke, he stretched out his hand and was about to point at the light screen. However, at this moment, Chang Fian suddenly felt the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in front of him move slightly. At the same time, the flying sword that had stopped in front of him suddenly straightened its sword head. As if it had intelligence, it swayed slightly and suddenly flew towards the crowd of cultivators in front of him. Who? Chang Fian was slightly surprised, but his expression didn't seem to be too surprised. Chang Fian pointed his finger and the flying sword stopped in midair like a small snake that had its weak point pointed. However, this pause only lasted for a moment. Suddenly the flying sword more than doubled in size. With a schwa sound, it turned into a green rainbow and was about to fly into the crowd of cultivators. Just as the flying sword was about to cross the range of the high platform, there was a burst of light and a finger-wide yellow light screen blocked the flying sword. The flying sword was blocked by the flickering light of the light screen and the intelligence of the flying sword seemed to be sucked away. With a clang sound, the flying sword fell onto the high platform. A bunch of hypocrites. Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd of cultivators. Shortly after, a school of light that looked like a school of fish rose up from the shout and charged toward the light barrier. There was a burst of crackling sounds. The restriction on the platform was clearly no match for the light from the fish and was shattered. Shortly after, another ray of rainbow shot out from where the fish flew out and landed on the green flying sword. The green flying sword seemed like it was being held by a hand and was about to leave the platform as the rainbow shrank. Flying sword. Xiao Hua's eyes were sharp, and he had also practiced with flying swords. With a glance, he could tell that these two strange and sharp lights were two flying swords. Chang Fian's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. He formed a series of hand seals and struck at the two flying swords. However, all the hand seals were useless. It seemed that they could not prevent the flying swords from being taken away. However, Chang Fian did not look nervous at all. Where did this madman come from? A light snort came from the top of the high platform. Immediately, a green full moon-shaped ball of light flashed from where the sound came from. The ball of light streaked across the high platform and smashed into the rainbow sword. There was a crisp pa sound, followed by a sword cry from Ning Wen. The rainbow sword seemed to be in pain and cried out sadly. The green flying sword naturally fell again. Go! Two people flew out from the crowd of cultivators. These two people had already torn off their camouflage clothing, revealing the foreign sword cultivator attire. They were Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao who came to the three cultivation countries to find Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe. When Duan Yuming saw that Wang Shuyao's rainbow sword was hit, he was not nervous at all. He chanted a mantra and the swimming fish sword flew out. One of them hit the green ball of light and the other went to catch the green flying sword. Ignorant child. With a sneer, the green ball of light flickered and suddenly exploded. In the space of one zhang above the high platform, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was torn apart. Wang Shuyao's rainbow sword shook violently. Then it turned into a rainbow and returned to Wang Shuyao's side. With a spin, it protected Wang Shuyao within the rainbow. Duan Yuming's swimming fish sword was even more miserable. Both of the fishes were blown away. It was extremely chaotic. Even the fishes that were transformed from the sword light suddenly disappeared, leaving only empty outlines. Duan Yuming, who was flying in the air, paled. He knew that he had encountered an expert. He activated the sword energy in his body and slowly withdrew his swimming fish sword. He then bowed and said, "I wonder which senior from the Weeping Moon City has come?" From the time the two sword cultivators from the Xian sword sect attacked to the expert from the Weeping Moon City stopping them, only a few breaths of time had passed. In the auction, the cultivators' cultivation levels were uneven. Many of the chi refining cultivators did not even have time to react before everything was over. Although the exploding ball of light was extremely powerful, its power was controlled within one zhang. Even under the ball of light, the 10 cultivators on the side of the high platform did not even have a single strand of hair on their heads. Of course, among these 10 cultivators, there were 2 low-level chi refining cultivators. Although they were wearing camouflage robes, their faces were already pale. They thought that they had just walked through the gates of hell. Senior? Seeing that the 2 sword cultivators from the Shen sword sect had such a high cultivation level, they were afraid that they were already in the golden core stage. Naturally, the cultivators who called them seniors were also in the nascent soul stage. Many of the cultivators who had regained their senses during the auction thought, Could it be Fairy Chiue? However, Chang Fian was unusually respectful. He bowed towards the high platform and said, "Junior greets Elder Hua." Elder Hua. A cultivator beside Xiao Hua whispered, "Elder Hua Jinyu? It's actually not Fairy Chiue?" Elder Hua is already in the late stage of the Golden Core stage. It's more than enough to deal with these two-sword cultivators. How could the Chiue city lord appear? It was probably because the restrictions on the high platform were damaged. The restrictions on the seats during the auction were also damaged. Everyone's whispers could be heard clearly now. Seeing an old woman in green slowly stepping down from the high platform, Duan Yuming's eyes flickered. He bowed and said, "Junior Duan Yuming greets Elder Hua of the Chiue city." Although Hua Jinyu did not release her chi, her aura was oppressive. With Xiao Hua's cultivation level, he could not see her cultivation level for the time being. However, the late stage of the Golden Core stage was even more powerful than Zhen Qing. Xiao Hua could not help but respect her. "You are sword cultivators from the Huan country. You came to my Chiue city to participate in the auction. Why did you break my rules? Although you are guests from afar, I still have to warn you." Hua Jinyu landed from the sky and looked at Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao expressionlessly. Chapter 1703. "I'm Duan Yuming, this is my junior sister, Wang Shuyao." Duan Yuming bowed and said, "I was reckless just now, please forgive me, Senior Hua." Hua Jinyu's eyes flickered. She did not expect the two-sword cultivators to be so humble. She nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I'm the elder of Chiue City, Hua Jinyu. Although the realm of sword cultivators is different from that of Dao sect, your cultivation is similar to that of Dao sect's middle Golden Core stage. You don't have to call me senior, just call me fellow cultivator." "Thank you, fellow cultivator Hua." Duan Yuming understood that Hua Jinyu's cultivation level was very high. He already knew that Hua Jinyu had reached the Aurous Core realm when he tried to probe Hua Jinyu. Once he broke through the bottleneck, he would be a nascent soul senior. "Alright, since both of you know your mistake, Chiue City has always been hospitable. You just have to follow the rules of the auction. I'll pretend that I didn't see anything that happened just now." Hua Jinyu nodded and said, "Do you think it's that easy?" Xiao Hua, who was at the back of the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He had already thought about the cause and effect and said coldly in his heart. "Sure enough," Duan Yuming laughed and said, "We naturally want to follow the rules of Chiue City, but we also want to follow the rules of the three cultivation kingdoms. But there's nothing we can do. Someone tried to kill my sword cultivator, so I have to violate the rules of Chiue City." "What do you mean by that?" Hua Jinyu sneered. "I know that you've been looking for two-sword cultivators for many years without any results. Are you suspecting that these two-sword cultivators are from Chiue City?" Wang Shuyao also said coldly, "We didn't say that. If fellow cultivator Hua admits it yourself, we can also think so." "Junior sister." Duan Yuming scolded, "If Chiue City did it, would fellow cultivator Hua treat us so kindly?" "They dare." Wang Shuyao glanced at them and said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The moment Hua Jinyu released his pressure, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Wang Shuyao and Duan Yuming's expressions changed instantly. After their bodies sank down by 3 feet, there was the sound of swords ringing around their bodies. The flying swords circled around the two of them rapidly. The sword ray shot out fiercely and actually managed to resist the pressure of a late-stage Aurous Core. Although Hua Jinyu controlled his aura very well, all the cultivators present could still feel it. Even Xiao Hua, who was the last, felt an incomparable fear from the bottom of his heart. It was like an irresistible pressure. When Xiao Hua saw Wang Shuyao and Duan Yuming's methods of dealing with them, his eyes unconsciously lit up. His current strength was roughly at the early stage of Foundation Establishment, but if he were to fight with a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he would be lacking in coercion. And this coercion was very annoying. Without the realm of Foundation Establishment, it simply wouldn't be produced. If he could use his flying sword to resist the coercion of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he wouldn't need to reveal his mighty Vajradharma body. This would be an excellent method. But right after, Xiao Hua frowned slightly again and said to himself, "Using the flying sword to resist the pressure, it's probably because of the sword spirit within the flying sword. This young master's flying sword doesn't have a sword spirit, so how can it be used? It's better to find an opportunity to try it out." "Fellow Taoist Hua, don't be anxious. I have something to say." Duan Yuming saw that Hua Jinyu's coercion was blocked. He raised his head and shouted. Hua Jinyu snorted coldly and retracted his coercion. "Fellow Taoist Hua, don't you think that my actions have something to do with this flying sword? Duan Yuming glanced at the flying sword in Chang Fian's hand and said, this flying sword is one of the 2 missing sword cultivators of my Xian sword sect, Zhang Yutong's flying sword, Green Spirit. Is it? Hua Jinyu glanced at Duan Yuming, and with a wave of her hand, the Green Spirit flying sword flew into her hand. She looked at it for a while and said, this flying sword's material is indeed extraordinary. It's different from ordinary flying swords. But if you say that this is Zhang Yutong's flying sword, I will need you to show evidence. This Green Spirit flying sword was nurtured by my Xian sword sect's secret technique. Although I can't completely control the sword, I can still use my sect's secret technique to drive the sword. Wang Shuyao said, the fact that I was able to take down this sword is the evidence. Is that so? Hua Jinyu smiled. Then she clasped her hands together, and the Green Spirit flying sword in her hand flickered, and there seemed to be a cracking sound. Fellow Taoist Hua, please wait. Duan Yuming's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, if you use your technique, this Green Spirit flying sword will be subdued, but the information of my sect's disciple will also be lost. I'm afraid that it will be detrimental to the search for the missing disciple. Haha, since I can subdue it, does that mean that this flying sword belongs to Weeping Moon City? Hua Jinyu laughed and let go of the flying sword. Fellow Taoist, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Wang Shuyao said anxiously. It seems like fellow Taoist Wang is twisting words and forcing logic too. Hua Jinyu smiled. Since Weeping Moon City has no idea about the origin of this flying sword, why would there be a cultivator with such a high cultivation level like fellow Taoist Hua in charge of the auction? There wasn't a single cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm in the auction, right? Wang Shuyao rebuked without hesitation. Hua Jinyu shook his head. Fellow Taoist Wang is wrong. I'm afraid that there are 2 middle stage Golden Core realm cultivators in this auction. Moreover, if it weren't for me, how would such a thing happen? Wouldn't the reputation and face of Weeping Moon City be trampled on? Junior sister, let's not talk about this anymore. Duan Yuming frowned slightly and cupped his hands towards Hua Jinyu. I just have 2 questions. Please speak. Firstly, I would like to ask, where did Weeping Moon City get this Green Spirit flying sword? Secondly, I would like to take back this Green Spirit flying sword. I wonder if Weeping Moon City would let it go. Hua Jinyu squinted his eyes and looked at the Green Spirit flying sword in his hand and smiled. Whether this flying sword is the Green Spirit that you're talking about is another matter. Moreover, Weeping Moon City has always kept the origin of the flying sword a secret for other fellow Taoists. However, since this concerns the lives of 2 sword cultivators, I'll make the decision on behalf of the City Lord of Weeping Moon City. I'll let Chang Fian explain everything to fellow Taoist Duan in detail. Thank you very much. Duan Yuming's face was filled with joy, and he cupped his hands in thanks. Senior Duan. Chang Fian smiled bitterly and said, it's very simple. A month ago, a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator came to Weeping Moon City's auction. This cultivator's appearance was very ordinary and there was nothing special about him. Naturally, I hope Senior Duan can forgive this cultivator's appearance. I can't and I don't dare to hand it over to you. Otherwise, the reputation of Weeping Moon City that has been built for thousands of years will be ruined. Duan Yuming's face was a little gloomy. He squinted his eyes and said nothing. Chang Fian continued, that cultivator brought this flying sword out, saying that he found it somewhere and wanted to sell it to Weeping Moon City. Of course, Weeping Moon City also knew about the disappearance of your disciples. At that time we also asked about it. However, Senior Duan, think about it. This cultivator is only at the 10th layer Qi refining realm. He can't possibly be a match for the Foundation Establishment female sword cultivator that Senior mentioned, can he? Moreover, Weeping Moon City's auction also requires us to earn spiritual stones. There's no reason for us not to take this business that's delivered to our doorstep, right? So, Weeping Moon City took this flying sword away? Using it for the auction today? Wang Shuyao sneered. Yes, it's exactly as Senior Wang said. Chang Fian nodded and said sincerely, at that time the disciples of Weeping Moon City even advised that cultivator to sell it on consignment. That way, Weeping Moon City would only take a few spiritual stones and most of the profit would still go to that cultivator. However, the cultivator had to go on an adventure and didn't have the time to wait for a month. Therefore, the disciples of Weeping Moon City could only buy this flying sword at a high price and then bid for it here. Actually, Weeping Moon City was taking a huge risk by doing this. If no one bid for it, this flying sword would be destroyed in the hands of Weeping Moon City like the previous item that no one bid for it. Weeping Moon City is indeed benevolent and righteous. Wang Shuyao couldn't help but sneer again. That's right. Weeping Moon City has always been a city of integrity. Fellow cultivators, you have all come to bid for it because of Weeping Moon City's integrity. If not for that, I wouldn't have dared to speak so confidently here. Chang Fian said seriously. Forget it. Duan Yuming waved his hand and said, I, a sword cultivator, also bid, so I understand the rules of this auction. Since fellow Taoist can't say more, then give this green spirit flying sword to my Shen sword sect. I won't pursue the negligence of your city. Hehe, Senior Duan, this is an auction. Weeping Moon City used a large amount of spiritual stones to exchange for this flying sword. If you want to get this flying sword, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a certain price. Chang Fian glanced at Hua Jinyu and said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor humble. Since this is Shen sword sect's flying sword, why do we still have to pay spiritual stones? Wang Shuyao was furious. Chang Fian smiled apologetically. It seems, Senior, you can't prove that this flying sword belongs to your sect, right? How many spiritual stones? Duan Yuming's face was so gloomy that it looked like black water was about to drip down. Fellow Taoists, this humble Taoist apologizes to you on behalf of my city. Chang Fian didn't directly say anything to Duan Yuming. Instead, he turned around and bowed to the crowd. He said sincerely, this item is related to the disappearance of Huan Country's sword cultivators. I have no choice but to delay everyone's bidding and sell this flying sword to the sword cultivator senior who came from afar. The crowd of cultivators applauded and praised. Fellow cultivator Chang, your Weeping Moon City is really benevolent. Forget it, since there are sword cultivators here, we'll give them some leeway. Naturally, there were also cultivators who weren't happy. Since it's an auction, then let's see who can offer more spiritual stones. I also want this flying sword. If the sword cultivator can't offer enough spiritual stones, I will take this flying sword. Looking coldly at Chang Fian's performance, Duan Yuming asked again in a deep voice, how many spiritual stones does this flying sword cost? Not much, not much. Chang Fian smiled and reported a number. This much? Wang Shuyao exclaimed, this is enough to bid for a treasure. That's right, the price of this flying sword is already that of a treasure. Chang Fian smiled and said, moreover, this is the spiritual stones that my Weeping Moon City paid for the flying sword from that cultivator. I definitely didn't add a single extra spiritual stone. Then Chang Fian glanced at Hua Jinyu and smiled. Of course, if the two seniors don't have enough spiritual stones, you can also exchange your flying swords for it. How dare you? Wang Shuyao was furious. A rainbow flew out from her side. Chapter 1704. How dare you? Without waiting for Wang Shuyao to finish her words and before the rainbow sword could reach the stage, Hua Jinyu also shouted angrily and waved his left hand. Everyone could see clearly that Hua Jinyu was holding a magic weapon that looked like a ruler in his hand. As he shook it slightly, a light ball in the shape of a crescent moon flew out from the ruler and blocked the rainbow sword. Emerald Wave Herding Moon Ruler, a cultivator below exclaimed. Let's go. Seeing the emerald light ball flying out, Duan Yuming shouted and the fishes around him flew out. Duan Yuming's figure gradually became blurry and he followed the fishes out of the auction. I'd like to see which cultivator dares to compete with this flying sword. When Wang Shuyao saw her senior apprentice brother leave, she clenched her teeth and also activated her sword art. The rainbow immediately changed direction and followed the fish. She also entered her flying sword and charged toward one of the small doors. While she was in the air, she said hatefully, "What a pity!" Pa-pa-pa sounds were heard. How could the restriction on the small doors withstand the impact of two golden core stage swordsmen? It had long been broken. The brilliance flickered and the two swords disappeared, leaving behind two small black doors. Humph! Hua Jinyu's crescent moon ruler flew halfway and turned back. He sneered, "Sword cultivators, their attack power is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, with Ai's cultivation level, what can they do?" After that, he glanced at Chang Fian and transmitted his voice to him. Then, his entire body swayed and a residual shadow flashed across the sky. He disappeared from the high platform again. Seeing the three golden core stage cultivators disappear, the crowd was in an uproar. Even Xiao Hua, who was sitting at the back, seemed to be disappointed. It seemed that he was not satisfied and everything was over. That's right. When the cultivators saw the two sword cultivators taking out their flying swords and Hua Jinyu taking out his magic weapon, the Emerald Wave Wounding Moon Ruler, They were all expecting a shocking battle that would broaden their horizons. Who knew that it would end so anticlimactically? Hua Jinyu obviously had the chance to stop the two of them from escaping, but he didn't stop them. He didn't even chase after them. Instead he said, "The attack power of sword cultivators is amazing." The attack power of sword cultivators was naturally amazing. Did Elder Hua need to repeat himself? On the high platform, Changfian smiled. Looks like the reputation of Weeping Moon City has spread to Huan country. Even sword cultivators came to Weeping Moon City's auction to search for clues. Of course they're right. It's just that, these sword cultivators really, they make me speechless. Since they want to participate in the auction, I will follow the rules. If you bring spiritual stones, I will give you my flying sword. Such a tough attitude, Sai, I really need to correct it. Alright, let's continue with the auction for the finale of the auction. Changfian clapped his hands and said, I'm sure all of you have heard the price that I mentioned just now. That's the starting price of the flying sword. If any of you like it, feel free to bid. Don't worry, Weeping Moon City will keep everyone's secret. We will definitely not let the sword cultivators know who bid for it. However, after seeing the sword cultivators' flying swords, everyone seemed to have lost interest in the flying swords. No one asked about it and no one bid for it. Even if it was Xiao Hua, he was not afraid of the sword cultivators finding him. However, when he thought about how this flying sword was related to the disappearance of Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe, this green spirit flying sword obviously belonged to Zhang Yutong. Xiao Hua was not stupid enough to get involved in this mess. Moreover, the starting price of the flying sword was really high. Xiao Hua did not have that many spiritual stones. What Xiao Hua thought of, others naturally thought of as well. Changfian shouted a few times but no one bid. Changfian could only clap his hands and say, alright, since that's the case, this flying sword will not be bidding anymore. This time's auction in Weeping Moon City ends here. Fellow Taoists who bid for the items just now, please show your number plates when you leave. Naturally, the city guards of Weeping Moon City will lead you to collect your items. Many thanks, fellow Taoists. I hope to see you again in the next auction. Immediately after, a burst of light flashed and Changfian's figure disappeared. However, Xiao Hua clearly saw that Changfian let out a long sigh. It seemed, he was very lucky that the flying sword was not bid for. Who in the world kidnapped Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe? I haven't seen them for several years. Why did Zhang Yutong's flying sword suddenly appear again? A 10th layer Qi refining cultivator, hee. Even I don't believe it. Can the Shenzhen sect believe it? Xiao Hua thought as he walked out of the small door. Sure enough, there were many city guards waiting outside the small door. Xiao Hua showed his number plate and a 10th layer Qi refining city guard respectfully led Xiao Hua into a room. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. That city guard took Xiao Hua's number plate and left the room. Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan the room. He knew that there were many restrictions in the room that even divine sense couldn't penetrate. He secretly praised them in his heart. Not long after, someone came in. Xiao Hua thought it was a city guard, but the person who came in was actually Changfian. Senior Chang. Xiao Hua quickly greeted him. He bowed and said, how could I dare to trouble Senior? Don't mention it. An amiable smile appeared on Changfian's face. He handed over the storage pouch in his hand and said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Jiang is willing to help me during the auction, it's only right for me to thank you. Take a look at the things inside. Yes. Xiao Hua took it with a smile. He scanned it with his divine sense and said, just right. And that's good. Changfian narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. He said again, may I know which cultivation sect fellow Taoist Jiang is from? This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. There's no need to say it. I originally thought you were from the 100 Herbs sect. Now it seems that you aren't. Changfian waved his hand and said with a smile, I spoke too much. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Xiao Hua bowed and said. And fellow Taoist Jiang, you said you still have 1,000-year-old first spirit grass? Changfian helped Xiao Hua up and asked. Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He knew this was bad. However, he still forced a smile and said, yes, but whether it's 1,000-year-old herb or not, I'm not too sure. Fellow Taoist Jiang, don't worry. Changfian said with a smile, I originally wanted to return the favor, but I was afraid that you didn't have anything to show me. Since you really have the first spirit grass, then it's fine. What do you mean, Senior Chang? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Could it be that Senior Chang can tell me about the 2 gold leaves? 2 different things, 2 different things. Changfian waved his hand and said with a smile, Forgive me for not being able to tell you about the gold leaves. This is related to the rules of my Weeping Moon City. And of course I can still tell you, these gold leaves were entrusted to me by a cultivation family in the south of Ming Kingdom. As for more I can't tell you. Chapter 1705. A cultivator family in the south of Meng country? Xiao Hua's brows slightly wrinkled as he secretly muttered in his heart, my Imperial Thunder Sect's ancient books have records of the Meng Empire. Not to mention the Meng Empire, even the other two countries have thousands of large and small cultivator families, perhaps even tens of thousands of cultivator families. It's just the south of the Meng Empire. Senior Chang, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, I think that cultivator from that cultivator family also wants the Qianmo secret stone. When I find it, I'll definitely go back and exchange it with them. So, this cultivator might not be unwilling to let me know his identity, right? Haha. Chang Fian laughed and waved his hand. I don't know if that cultivator is willing or not. Maybe he wants you to know. However, rules are rules. This old man cannot disobey them. Elder Hua cannot disobey them. Even the city lord of my humble city cannot disobey them. Otherwise, how can my Weeping Moon City establish itself among the 7 great cities of the country of Xi? Xiao Hua's expression turned serious. He bowed and said, Thank you for teaching me, Senior Chang. Good. Chang Fian's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought that this kid could be taught. He waved his hand and took out a stone-like jade charm. Then he handed it over and said, This old man only wanted to meet you once. But who would have thought that little friend Jiang would have Ling Yi Chao? Now that I look at little friend Jiang again, your aptitude is really outstanding. Hee, this old man won't ask which sect you're from. This is a small favor that I'm returning to you. Please accept it. What's this? Xiao Hua didn't think that the auction was a favor, but since Chang Fian said so, he had to accept it. When he took the jade talisman, he felt that it was slightly hot. This jade talisman was different from ordinary jade talismans. It was the size of a palm, more than twice the size of ordinary jade talismans. Do you know about the auction in my Weeping Moon City? Seeing Chang Fian's smiling eyes flashing with a hint of pride, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, Forgive me for being short-sighted. I don't know about this auction. You don't have to feel ashamed. Chang Fian laughed and said, If you're not at the late stage of foundation establishment, you won't know about this auction. If you really know about it, how can this favor be counted as a favor? This. Xiao Hua understood and looked at the jade talisman in his hand. This jade talisman is the proof of participation in the secret auction. Chang Fian pointed with his hand and said, Although I'm not in the late stage of foundation establishment, I can use my status as the lord of the auction to obtain this certificate. It's just that this old man has something to attend to in 10 days, so I won't be able to participate. It just so happens that little friend Jiang gave this old man some face during today's auction, so this old man will give this opportunity to little friend Jiang. Xiao Hua panicked and said in a low voice, Senior Chang, the people participating in the secret auction meeting are all late-stage foundation building cultivators, core formation seniors. Junior is only in the aura refining realm. I'm afraid it won't be good for me to go, right? It doesn't matter. Who would know that you're in the chi refining stage? Don't worry and go. If you don't say anything and this old man doesn't say anything, who will know? Chang Fian patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said with a mysterious smile, Also, maybe there's an extremely good opportunity inside that will help you advance to the 12th layer of chi refining? In this secret auction meeting, things that you can't even imagine will often appear. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was slightly moved. That's right, core formation cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators were specially participating in this secret auction. Although Chang Fian didn't mention nascent soul cultivators, it was obvious that since others couldn't see through his cultivation, then other people's cultivation might also be in the nascent soul stage. How bad could the things that these almighty people used to exchange be? Fortunately, he had this 1,000-year-old Ling One grass. Otherwise, Chang Fian might not be able to give this jade talisman to him. If that's the case, then this junior won't be unreasonable. Many thanks for Senior Chang's kindness. Xiao Hua immediately cupped his hands in thanks and put away the jade talisman. And Chang Fian nodded and said with a smile, I hope that your sect will participate in my Weeping Moon City's auctions more in the future. Next time, this old man will prepare more spiritual herbs. I hope that your sect will support me more. Xiao Hua secretly laughed and cupped his hands. This junior will definitely tell my sect's master that this junior will take his leave. After watching Xiao Hua leave the small house, Chang Fian's expression changed and he hurriedly left. Xiao Hua's jade talisman to participate in the secret auction was just a small matter. What he needed to worry about was the matter of the flying sword. The Weeping Moon City's good plan was to sell the flying sword and make a profit. As for whether or not the flying sword belonged to the two missing sword cultivators, how would they know? Even if it was true after the auction was over, the Weeping Moon City would be able to push all the blame away. Who would have thought that it would be a coincidence that Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao actually appeared in the auction? This flying sword really did belong to Zhang Yutong. If that was the case, then the matter would be troublesome. Chang Fian had no choice but to hurry out of the city to take care of the matter. He wanted to see if he could find the cultivator who sold the flying sword. Naturally, whether or not he could find him was unknown. The key was that he had to go to the Weeping Moon City to find him. Xiao Hua came out of the auction building and returned to his original appearance. He originally thought that Sun Shu and the others were waiting anxiously outside. But when he came out to take a look, he actually guessed half of it right. Although they were anxious, the only people waiting were Sun Shu and Chen Diheng. Kun Fian was not outside. Junior brother Xiao, why did you only come out now? As soon as Chen Diheng saw Xiao Hua, he shouted, you only bid for some things, why are you so slow? Other people have already come out. This little brother bid for a good thing. Senior Chang personally came to see us and invited us to participate in the auction next time. This little brother will now explain to senior brother Chen that whether or not we will come next time will be decided by senior brother and senior sister. Xiao Hua immediately told Chen Diheng about his promise to Chang Fian. Chen Diheng was very happy. He patted his shoulder and said, if you bid for the flying sword at the end, senior Chang will meet you. This brother will also believe it. But there are many things at the beginning. Even if you bid for the expensive ones, you won't be able to bid for them. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. Then he looked left and right and said curiously, this little brother came out late. Why is senior sister Kuan even later than this little brother? I'm afraid that the last few magic tools were all won by senior sister Kuan. Chen Diheng looked at the sky with slanted eyes. The sky was pitch black and there were countless brilliant stars. He had a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while he nodded deeply, eyes observation of the sky at night. I'm afraid that's the case. Haha, Sun Shu at the side couldn't bear it anymore. He held his stomach and bent over saying, Junior brother Chen? I never thought that junior brother would be as interesting as junior brother Xiao. One is marked by the company one keeps. There's no other way. Chen Diheng spread his hands. This action seemed to be something Xiao Hua had done before. And yes, there's no other way. This time Xiao Hua didn't touch his nose. Instead, he rubbed his nose very helplessly. With great difficulty, Sun Shu held back his laughter. With a crimson face, he looked at the entrance of the auction and said with a smile, you still need to observe the sky at night? Senior sister Kuan is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. It's only natural that she has some spirit stones in her storage bag. The magic tools in this auction are also pleasing to the eye. Winning one doesn't count for much. This young master is still a poor boy. Xiao Hua heard this and cried out in his heart. Thinking about the price of the last few magic tools, he sweated profusely. Since Sun Shu said so, needless to say, Chen Diheng also had a lot of spirit stones in his storage bag. No wonder this guy wants to go to that mysterious place to refine magic tools. Xiao Hua thought to himself. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, Kun Fian finally came out. Beside her was a middle-aged cultivator at the 11th level of qi refining. However, that cultivator didn't walk towards Xiao Hua and the others. Instead, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to Kun Fian. While he was at it, he glanced at Xiao Hua and the others before turning around and hurrying in another direction. Chen Diheng was obviously not as close to Kun Fian as he was to Xiao Hua. Looking at the back of that middle-aged cultivator, he asked with a strange voice, Senior sister Kuan is in a good mood. I waited outside for senior sister and drank a lot of cold wind. Senior sister is actually chatting with a fellow cultivator you know in the auction. Kun Fian glared at Chen Diheng. Looking around, she said in a low voice, this fellow cultivator is also someone I met occasionally when I was traveling in the past. I don't really know him well. However, just now, I got some things in the auction and bumped into him when I came out. You just bumped into him for such a long time? Chen Diheng curled his lips. And I said something, so I was delayed. Kun Fian seemed to be thinking about the matter just now and was too lazy to care about Chen Diheng's attitude. Sun Shu and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with curiosity. Let's talk about it when we get back. Kun Fian seemed to have made a decision. She waved her hand and said, "This matter is very secretive and cannot be leaked." When they returned to the inn, the four people activated the restriction formation in the room. Only then did Kun Fian tell the whole story. It turned out that this middle-aged qi refining cultivator was called Chang Lan. He was a disciple of a cultivation family. Kun Fian had met him a few years ago when she went out with her senior sister to gain experience. They were looking for spiritual herbs together. He could be considered a reliable person. Today he happened to meet Kun Fian in the auction and invited her to Jianghu City to participate in a small e-fair. He also said that this e-fair would be attended by seniors of the Foundation establishment realm. At that time there might be a condensed treasure. Condensed treasure? Xiao Hua was stunned. First, he thought of the jade slip that Zhen Qing gave him that recorded the understanding of breaking through the Foundation establishment realm. Then he thought of the ancient books that he saw in the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He couldn't help but think to himself, such a precious thing, can be exchanged? Alas, but that's not right. Xiao Hua thought of another layer. Qian Diheng and Sun Shu, who were at the side, were similarly stunned. Soon after they were wild with joy, causing Xiao Hua to be baffled. Go, why not? Just for the condensed treasure it's worth going. Qian Diheng agreed. And that Jianghu City is close to the route that we planned to take previously. It won't be too far away. Sun Shu seconded. This. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, the condensed treasure is such a precious treasure. How could it appear in a small e-fair in Jianghu City? Chapter 1706. Junior brother Zhao's words are wrong. Qian Diheng said with a smile. I believe that Martial Uncle Helpless has already told junior brother Xiao about the condensed knowledge treasure? Xiao Hua shook his head and said. Master didn't say anything. He knew that junior brother was a loose cultivator and that it wasn't easy to reach Foundation establishment. He was also afraid that junior brother would be distracted, so he never mentioned the condensed knowledge treasure. But junior brother's big senior brother mentioned it when junior brother was chatting with junior brother. And it should be so. Kun Fian said with a smile. Senior Xiang must have also thought about the condensed knowledge treasure before. But this condensed knowledge treasure is too rare. If Senior Xiang had such good fortune, I'm afraid that he wouldn't need to spend 50 years to reach Foundation establishment. Junior brother always felt that this was just a legend. The condensed knowledge treasure is condensed by Foundation establishment and even Oris core stage cultivators using a special secret technique before they reach the end of their lifespan. Let's not talk about the success rate of this secret technique being extremely low, not even 1 out of 10,000 is left. Let's talk about the after effects of using this secret technique. Who would dare to blindly try it? Xiao Hua shook his head disapprovingly. What after effects? It's nothing more than becoming a mortal who has lost both his mind and cultivation, waiting for the end of his lifespan. Kun Fian said unconvinced. But if this condensed knowledge treasure is found by Senior's reincarnation again, he can immediately comprehend the comprehension within the condensed knowledge treasure. Although his cultivation may not be able to recover in the blink of an eye, but the realm of his Tao heart will immediately return to the realm he was in when he was alive. Xiao Hua was even more disdainful. Let's not talk about the condensed knowledge treasure's secret technique that every cultivator has a special soul imprint. Even the talk of reincarnation. I'm afraid there's no basis for it. But just as Xiao Hua said this, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly lit up, like a bolt of lightning flashing. Condensed knowledge treasure. However, if a reincarnated cultivator finds the condensed knowledge treasure that he left behind in his previous life, the realm of his Tao heart will immediately recover. He only needs to accumulate his cultivation. The various realms that he cultivated in his previous life would not encounter any bottlenecks. All realms would be like a flat land. I have cultivated till today, I have never encountered any bottlenecks. Could it be that I'm also the reincarnation of a cultivator? A bone-chilling feeling arose spontaneously. Even if that's not the case, since I won't encounter any bottlenecks in my cultivation, then the matter of the condensing treasure is most likely true. Xiao Hua immediately felt that his smile, when he saw the matter of the condensing treasure, was really superficial. Seeing Xiao Hua's face suddenly change, Sun Shu asked in concern, Junior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Junior brother Xiao must have thought of something and felt that he had no reason to refute it, right? Qian Diheng smiled and said to Xiao Hua, Junior brother Xiao joined my Imperial Thunder sect halfway, so I'm afraid you don't know some of the sect's secrets. Then, she glanced at Sun Shu and said mysteriously, I presume senior sister Sun has something to say? Yes, the matter of the condensed treasure is indeed true. Sun Shu's face froze and nodded. Since we came out together with junior brother Xiao, there are some things that can be said. Let's be frank and honest. Junior brother Xiao, 2,000 years ago, there was a senior in my Imperial Thunder sect. I don't dare to mention his name. Because his nascent soul was not formed, he destroyed his own golden core and luckily used a secret technique to refine the condensing treasure. And dozens of years later, this senior once again coincidentally entered my Imperial Thunder sect as a loose cultivator and obtained the condensing treasure that he refined himself. Now he is already a demigod existence. Xiaohua took a deep breath and looked at Sun Shu with an inconceivable expression. He muttered, there really is such a thing. All of this, isn't it too much of a coincidence? That's right, how is it just a coincidence? This is simply heaven's will. Kun Fei Yan's face was full of longing. This senior was a female in his previous life, but in this life he became a male. Not to mention entering my Imperial Thunder sect, he even obtained the condensing treasure hidden in my Imperial Thunder sect. If this isn't heaven's will, then what is? Yes, it's simply inconceivable. Sun Shu looked at Xiaohua with a pair of beautiful eyes, talking about the previous life, talking about reincarnation. Naturally, it's also true. This senior recalled the events of his previous life? Xiaohua's heart thumped as he asked anxiously. A trace of affection flashed across Sun Shu's eyes as she said with a smile, how is that possible? The condensing treasure is merely the comprehension of cultivation. How can the memories of the previous life be left behind? Sai, if one could know the events of the previous life, wouldn't this world be in chaos? Previous life, present life, and future life, these three lives are the world's most mysterious Tao of life and death. That condensing treasure can't even condense a trace of heavenly Tao, so how can it leave behind memories? Qian Diheng said in a low voice. Tao of life and death? Heavenly Tao? Xiaohua was slightly shocked. His eyes swiveled and he cupped his hands, saying, Senior brother Qian, truly wise. This little brother has never heard of these before. I'm just making things up, Qian Diheng said with a mischievous smile. This is all from when the Heavenly Thunder Palace's Grand Master was chatting. This little brother eavesdropped, this little brother is ridiculing himself. Senior brother Qian, you know that this little brother is a loose cultivator and have never heard of this kind of thing before. Yet you still bring it out to entice this little brother? Xiaohua said with a smile that was not a smile. Alright, this little brother also doesn't understand. Don't laugh at me. Qian Diheng looked at Sun Shu and Kun Fei Yan and said, it is said that this world has 3,000 great Taos. The leading great Tao is the Tao of life and death. Next is the Tao of karma. After that is yin-yang, samsara, stars, 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and so on. The power of these great Taos are different, but as long as one can cultivate one can cultivate to become an immortal, become a god, and enjoy eternal happiness and longevity. Qian Diheng's eloquence was extremely good. When he first started speaking, Xiaohua's mouth and tongue were dry and his mind was filled with fascination. But as he listened, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Qian Diheng was going further and further away, similar to the storytellers of the secular world. Cough cough that. Senior brother Qian. Xiaohua could not help but interrupt the talkative Qian Diheng. Why is the great Tao 3,000 and not 5,000? Or is it 3,001? Don't disturb me. Qian Diheng said impatiently. 3,000 great Taos is a collective name. It will eventually become the heavenly Tao, but there are many ways to describe it. No. Kun Fei Yan shouted. Earth Thunder Palace's ancestor said that this world has 3,000 great Taos, not one more, not one less. Or else why would there be the saying weak water 3,000, only one scoop? In this world there are only 3,000 people who can become saints and ancestors. How is that possible? Qian Diheng snorted and said, then according to Earth Thunder Palace's ancestor, there are only 3,000 people who can become immortals? Even if they become gods, there are only 3,000? Kun Fei Yan was speechless. He only shouted, that's what ancestor said. Why don't you talk about the great Taos outside the 3,000 great Taos? I can't even explain the 3,000 great Taos clearly. How do I know what's outside the 3,000 great Taos? Qian Diheng waved his hand and said. Chapter 1707. Seeing Qian Diheng and Kun Fei Yan quarreling, Xiaohua secretly laughed and said enviously, "Ah, having a background is really good. I just heard about this condensed knowledge treasure. Who knew that they already knew about the 3,000 great Daos? Can't compare, can't compare." When the two of them shut up, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Little brother still has a question. I wonder if senior brother Qian or senior sister Kun can solve it?" "Find senior sister Sun," the two of them said at the same time. "Hehe, senior sister Sun, little brother believes that there is a condensed knowledge treasure, but if a condensed knowledge treasure refined by a spirit-severing stage senior is found by his descendant, wouldn't he suddenly reach the spirit-severing stage?" Xiaohua asked. Sun Shu smiled and said, "Didn't junior brother Qian just say? A condensed knowledge treasure can't condense a trace of the heavenly Tao. Our qi refinement, foundation establishment and nascent soul all have to give birth to the child of the heavenly Tao, nascent soul. This nascent soul is the crystallization of heaven and earth's spiritual qi, and nascent soul contains the heavenly Tao. Starting from the nascent soul stage, all comprehension would contain a trace of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it was impossible to refine the heavenly Tao into the condensed knowledge treasure. Therefore, there is no condensed knowledge treasure refined by a spirit-severing stage senior." "Oh, so it's like this." Xiaohua nodded and had a trace of understanding. "Then, what is the condensed knowledge treasure refined from?" I don't know about this." Qian Diheng smiled and said, "I am still young and have never thought about it. And, it is said that the materials required are extremely rare, even my Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid we don't have it." Seeing that the three of them had some hope and enthusiasm in their eyes, Xiaohua suddenly realized and pointed at the three of them saying, "Could it be, you all think that this condensed knowledge treasure was left behind by you in your previous life? What do you think?" Qian Diheng and the other two said in unison, "Maybe it was left behind by you in your previous life." Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "Hey, I understand. If anyone knows about this thing they will definitely try their luck. Even if it isn't, what's wrong with it?" "Yes, what if it is?" Kun Fian smiled and said, "That would be great. But the fellow Taoist that senior sister Kun knows is merely a disciple of a cultivator clan. Is this news reliable?" Sun Shu was somewhat doubtful. "Who cares?" Qian Diheng said disdainfully, "Love isn't it? Since we have to go there anyway, we'll just take a small detour to take a look. Even if he didn't, it would be good to exchange for something else. Alas, I didn't get any benefits from today's auction. That flying sword might really be Zhang Yutong's. My goodness, it looks really tempting. When will the meeting be held? Should we hurry over now?" Sun Shu urged. Kun Fian smiled. 2 months later, there is no rush. If we use the teleportation array in Weeping Moon City, we should be able to arrive there in half a month. As soon as Qian Diheng heard this, he hurriedly winked at Xiaohua and said anxiously, "Don't worry. And indeed don't worry. All of you have obtained good things, but this little brother is still empty-handed. These few days this little brother will walk around the Chiwa city and see if I can find anything." "That's true. There are still 2 months left, let's wait a few days before we leave." Xiaohua also agreed. "You too." Sun Shu and Kun Fian looked at the two of them strangely and then smiled. "Is there something fishy?" No. Xiaohua and Qian Diheng shook their heads firmly at the same time. Between cultivators there were naturally secrets. Sun Shu and Kun Fian also knew about it. Only because the four of them were traveling together and were fellow disciples of the same sect, they asked a little. Seeing the two of them deny it, the other two naturally wouldn't say anything more. When Xiaohua was in Luan's shop, he had the opportunity to ask about the location of the weapon refiner, but because of his identity he was afraid of arousing Luan Qing or Luan Han's suspicion, so he didn't ask. At this time he could only wait for Qian Diheng's arrangement. Moreover, when he came back last night, Xiaohua had already thought of the mistake in his whereabouts. When the four of them decided to stay, he suggested to find another inn. Qian Diheng and the others naturally didn't have any objections. The next day the four of them changed to another inn that was far away. After entering their respective rooms, Qian Diheng quietly went out. Sun Shu and Kun Fian acted as if they didn't know. The two of them agreed to go out, presumably to buy yellow talismans, pills and other things, but Xiaohua declined and stayed in the room alone. First, he took out the talisman that Chang Fian gave him and carefully looked at it. The talisman was very simple. It was a place, a time and a sentence. There were no other words. Should I go or not? Xiaohua was a little hesitant. To be honest, facing senior cultivators who could kill him with a raise of their hand, Xiaohua's heart was really nervous. That feeling of no safety made him feel uncomfortable. Forget it, I'd better not go. Xiaohua clapped his hand and stored it into the space, thinking, the things that Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators want to secretly exchange, if not magic weapons, then it's top-quality pills. It's definitely not something that I can use now. Why should I go? If I encounter something that I like, I don't have enough spirit stones to exchange. Just look at that flying sword. If I don't take out thousands of years old, 10,000 years old spirit grass, I definitely can't exchange it. And these are all things that make others envious. I'm just chi refining stage 12, even if I can kill Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivators, but in the eyes of old monsters who have cultivated for hundreds of years, I'm just a baby. Don't show off your wealth. I'd better wait until my cultivation is higher. Soon after, Xiaohua took out Luan Qing's jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it, slowly comprehending the Luan family's so-called ascending flame of fire art. This ascending flame of fire art was also strange. It was completely different from the fire art of the Samadhi True Fire. The fire art of the Samadhi True Fire taught about how to create the Samadhi True Fire, while the ascending flame of fire art taught about how to cultivate the ascending flame of fire. Naturally, this frost flame technique used the essence of a cultivator to cultivate it. And it was related to the cultivator's physique. Different cultivators of the 5 elements would cultivate different frost flame technique. But what cultivated frost flame technique was the fire seed of frost flame technique? That is, the fire seed that Luan Qing divided from her frost flame technique. Xiaohua comprehended for a long time, his brows tightly knitted. He opened his mouth, and a bit of frost flame technique flew out of his body, lightly floating in front of him. This frost flame technique admittedly has all 5 elements, but clearly, the speed at which it swallows would attribute spiritual energy is much faster than other spiritual energy. This Luan Qing should have a would attribute physique. This young master's physique is hidden fire. Using this fire seed to cultivate it is a lot worse. Moreover, this young master used Luan Qing's fire seed to cultivate it. This frost flame technique can be considered as the reproduction of Luan Qing's frost flame technique. In essence, it carries the mark of the Luan family. If this frost flame technique is purely used to refine magic tools, it can be used to attack, but it has a huge drawback. If someone else obtains the Luan family's fire seed that is several generations older than Luan Qing, this young master's frost flame technique will be innately shorter than that person. This young master will be inviting trouble to himself. It's really inappropriate, really inappropriate. Xiaohua hesitated again because his previous idea was only to use this frost flame technique to refine tools. But after seeing the fire art and Luan Qing's obscure introduction, he knew that refining tools was only the use of the frost flame technique after its decline. He already had other ideas in his heart, and didn't want to simply use this inferior fire seed to cultivate the frost flame technique. Moreover, listening to Luan Qing's tone, although this frost flame technique is a heavenly fire seed, its power will decrease with each generation. He didn't know how many generations this frost flame technique has been passed down. Even if it was successfully cultivated, he feared that it would have long lost the reputation of being a heavenly fire seed. It also couldn't be used to refine strange materials like the Great Wisdom Sword, so why would he go through the trouble of cultivating it? Damn it, after thinking about it, this young master seems to have suffered a loss. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and put away the jade slip and fire seed. He thought to himself, unless I find a pure frost flame technique, the Samadhi True Fire's fire art and mother-child spirit fruit can be considered to have benefited Luan Qing for nothing. However, where could he get the pure Ling Yuzhu fire seed? Even the Luan family didn't have it, so where could he find it in this vast Xiaoyu continent? I'd better obediently stick to my old profession first. Xiaohua patted his head and his mind entered the space. As he urged the puppet to open up a new medicinal field, preparing to plant the more than 400 bell spirit herbs he had just won from the auction, he looked at Little Yellow and Little Silver. These two little things were sleeping soundly, especially Little Silver, who was no longer as quick-witted as before. He was lying in a pile of spirit herbs, and there seemed to be a half-eaten spirit fruit in his little mouth. His little tail swayed slightly in the spirit herbs from time to time, and his little eyes were closed very tightly. His little eyelids were still twitching slightly from time to time, as if he had sensed Xiaohua's state of mind. He opened his eyes a little bit to sweep them over, and then closed them tightly again. The golden lines on Little Silver's nose seemed to have deepened a lot, and they're actually a little curved as if they're going to become runes. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Also, Little Silver's body is even more pure white, and there are clearly some golden threads on his body. Shortly after, Xiaohua looked at Little Yellow. There wasn't any special change in Little Yellow, but it felt like it was growing again. These two little things can grow even when they're sleeping. I'm really envious. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he looked at the divine power centipede not far away from Little Silver. After several years of recuperation, this thing had already recovered from its injuries. It was just that, this thing was also sleeping soundly and quietly. Furthermore, it seemed to be extremely afraid of Little Silver, and kept quite a distance from him. Looking at the black brilliance on the divine power centipede's back, which also had a faint golden light, Xiaohua understood. Could it be that this young master's space? Can all demon beasts evolve? But time clearly passes slower in this space than outside. Look at the water pattern butterfly egg. It's been so many years, but it still hasn't hatched. And there's also the ice worm king egg. The damaged part hasn't been repaired yet. Xiaohua changed his mind and thought, forget about these things that haven't hatched yet. However, this godly power centipede will most likely be of great use in the future. This young master still needs to find a spirit storage pouch and place this thing inside to raise properly. Chapter 1708. Xiaohua's mind came out of the space, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. When he thought about how Fan Tong had controlled the mighty power centipede to attack him, his heart burned with passion. This is a spirit beast. If I can control it freely, it'll be like having an extra helper. However, this mighty power centipede is different from Little Yellow and Little Silver. I can't control it myself, but if I rely on Little Silver to control it, there'll be another obstacle. It seems that I have to find a way to control it. While he was thinking, Xiaohua took out the book from the spirit husbandry sect. In the past, his cultivation was weak and he only wanted to find cultivation methods and pills that could increase his cultivation. He didn't care about the insect scripture or the spirit beasts. Later on, he focused on cultivation and put his energy on Dharma treasures, so he didn't think about these things. Only now did he remember the insect scripture that he had long forgotten. And as expected, the spirit husbandry sect's jade slip doesn't have any cultivation methods, but there are methods to raise and control spirit beasts. The insect scripture naturally talked about spirit insects and how to raise them. There was a general introduction to all kinds of spirit insects. Unfortunately, Xiaohua wasn't interested in this and only looked at it briefly before flipping to the back. It's here. When he flipped to the end of the insect scripture, Xiaohua saw a few pages of methods to control spirit insects. Then Xiaohua didn't hesitate and carefully comprehended it word by word. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua put away the insect scripture and closed his eyes. Then, as if he thought of something, he waved his hand and another small book came out of the space. It was the one Ling Jingyi gave to Xiaohua, along with the magic treasure that could subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua didn't dare to take it out casually before, for fear that Ling Jingyi had done something to it. Now that he thought about controlling spirit insects, he naturally thought of this book. Unfortunately, this book only recorded the method to refine the magic treasure Shadow Moon. It didn't say anything about how to control spirit beasts. Shadow Moon is so important to Flying Phoenix Ridge and it's passed down from their ancestors. After refining it, I should be able to obtain the method to subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua kept the booklet and thought to himself, now this young master's cultivation should be comparable to Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan. However, since the two of them are unable to subdue the fire ape, this young master should not be anxious. Then Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered hard. His hands would form some mysterious seals from time to time, stirring the world spirit energy in the room. After a long time, Xiaohua opened his eyes and waved his hand, taking the godly power centipede out of the space. The godly power centipede suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. It was very surprised and looked a bit impatient. It twisted its body a few times and flew in a certain direction. Xiaohua seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He opened his left hand slightly and grabbed at the air. The divine power centipede immediately stopped in midair. As if it had sensed danger, the Herculean centipede struggled with all its might. Its pitch-black body glowed with a faint golden color. This Herculean centipede is indeed powerful. Seeing that the Herculean centipede was still able to move under his magic power, Xiaohua couldn't help but be astonished. Then, his face revealed a happy expression. The seals in his right hand were quickly formed. Zhi. Different seals struck the Herculean centipede's body. The Herculean centipede struggled even more fiercely. The more it struggled, the more magic power surged out from Xiaohua's left hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, the Herculean centipede stopped struggling. It had a dejected look as it floated in midair. Damn it, subduing a spiritual insect is actually so difficult? Xiaohua sighed. If this young master didn't have so much magic power, this little thing would have really flown away. Then he withdrew his left hand. Both his hands formed seals and attacked the Herculean centipede. After several seals, an illusory image emerged from the Herculean centipede's body. Xiaohua knew that this was the Herculean centipede's soul essence. When the soul essence left the body, Xiaohua was very cautious as he formed the last seal. He pressed his thumb between his eyebrows. Then he shouted, "Quick!" He pressed his hand down. That thumb was pressing on the Herculean centipede's soul essence. The Herculean centipede seemed to be burned by fire. It struggled painfully and rolled back and forth in midair. However, the strange thing was that the Herculean centipede's soul essence didn't move at all under Xiaohua's thumb. "Withdraw!" Xiaohua chanted again. The trace of the primordial spirit in his hand was smeared on the Herculean centipede's soul essence. In an instant, Xiaohua felt as if he was the Herculean centipede and the Herculean centipede was him. A burning sensation came from the depths of his soul. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly withdrew his hand. The Herculean centipede immediately stopped rolling. The soul essence was immediately absorbed into the Herculean centipede's body. At the same time, the pain Xiaohua felt immediately disappeared. Damn it, no wonder I can't take in too many spiritual insects. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and absorbed the exhausted Herculean centipede into his space. The last bit of pain is indeed short, but it's enough to cause damage to a cultivator's primordial spirit. Subduing such a small Herculean centipede took so much effort. What about subduing a fire ape? It'll be even more difficult. Oh, right, I wonder if there's any record of the Herculean centipede in the insect scripture? Xiaohua thought of the insect scripture. Spirit husbandry sect's insect scripture mostly recorded spiritual insects. After flipping through it, there was indeed a record of the Herculean centipede. However, there weren't many records. Herculean centipede, strong, feeds on spiritual stones. Earth spiritual stones are the best. Ranked 87th. After that, there was nothing else. Ranked 87th? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and thought to himself, such a powerful Herculean centipede is only ranked 87th? Then, which spiritual insect is ranked first? Xiaohua hurriedly flipped to the front. Dream mirage butterfly, born to create illusions, feeds on all kinds of mirage spirits. Ranked first. Spirit devouring insect, swallows all kinds of spiritual insects, eats everything. Ranked second. Water pattern butterfly, controls water-type spiritual energy, lives together with rainbow epiphyllum. Ranked 42nd. Feiqing, controls earth-type spiritual energy, is fast, counters ice worm. Ranked 50th. Ice worm, controls water-type spiritual energy, lives in groups. Ranked 56th. Damn it, I thought ice worm and water pattern butterfly were some amazing spiritual insects, but their rankings are actually so low? Herculean centipede is also ranked 87th. Damn it, I wonder how powerful the dream mirage butterfly and spirit devouring insect that are ranked second are. After Xiaohua saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, why aren't there any fire apes and spirit-seeking mice? And even sky-shaking beast isn't there. Chapter 1709. The spirit-seeking mouse and heaven-shaking mouse are not in this insect scripture. Furthermore, the god power centipede is so powerful, but it is only ranked 87th. That Feiqing who is ranked 50th, wasn't it easy for me to kill him that day? I can't see how powerful it is. This insect scripture. I'm afraid it can't be real. Xiaohua thought and put the insect scripture into his space. Actually, it wasn't Xiaohua's idea. Since the spirit husbandry sect could record the insect scripture, there must be a basis for it. Although the god power centipede was strong, in a fight between cultivators, magic power was the most important. If the god power centipede didn't have great strength, it would be useless to use force to break through spells. Feiqing's speed was extremely fast, and it was much more useful than the god power centipede in a fight between cultivators. At this moment, the restriction in Xiaohua's house shook. Hee, I think senior brother Qian is looking for me. Xiaohua jumped down from the cloud bed. Seeing that there were no loopholes in the house, he took out a magic tablet and removed the restriction. As expected, it was Qian Diheng outside the house. Seeing Xiaohua open the door, he smiled. Junior brother Xiao, I have completed my task. As he spoke, he entered the house and scanned with his spiritual sense. With a slap of his hand, he took out a three-pronged fork that was 1 foot long from his storage bag. At the tip of the three-pronged fork, there were 3 sharp points that faintly flashed with different lights. Within the lights, there were thin runes flowing. "What do you think of my halberd?" Qian Diheng waved it flauntingly. As he slightly channeled his magic power, the 3 points of the fork gradually flashed with light. As the runes flowed, they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the house. Gradually, 3 balls of light of different colors flashed at the 3 points of the fork. Senior brother Qian's magic weapon is a little strange. Xiao Hua scanned with his spiritual sense and said in shock, "Other people's magic weapons have only 1 element, but yours actually has 3 different elements: metal, wood, and water. Of course, the way of attack is different, but the power seems to be much weaker, right?" "Hehe, junior brother Xiao, you don't have to worry about this." Qian Diheng waved his hand and put away the magic tool. He stroked it with his hand as if it was a treasure and said, "The power of this magic tool will absolutely not decrease because of the attacks of 3 attributes. I won't tell you the details. You only need to know that I spent a large amount of spirit stones to refine 3 different types of magic tools into an even more powerful magic tool." 3 different magic tools? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. "Hehe, don't worry, junior brother Xiao. How can the place I recommend be wrong?" Qian Diheng said complacently, "This workshop is the most mysterious place in the Weeping Moon City. Think about it, to be able to forge 3 kinds of magic tools together without weakening their offensive power, what kind of cultivation base does that artificer have? TSK, even if he's not in the late stage of foundation establishment, he's at least in the gold core stage. Don't worry and go." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose with his hand and said with a wry smile, "But I'm afraid there's also a lot of spirit stones, right?" Of course, asking a gold core stage tool refiner to help, the price is naturally high. Qian Diheng smiles and whispers a number to Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua heard this, his face immediately turned green. "So much? It's almost the same as bidding for 1 or 2 magic tools. How can it be the same?" Qian Diheng obviously didn't care about the number of spirit stones. He waved his hand and said, "This was modified by a tool refiner according to my request and also refined according to my cultivation base. It can't be compared with ordinary magic tools that can be bought through bidding. Moreover, junior brother Xiao also knows that I only have 1 defensive magic tool. Although I'm not afraid of life-threatening situations in many cases, it can't be used to always be attacked by others. Hehe, I can't get the same cloud-suppressing seal as you, but getting a powerful magic tool is still possible." "And," Xiao Hua nodded, "Senior brother Qian, you sent those 3 magic tools over. Did you only get them today?" "Yes. Exactly 10 days. Qian Diheng patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Xiao, don't blame me for wasting time. You also know the reason. When I get this halberd, I'll be relieved." "No matter. I know." Xiao Hua's magic tools were of unknown origin, so he naturally understood Qian Diheng. "How about this? I still have some spirit stones left. If junior brother Xiao doesn't have enough spirit stones, I'll lend them to you first." Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Forget it." Xiao Hua knew that he lacked a lot of spirit stones. Qian Diheng's spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket. "Senior brother Qian, just tell me the location." "Okay." Qian Diheng smiled and whispered, telling him the location of the workshop. Then he patted and handed a triangular magic tablet to Xiao Hua. "This magic tablet is the certificate to enter the workshop. Without it, the workshop won't accept you." Xiao Hua scanned the magic tablet with his divine sense. There was a strange fluctuation of spiritual power on it. Obviously, it was a special magic tablet. He reached out and took it. It was cold to the touch and he didn't know what material it was made of. "Go quickly, junior brother Xiao. If you want to refine your cloud-suppressing seal, I'm afraid it will take a long time. You should calculate our schedule." Qian Diheng said meaningfully. "Okay, junior brother understands." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and sent Qian Diheng out. He followed him out and saw that Qian Diheng entered the house and activated the restriction. Then he saw that Sun Shu and Kuan Fian's houses were also protected by restriction. He knew that the 2 were also working hard in their houses. Xiao Hua sat in the spirit camel carriage and arrived at the place Qian Diheng mentioned. He paid the spirit stones and looked around. This place was actually very lively. It was different from what he imagined. Hidden in the city? That's right. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and glanced at the lively workshop 3 zhang away. Then he looked at a tea house on his left. Then Xiaohua walked to a secluded place and changed his appearance and height. Then he put on camouflage clothes and walked slowly to the tea house. There were many cultivators in the tea house. There were all kinds of cultivators, but different cultivators gathered in different circles. Those with low cultivations were far from those with high cultivations. "Senior, what kind of spirit tea do you want to drink?" A boy around the second layer of qi refining hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Anything." Xiaohua looked at the stairs not far away and said with a smile, "Can I go upstairs?" Upstairs is the place where Foundation Establishment seniors drink tea. If senior is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you can naturally go up. The boy said with a smile. Foundation Establishment? When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't say anything and walked up the stairs. He was wearing camouflage clothes now. Who could see his cultivation? Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Sure enough, when he went up the stairs, other than Foundation Establishment cultivators, there were also a few cultivators wearing camouflage clothes like him. However, these cultivators were all alone. There were some spirit fruits and spirit tea in front of them and they were enjoying it alone. Xiaohua found a place near the street and waited for the boy to bring him some spirit tea and a plate of spirit fruits. Xiaohua slowly tasted them. His gaze wandered around the street. There were many cultivators going in and out of the workshop. Most of them were qi refining cultivators. Occasionally, there were also Foundation Establishment cultivators. Of course, there were also some cultivators wearing camouflage clothes. Their cultivation couldn't be seen. There shouldn't be anything unusual. Xiaohua slowly finished drinking a pot of spirit tea and stood up to leave. At this time, a voice transmitted to him. "Fellow Taoist, are you here to participate in the secret auction?" "Secret auction?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw a cultivator wearing camouflage clothes facing him. "Fellow Taoist, don't panic. I heard that there's a secret auction here. I want to exchange something inside, but I don't have a command talisman. Therefore I can only wait here. To tell you the truth, I just asked all the Foundation Establishment fellow Taoists in this tea house. None of them are here to participate." Xiaohua stopped and said promptly, "If fellow Taoist has a command talisman, I am willing to pay a high price for it." "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. I just came here to drink tea and buy some magic tools in the workshop below. I've never heard of any secret auction. If fellow Taoist wants something good, can't the auction in Weeping Moon City work?" Xiaohua naturally refused. "Oh, I'm sorry to disturb fellow Taoist." That cultivator's tone was filled with indescribable disappointment. However, when he saw Xiaohua's figure disappear inside the workshop, he looked at the other Foundation Establishment cultivators. "Senior, do you want to buy magic tools or materials for refining?" As soon as Xiaohua entered the workshop, a 5th-layer tool refining cultivator came to greet him. He directly ignored Xiaohua's camouflage clothes and said very respectfully. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked inside. This crafty workshop was extremely large and there were also a lot of people inside. All kinds of refining materials were placed in different places. Just like the cultivator in front of him who was welcoming guests, there were at least 10 of them. Yes, they're both refining shops in Weeping Moon City. This workshop is 100 times better than Luanji's shop. Xiaohua muttered to himself. However, when he casually asked about the price of a commonly used refining material, he curled his lips. Although the materials of this workshop were good, the price was more than 30% higher than Luanji's shop. Forget it. Xiaohua lost interest in continuing his act. He clapped his hands and took out the triangular magic tablet. He said in a low voice, "I have something to trouble Qiao workshop with." That cultivator's gaze fell on the magic tablet and he was slightly startled. Then he immediately said respectfully, "Senior, please put away the magic tablet. Junior will ask the assistant shopkeeper to come over." After saying that, that cultivator quickly left. Not long after, a thin early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator with a black mole on the left side of his face walked over. He cupped his hands and said, "I, Xiaming, greet fellow Taoist." "Hehe, fellow Taoist Xia." Xiaohua saw that Xiaming didn't ask for his name and didn't answer. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, this way please." Xiaming raised his hand and led Xiaohua to a corner of the entrance hall. They followed a staircase to the second floor. There were clearly few people on the second floor. There were only a dozen or so Foundation Establishment cultivators accompanied by female cultivators who were welcoming guests. They lowered their heads and looked at the many magic tools on the table. Chapter 17:10. Hearing that someone was going upstairs, the foundation building cultivators only slightly raised their heads and glanced around. When they saw that it was Xiaohua in a camouflage robe, they frowned and looked down again. "Fellow Taoist, please come this way." Xiaming led Xiaohua to the end of the second floor. He formed hand seals and a small door as tall as a person appeared on the wall. Then he went in first. Xiaohua's figure paused for a moment, then he also went in. Behind the small door was an empty hut with no decorations. "Fellow Taoist, please take out your magic card for inspection." Xiaming slapped his hand and took out a small box from his storage bag. It was emitting a milky white light. Xiaohua handed over the triangular magic card. Xiaming also looked at it carefully and threw it into the box. As the magic card was thrown in, the color of the box gradually changed. Soon it turned into an orange-red color. Quick! Xiaming's left hand formed hand seals again and hit the box. With a ting sound, an orange-red beam of light shot out from the box and hit the roof above Xiaming's head. With a whoosh sound as Xiaohua's gaze moved up, there was a ripple of light above his head and a small triangular door appeared. Xiaming nodded and didn't return the magic card to Xiaohua. He pointed with his hand and said with a smile, "Yes, fellow Taoist, your magic card is correct. Please go in." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Seeing this, Xiaohua flew into the triangular door above his head. When Xiaohua landed in the pavilion on the third floor, he looked around. This was a slightly dark triangular space. There were no decorations inside this space, just like the small room from before. On the four walls of this space, there were only a few bright flower stones. "Fellow Taoist, please." While Xiaohua was still sizing it up, there was a slight distortion in the air in front of him. A flat human figure seemed to be squeezed out from a crack, gradually revealing itself. When the entire figure went from flat to full, it was actually a cultivator wearing a camouflage robe. He couldn't see his specific cultivation. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and quickly saluted, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." "Yes, my surname is Bai. How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" The cultivator's tone was very indifferent. "My surname is Huang," Xiaohua said with a smile. "All right, fellow Taoist Huang." The cultivator calmly said as if it was a routine matter. "Since fellow Taoist has a spell card from my workshop, then you must have been introduced by a fellow Taoist from my workshop. Of course, my workshop won't trace your origin. May I ask if fellow Taoist Huang needs any help from my workshop?" Xiaohua was still preparing his words, but when he saw the cultivator being so straightforward, he was unexpectedly stunned. Then he suddenly understood. That's right. If the craftsman were so wishy-washy, who would dare to refine a magic tool of unknown origin? After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua took out the four-phase wheel and the spear-shaped magic tool from the space and handed them over. He said with a smile, "I have two magic tools. I need Xiao Workshop to change their appearance." The cultivator took the Dharma artifacts and looked at them. Then, he scanned them with his strong divine will and carefully observed the two Dharma artifacts. This divine sense. I'm afraid if it's not at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, it's at least at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Xiaohua also tried. The strand of divine will he left on the Dharma artifacts was immediately expelled. This caused Xiaohua to be scared witless and didn't dare to do anything else. The cultivator didn't pay attention to Xiaohua. After a while he whispered, "Fellow Taoist Huang, these two magic tools, to be honest, the refinement is really not good. Especially this spear-shaped magic tool. Aside from its special material, the formation inside is really clumsy." Wait a moment. Speaking up to hear, the cultivator's tone was a bit strange. After carefully observing for a moment, he nodded and said, "I made a mistake just now. The material of this magic tool is not only special but also rare. It is a bit similar to the corpse of a demonic beast that I just killed. Unfortunately, it is still a bit lacking." When Xiaohua heard the cultivator's unclear words, he was also at a loss. However, he didn't dare to blindly ask and only listened quietly. Then the cultivator took out the four symbols wheel and said, "This magic tool, although it can mobilize the four kinds of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it is a pity that the formation is crude and the magic power it can use is too little. If you want to change it, it would be better to directly refine it." Xiaohua's heart was moved and he whispered, "Senior, how many spirit stones do you need to refine these two magic tools again?" "Not much." The cultivator didn't even think and reported a number. "Still not much. Xiaohua was secretly shocked. Soon after, he smiled apologetically and said, Junior doesn't have enough spirit stones. I don't know. Is it possible to use spirit grass and other things? Yes, of course. The cultivator casually said, aside from spirit stones, magic tools and magic treasures can all be used as spirit stones. Xiao paused for a moment, then raised the spear-shaped magic tool and said, if fellow Taoist Huang is embarrassed, I can modify this magic tool of yours into a consumable magic tool. Consumable magic tool? Xiaohua was slightly dazed. He had never heard of this kind of magic tool. Hee hee, the cultivator laughed and placed the 2 magic tools on the ground. He said, this is what my crafty workshop calls it. I hope Senior can dispel my confusion. Fellow Taoist must know that magic tools can be detonated. The cultivator glanced at Xiaohua, seeming to already know Xiaohua's cultivation. He said, since magic tools can be detonated, why can't you refine some magic tools that only use detonation? Of course. Xiaohua suddenly understood and laughed. Presumably, refining this consumable magic tool doesn't require too many materials and profound formations, right? Precisely so. The cultivator nodded and said, but these materials are rather special. Moreover, they have a strong point. Xiaohua asked curiously, what strong point? Enormous power. The cultivator said somewhat complacently, if there are materials with fellow Taoist cultivation, if you succeed, you can kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know if he was surprised by the magic tool's power or the cultivator before him's cultivation. From what Senior said, if Junior's magic tool is made into a consumable magic tool, Senior already has some demonic beast materials? Xiaohua probed, what other materials are needed? How many spirit stones will it cost? We also need the lizard's glue bone. The cultivator said, with this lizard's glue bone, the magic tool made from it has a 70% chance of killing an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, it can only have a 30% chance. So that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Presumably, he wanted to use the lizard's concealment divine ability. Waiting for the cultivator to state the number of spirit stones, Xiaohua inwardly muttered to himself. What does fellow Taoist Huang plan to do? The cultivator saw that a long time had passed and asked somewhat unhappily. Hehe, the crafty workshop really lives up to its reputation. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. The 2 magic tools were brushed to the side, and he took out the 100-layer cloud seal and MO cloud armor. The cultivator saw the 2 magic tools and was also stunned. Chapter 17:11. Senior, please don't blame me. Xiaohua handed over the 2 magic treasures and smiled apologetically. This is Junior's first time coming to the craftsman's workshop, so I couldn't help but have some probing in my heart. Please forgive me. The cultivator stared at Xiaohua for a long time and smiled. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Huang to be so secretive. An aura-refining cultivator actually has 2 magic treasures? Xiaohua smiled. I won't hide it from Senior, the first 2 magic treasures are Junior's. These 2 magic treasures. Haha, fellow Taoist Huang doesn't need to say too much. This old man was just casually asking. The cultivator waved his hand and carefully examined the 100-layer cloud seal and MO cloud armor. After a long time, the cultivator asked, how do you want to deal with these 2 magic treasures? Do you want to reforge them? Or do you want to change their appearance? Senior, what do you mean? Xiaohua didn't have any thoughts in his heart and asked sincerely. Junior is just following orders. The specifics will depend on Senior. And then this old man won't be polite. The cultivator turned the 2 magic treasures over and over again and said, defensive magic treasures have always been rare. The reason is that defensive formations are rarely seen. At the same time, it's difficult to refine them into magic treasures. Although fellow Taoists' 2 magic treasures are somewhat damaged, the defensive formations at the core are intact. It won't be easy to refine them again, but changing their appearance is possible. However, this old man thinks that it would be better to combine these 2 magic treasures into one and refine them into a defensive robe. Great. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, my humble sect. Haha, that's the order. Yes, but, although the price of refining 2 magic treasures together is lower than refining 2 magic treasures separately, the amount of spirit stones required is also not small. I wonder if fellow Taoist is prepared? The cultivator indifferently asked. Haha, I won't hide it from Senior. I'm afraid the spirit stones in Junior's storage pouch aren't enough. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Junior does have some old spirit herbs? Oh? Fellow Taoist also wants to trade spirit herbs and magic treasures? The cultivator was a bit surprised. Yeah. What's wrong? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. The cultivator shook his head and said, Hee, it's nothing. My workshop has always been accepting spirit stones and magic tools. But recently, some cultivators with powerful backgrounds had spirit stones, but they were all trading with spiritual herbs, magic tools and even magic treasures. That's why I am a little puzzled. Hee, others don't know, Junior just doesn't have enough spirit stones. Xiaohua laughed. It is indeed a little strange. The cultivator also smiled and said, I only hope that this old man's worries are groundless. Alright, fellow Taoist can't be thinking of using these two magic tools to exchange for the spirit stones, right? That's right. Is that possible? Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Hee, of course it's possible, but it's still not enough. You'll need spirit stones or spirit grass. The cultivator once again stated the amount of spirit stones he needed. Motherfucker, that's a lot. Xiaohua calculated the number of spirit stones he had and said with a smile, this 4 phase can be used as spirit stones. Junior still wants to ask Senior to change this magic tool into a consumable magic tool. Saying that, Xiaohua took out the lizard's bone and handed it to the cultivator. Of course it's possible. The cultivator carefully looked at it and said, this old man will add some materials myself, it's not troublesome. These are the remaining spirit stones and a few stalks of spirit grass. Xiaohua was happy in his heart and took out some spirit stones and 5 stalks of spirit grass that were around 5,000 years old. Hee, fellow Taoist doesn't need to be so anxious. The cultivator waved his hand and said, this 4 phase can be left behind. The other things can be handed over to the workshop the next time fellow Taoist comes to pick them up. I wonder when Junior will come next time? Xiaohua waved his sleeve and put away the spirit stones and spirit grass. This consumable magic tool is easy, you can come and pick it up after 20 days. As for these 2 magic tools, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it alone. I'll need other people to do it and it'll take a year. A year? Xiaohua was stunned. This long? Fellow Taoist, Huang doesn't refine magic tools, so you don't know the difficulty of refining magic tools. The cultivator said with a smile, this is a magic tool. If I can refine it in a day, would it still be a magic tool? Hee, Junior's words have caused Senior to laugh. Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, this is your magic tablet next time. The cultivator waved his hand and another triangular magic tablet flew in front of Xiaohua. Next time you can use this magic tablet to come to my workshop to pick up a refined magic tool. In the future you can also use it to ask us to help you refine magic tools. Of course you can also give this magic tablet to a cultivator you think is reliable. Junior understands? Xiaohua took the magic tablet and said with a smile, Junior will come and pick up the magic tool in 20 days. Good. Fellow Taoist, please. The cultivator raised his hand and cast an incantation seal onto a nearby wall. A small door suddenly appeared and his body began to distort as he gradually disappeared from the spot. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua very respectfully stood up and bowed. Outside the small door was the corridor of the 3rd floor. Xiaohua walked on the corridor and the small door behind him gradually disappeared. There were no more rooms on the 3rd floor. Alas, this illusion is still not good. If I meet a golden core cultivator, I will be seen through. Fortunately, I can change my appearance, otherwise I really can't hide my whereabouts. Xiaohua's eyes turned and came down from the 3rd floor. The cultivator called Xiaming was waiting at the corner of the 2nd floor. When he saw Xiaohua come down, he cupped his hands and said, Thank you for coming to my workshop, fellow Taoist. 20 days later, fellow Taoist can come and find me with the magic tablet. Senior White has already said that the rest of the spirit stones can wait for fellow Taoist to come 1 year later. It won't be too late to pay then. Very good. Xiaohua smiled and left the workshop under Xiaming's guidance. 2 of the Foundation establishment cultivators on the 2nd floor didn't leave. When they saw Xiaohua suddenly come down from the 3rd floor, they were even more surprised and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Knowing that these cultivators didn't understand the secret of the workshop, Xiaohua sighed. It's really good to have a sect. If I was a loose cultivator, I'm afraid that even if I cracked my head, I still wouldn't know that this workshop can also do the shady business of repairing magic treasures. When he left the workshop, the sky was already dark. Xiaohua identified the direction and was about to leave, but his gaze fell on a small building several tens of feet away. This building was simply piled up with huge stones, but its simplicity didn't appear simple. It even had a hint of great craftsmanship. Xiaohua knew that this was the location of the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. Moreover, this time, it was almost time. Thinking of the anxious expression of the Foundation establishment cultivator in the tea house just now, Xiaohua couldn't help but think, others want to go but can't go. Don't tell me this young master will waste this opportunity? However, this young master's cultivation level is already there. It's not very appropriate to be seen through with a glance, right? Hehe, if you can see through me then so be it. It's not my true appearance anyway. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, moreover, the pill formula for the clear flower pill still hasn't been found. Even if I return to the Imperial Thunder sect after traveling, I can only obtain a limited number of clear flower pills. The sect can't give the pill formula to me. Forget it, I'll go and try my luck. Maybe I can exchange it for the pill formula. After finishing his calculations, Xiaohua walked towards the building. Perhaps it was still early, but when Xiaohua arrived in front of the building, no other cultivators came with him. After looking around, Xiaohua quickly walked in. The interior of the building was very ordinary, just like an ordinary inn. A few children of the 4th or 5th layer of the aura refining realm were standing inside. When they saw Xiaohua enter, one of them very respectfully welcomed him. He bowed and saluted, "Senior, are you here for a meal or to stay?" This old man came to see if there are any demonic beast cores here. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, but still said the words in the command talisman. Sure enough, when the disciple heard this, he didn't find it strange. Instead, he smiled and said, "Senior, please follow me." Soon after, the disciple took the lead and led Xiaohua to a small house. The disciple pushed the door open and retreated to the side. "Senior, please." "In?" Xiaohua nodded and entered the small house. The disciple carefully closed the door and slowly walked away. Hearing the disciple's footsteps, Xiaohua looked around and released his divine sense. This small house was different from the small house in the craftsman's workshop. The 4 walls were made of rough boulders. However, there was obviously an extremely powerful restriction on the boulders. Xiaohua's divine sense had just touched it when it was bounced back. "Wait here." Xiaohua looked inside the small house. It was empty without any furnishings. The 4 walls were also blank. He couldn't help but be stunned. This disciple didn't say anything? But on second thought, those who could come to this secret auction were all Foundation Establishment and Golden Core seniors. It wasn't their first or second time, so there was naturally no need to remind them. There's still a bit of time. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Sure enough, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a light sound came from the stone wall behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua swept with his divine sense and saw a stone pop out from the wall behind him. When Xiaohua got up to take a look, he saw that the stone was caved in. The caved-in was exactly the same shape as the command talisman. Xiaohua understood. He patted his hand, took out the command talisman, and placed it in the caved-in area of the stone. It fit perfectly without the slightest difference. With a wung sound, the stone disappeared along with the command talisman. At this time, the 4 walls of the small house where Xiaohua was in suddenly rotated. The restrictions on the 4 walls were completely activated, and a powerful threat was born from the 4 walls. Attack formation. Xiaohua's divine sense swept and his face immediately changed. The power of this activation formation was very strong. It was definitely not something that Xiaohua could deal with his current cultivation. Damn it. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He immediately took out the cloud-suppressing seal to protect his body. The 4 walls rotated even faster. It didn't slow down in the slightest because Xiaohua took out his magic treasure. Seeing the stone wall disappear, the ground under his feet also gradually disappeared. Xiaohua felt as if he was standing in the void. Just as Xiaohua was panicking at the place where the stone disappeared, a gorgeous 3-colored brilliance appeared. Then a rainbow bridge quickly stretched out, extending to Xiaohua's feet. Chapter 17:12. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He stepped on the rainbow bridge and a tricolored light barrier appeared on top of the rainbow bridge, protecting Xiaohua. At the same time, the rainbow bridge brought Xiaohua back. When the rainbow bridge had shrunk by half from the 4 walls of the small house, as well as the arrays above and below, endless flames appeared, engulfing the entire small house. Only the light barrier Xiaohua was in didn't have the slightest trace of flames. Oh my god. This is too powerful, right? Xiaohua admittedly knew the fire escape technique, but within the flames of this array, which was used to deal with Foundation establishment and even Gold Core Realm cultivators, he would probably not even have a corpse left. When Xiaohua's figure disappeared into the flaming stone wall, the entire small house was completely engulfed in flames. Xiaohua's eyes first darkened, then brightened. He was once again in a space with a radius of 1 zhang. In the center of this space was a jade table, and on top of it was a black robe. Do I need to change my clothes? Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. His divine sense actually couldn't penetrate the robe, and he immediately understood what Changfian said. Haha, good, so that's how it is. Xiaohua laughed loudly and used his hand to pick up the robe. It was a strange Taoist robe. When Xiaohua put on the Taoist robe, his entire body was concealed within the robe, and no one could see that Xiaohua was wearing the camouflage robe. This robe is really strange. My divine sense can penetrate from the inside, but it can't penetrate from the outside. It can't penetrate at all. No wonder Senior Chang said it wouldn't be exposed. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a light came from a corner of the space. Xiaohua quickly walked towards the corner of the space. Although the corner looked very close, Xiaohua walked for the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach it. In front of him was a small door. When Xiaohua looked back, the entire small house seemed incomparably huge. This method, sigh, it's really a brilliant method. Xiaohua sighed slightly and plunged into the small door. When Xiaohua came out of the small door, he saw a rather large hall in front of him. In the middle of the hall, there was a rather large round jade table. Next to the table there were more than 10 jade chairs. At the head of the table, a cultivator wearing a black robe was already standing there. Following behind Xiaohua were also a dozen cultivators dressed in black Taoist robes. However, they were all standing in different positions within the hall. As for their cultivation, Xiaohua was unable to see through them. Xiaohua slightly sized up the entire hall. The other cultivators didn't stop and directly walked towards the jade chairs closest to them. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not dare to tarry and quickly left. Behind him, the small door gradually disappeared. When Xiaohua walked to the front of the chair, the other people also arrived. However, everyone stood in front of the chair and didn't sit down. The cultivator at the head of the table glanced at the empty chairs and said in a strange voice, "Well, fellow Taoists, today's secret auction is about to start. I'm afraid there are some fellow Taoists who don't have time to come. Fellow Taoists, please take a seat." Seeing that the cultivator sat down, everyone also sat down. Only then did Xiaohua slowly sit down. "Well, fellow Taoists, according to the convention of the secret auction, I will first take out 3 things. Fellow Taoists, you can start bidding. As for who will get the things in the end, it will be decided by I. After I, starting from I's left hand, fellow Taoists can take out 3 things to bid. Except for I, who has the right to bid first, the other fellow Taoists who can bid for the things will also be decided by the owner of the things. Fellow Taoists, you don't have any objections, right?" "We don't." Seeing everyone speak in unison, Xiaohua also hurriedly muttered, "Well, fellow Taoists are all frequent guests of the secret auction. I won't say much." That cultivator was very direct. He patted his hand, took out a jade box from his storage bag and placed it on the table. "This is a 3,000-year-old profoundine spirit grass. Fellow Taoists, please bid." 3,000-year-old profoundine spirit grass? Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that Xian sword sects Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe traveled thousands of miles to Ming country's Taiqing sect to look for profoundine spirit grass. They even took out their magic treasures to prepare for the exchange. He didn't expect that the first thing to be bid in the secret auction of Weeping Moon City would be this profoundine spirit grass. Moreover, it was a 3,000-year-old one. Damn, Senior Chang was right. This secret auction is really good stuff. Even if it's just to broaden my horizons, it's still good. Immediately, Xiaohua understood that the pill formula of the clear flower pill that he was thinking of was probably not something that could be taken out in this secret auction. "I want to take a look at the color first," a cultivator not far from Xiaohua said. His voice was also very strange. "Fellow Taoist, please." The cultivator at the head pointed his finger. The jade box slowly moved across the table and stopped in front of the other cultivator. That cultivator opened the jade box and looked at it. He smiled and said, "It really is a 3,000-year-old profoundine spirit grass. Very good." Then he said a number of spirit stones. The number was really big. Xiaohua's face was full of wry smile. He thought, it seems that this young master has to find a way to get some spirit stones. Without tens of thousands of spirit stones, there's no need to come to this kind of place. The 3,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass attracted a lot of attention, and several cultivators continued to bid. When everyone stopped, the cultivator at the head of the table said, "Which fellow Taoist has other magic tools, magic treasures or materials of similar value? You can show them to this poor Taoist now. If it's only spirit grass, then there's no need. And fellow Taoist, what do you think of this thing I have?" A cultivator took out a jade box and put it on the table. He pushed it in front of the cultivator at the head. The cultivator at the head opened it and looked. He then retreated and said, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is really good. However, I won't be bidding for it for the time being." That cultivator didn't answer. He put away the jade box and looked at it quietly. "Take a look at this thing I have." Another cultivator also took out a jade box, but it still didn't catch the cultivator's eye. Then a few more people also failed. In the end, the cultivator said, "If fellow Taoists have nothing else to bid, then this poor Taoist will give this to the fellow Taoist who just paid the spirit stone." After a moment of silence, a cultivator opposite Xiaohua said hesitantly, "I do have something, but I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself." "No matter. Fellow Taoist, take it out and let me have a look." That cultivator also took out a jade bottle and put it on the table. Unexpectedly, that cultivator glanced at it and also hesitated for a moment. He said, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is barely suitable." Dill. As he said that, he waved his hand. The jade box containing the profound Yin spirit grass flew in front of that cultivator. "Good, thank you, fellow Taoist." That cultivator was obviously surprised. He waved his hand and put away the jade box. So that's how it is. Xiaohua understood. In this secret auction, as long as the owner of the item is interested in it, it doesn't matter how much others bid. Chapter 1713. That cultivator who acted as the steward was clearly very satisfied. Putting away the jade bottle, he took out another jade bottle and said, "This is I's second item, a nascent gestation pill. Who wants to see its quality?" Nascent gestation pill? Hearing this, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He knew that this nascent gestation pill was a medicinal pill used by core formation cultivators before they attacked nascent soul cultivation. Cultivators who took the nascent gestation pill could increase their chances of entering nascent soul by 30%. This kind of medicinal pill was even more precious than the nascent gestation pill used to attack nascent soul. Moreover, Xiaohua also knew at this time that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were routinely provided with ordinary medicinal pills before they reached core formation late stage. As for the other special medicinal pills such as the Elaine pill and clear flower pill used by Foundation establishment cultivators, as well as the soul concentrating pill, nascent gestation pill, and nascent gestation pill used by core formation cultivators, etc., all of these were obtained by relying on one's own luck. The nascent gestation pill appearing in this auction secret meeting was a medicinal pill that not even the cultivation sects could provide. How could he not be shocked? Unfortunately, looking at the other cultivators, each and every one of them was sitting steadily without any expression of shock at all. Damn, this young master has seen it. Xiaohua inwardly curled his lips. This Dawn Rain Continent's cultivation world is really deep. This young master is just a frog sitting in a well and looking at the sky. All the cultivators seemed to be scheming and no one rushed to bid first. The main hall was silent for no less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea before someone called out a number of spirit stones. Immediately after, among the 10+ cultivators, there were 5 cultivators who frequently increased the price. Xiaohua's eyelids kept twitching as he watched from the side. Needless to say, these 5 cultivators were absolutely all core formation cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't covet the nascent gestation pill. Thinking about how there were so many core formation cultivators next to him, Xiaohua somewhat couldn't sit still. This kind of pressure in the bottom of his heart was really great. He couldn't see through other people's cultivation, but that didn't mean that other people couldn't see through his cultivation. When the last cultivator called out the number, the entire main hall regained its tranquility. The cultivator at the head seat looked left and right and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, the price of spirit stones is like this. Which fellow Taoist still has something of equivalent value?" "I have it here." The 2 cultivators who were bidding earlier clapped their hands at the same time and each took out a jade box. They presented it to the cultivator at the head of the table. The cultivator opened it separately, looked at it a few times, closed it again and returned it to the two. He said, "Fellow Taoist, your items are really good. Unfortunately, I can't use them." With that, he pointed at the jade bottle before him. The jade bottle flew toward the cultivator who had just bid. The cultivator clearly couldn't contain his excitement. He waved his hand and put the jade bottle into his bag of holding. Then the cultivator's movements became graceful. He took out a bag of holding and handed it over to the cultivator at the head of the table. He smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, please take a look to see if the number of spirit stones matches." The cultivator at the head of the table opened the bag of holding and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "The number of spirit stones is just right. Many thanks for fellow Taoist support." Then the cultivator put away the bag of holding and took out another item. He threw it into the air. A jade-green brilliance rose into the air like the bright moon in the night sky. A burst of sound of waves hitting the shore rushed into Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua felt a wave of dizziness and his vision went black. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He didn't care about being noticed and immediately used the exquisite leaf scripture. The Buddha Sarira in Xiaohua's mind flashed a few times, and only then did the dizziness in Xiaohua's mind was expelled. What kind of magic treasure is this? Xiaohua's mind was still unsettled. He raised his eyes to look at the jade-green bead in the main hall and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is a real magic treasure, right? It actually didn't need anyone to activate it. Just by its own power it can pass through the maze. Also, this black Taoist robe is even more mysterious than the maze. Compared to it, this young master's cloud-suppressing seal really isn't worth mentioning. A glint of jealousy appeared in Xiaohua's eyes, and his determination to restore the cloud-suppressing seal became even more firm. The other cultivators were far from being affected by Xiaohua's shock. They all released their divine senses and firmly locked onto the bead. This is the magic treasure-tied bead. As for its specific function, presumably I don't need to introduce it, right? Everyone is a big family. If I say too much, I'll just make a fool of myself. The cultivator in the seat of honor pointed with his finger, and the tied bead suddenly enlarged like a wheel. As it spun, a jade-green brilliance burst forth like a jade-green flame, circling around the entire main hall. The spiritual aura of the world inside the main hall was drawn by the bead, and the bright flower stones on the four walls also dimmed and lost their color. Too awesome. Upon seeing this, the faint trace of luck in Xiaohua's heart also disappeared without a trace. This magic treasure is definitely not something an aura-refining cultivator can control. Yes, even if it's a foundation-building cultivator, I'm afraid it'll be extremely easy for it to backfire. Quick, the cultivator in the seat of honor recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. The tied bead rapidly shrank and turned into a speck of fluorescent light that fell into his hand. "Fellow Taoists, you may place your bids." Just as the voice of the cultivator in the seat of honor fell, a cultivator hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, I didn't expect that such a magic treasure would appear in this secret auction, so I didn't prepare enough spirit stones. Is it possible to postpone the bidding for 2 hours? Fellow Taoist is confused. As long as you enter the secret auction, how can you leave midway? Since fellow Taoist didn't prepare enough spirit stones, that means you don't have fate with this magic treasure. I can't help even if I want to. Alas, forget it. What a pity." That cultivator let out a long sigh and said very dejectedly. The one who spoke was the cultivator who had just won the nascent conception pill. Naturally, he was also a core formation cultivator. Out of the 5 core formation cultivators, only 4 were bidding now. What surprised Xiaohua was that 3 other cultivators also joined in the bidding, and, in the end, only these 3 cultivators were competing to increase the price. So, these 3 are nascent soul cultivators. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, and sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Ever since he started cultivating, he'd only met several nascent soul cultivators. Each and every one of them was a person with remarkable abilities. In front of them, Xiaohua felt that he was just an ant. In this secret auction, among the dozen or so cultivators, there were 5 Jindan cultivators, 3 nascent soul cultivators, and the rest, except for Xiaohua who was an aura-refining cultivator, were probably all late-stage foundation-building cultivators, right? Fortunately, everyone was wearing mysterious black Taoist robes, so no one knew each other's identity, and no one knew that there was an insignificant existence among them. As expected, the 3 nascent soul cultivators were rich and overbearing. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Only one cultivator won. That cultivator in the seat of honor didn't ask the others if there was anything of similar value, and directly waved his hand. The tide bead flew in front of the winning cultivator and was swallowed by that cultivator. That nascent soul cultivator similarly waved his hand, and a storage pouch flew over. Alright, 3 items have been completed. Next it's this fellow Taoist's turn. The cultivator in the seat of honor slightly raised his hand, indicating the cultivator on his left. After these 3 rounds of bidding, Xiaohua already knew that the next cultivator to take out the item should be a core formation cultivator. Moreover, he also participated in the bidding just now, but he didn't succeed. That cultivator placed a brocade box on the table and said with a smile, "I have a piece of gold fragment here. It's a necessity for refining magic weapons. Which fellow Taoist wants it? I have already seen this item, so I give up my priority right. Fellow Taoists, please make your bids." The cultivator in the seat of honor said. Just like before, there were 3 cultivators bidding. Looking at the situation, 2 of them were foundation building cultivators, and 1 was a core formation cultivator. As usual, when the 3 people called out the number of spirit stones, that cultivator said, "If any fellow Taoist doesn't have enough spirit stones, you can take out something of equivalent value to exchange." Hearing this, Xiaohua's mind became somewhat active. This piece of gold fragment was exactly as that cultivator said. It was a necessity for refining magic weapons, and the cloud-suppressing seal's exterior was full of holes. If he wanted to repair it, this piece of gold fragment was indispensable. Although he couldn't repair the cloud-suppressing seal right now, he had to prepare all kinds of materials in advance. However, the only valuable things he had on him were the fire essence flame crystals and spiritual herbs. Needless to say, he wouldn't be willing to exchange for the fire essence flame crystals even if he took out the mist tide beads, so he could only take out spiritual herbs. However, the other party was a core formation cultivator, so the spiritual herbs he wanted naturally had to be of a high grade and had to be of sufficient age. Xiaohua couldn't take out several kinds of spiritual herbs all at once, right? Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out the stalk of spirit grass, placed it on the table and pushed it towards that cultivator, saying, "I have something here. I don't know if it's to fellow Taoist's liking." At the same time, another cultivator at the side also pushed a jade box towards that cultivator. The cultivator opened the 2 items and looked at them again and again. He seemed to be hesitating. Soon after, he returned the other cultivator's jade box and put away Xiaohua's spirit grass. A strange voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is to my liking. This time, fellow Taoist has gotten a bargain." Xiaohua was overjoyed. Seeing the gold fragments floating in front of his eyes, he put them away with a flick of his sleeve and said inwardly, "Finally, this trip wasn't in vain." Subsequently, 2 magic weapons, several core formation medicinal pills, 2 jade talismans, 3 sets of formation discs and formation talismans, more than 10 demonic beast cores, and even 2 sword pellets were all taken out by the cultivators in succession. Apart from the 2 jade talismans that were taken away by the cultivators with priority, the other items were all exchanged by other cultivators using spirit stones or items. Apart from the jade talismans and sword pellets, Xiaohua didn't have any interest in the other items. However, he was still a bit worried. His spirit grass had already been exchanged. If it was his turn to take out something, wouldn't he have to take out a spiritual herb? A stalk of several thousand years old spirit grass already made Xiaohua somewhat uneasy. Wouldn't it be even more troublesome if there was more? Fortunately, a cultivator in front of Xiaohua said, "I don't dare to take out my item to show my incompetence. Let's wait and see if the other fellow Taoists have anything to exchange." Subsequently, this cultivator didn't take out anything, and it was the turn of the cultivators behind him. Naturally, when it was Xiaohua's turn, Xiaohua followed suit. Just when Xiaohua thought that this secret auction would end so peacefully with him obtaining the gold fragments, there was a little unforeseen event. Chapter 17:14. Because on Xiaohua's right side, in addition to 2 gold core cultivators, there was only 1 nascent soul cultivator. The items of those 2 gold core cultivators were very rare. Xiaohua had never heard of them, let alone bid for them. As for the items of nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua boasted that he didn't have the ability or the financial support. Just as Xiaohua closed his eyes to rest and wait for the first auction of his life to end, the nascent soul stage cultivator coughed and said, "I've already bid for an item and I don't have anything good to take out from my storage bag. However, since it's not easy for everyone to participate, I will make a fool of myself. As he said that, he clapped his hand and took out a long jade box. He placed it on the table and said, I obtained this when I went to the Ming Mountains a few years ago and accidentally killed a soul cultivator. I don't know which fellow Taoist is interested in it. As soon as his voice fell, the cultivator at the head of the table responded, Fellow Taoist has such a good item, how can you say that you are making a fool of yourself? I will take a look first. The cultivator at the head of the table opened the jade box and pointed his finger. Gradually, a pale white bone flew out of the jade box. Hearing the word, soul cultivator, Xiaohua was naturally curious. He opened his eyes and saw the white bone. His eyes lit up and he thought to himself, isn't this a white bone from the space? Something that recorded the Green Seal script? Everyone released their divine sense. Xiaohua knew that his cultivation base was shallow, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense for fear of revealing any flaws. He could only watch from afar. When he saw the cultivator at the head of the table, he cast a few spells on the white bone. The white bone gradually emitted a faint green brilliance, and thumb-sized characters appeared one after another. Oh, this isn't the Green Seal script? Xiaohua's eyes were very sharp. With a glance, he could clearly see that although the faint green characters were somewhat similar to the Green Seal script, they looked more similar to the cultivation characters of Xiaoyu continent. Haha, this is a soul cultivator's cultivation method. The cultivator at the head of the table grabbed his hand, and the green light on the white bone disappeared. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, you are lucky. I will use my right of priority. The nascent soul cultivator said, although the auction has always prohibited the bidding of cultivation methods, pill formulas and equipment refining methods, since this is a soul cultivator's cultivation method, it should not be prohibited. Since fellow Taoist has a discerning eye, I naturally won't say anything. What? The secret auction forbids the bidding of cultivation methods? Only now did Xiaohua understand why there weren't any cultivation methods or pill recipes that he was interested in. Cultivation techniques, pill recipes, and refining methods are too sensitive and can often affect the cultivation structure of the Dawn Rain continent. My secret auction can still be considered as the highest authority in Chiyu City, but it's not enough to be considered as a neutral force in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Besides, the fact that the secret auction could have such an effect was all thanks to the support of fellow cultivators. Ordinary cultivation techniques and pill recipes might not be able to catch your attention. In that case, wouldn't it be better for us to live in harmony? Why do I have to do something that might cause misunderstandings among all the fellow Taoists in my secret auction? The cultivator on the seat of honor said, and this soul cultivator's cultivation method has nothing to do with the orthodoxy of fellow cultivators, so I will accept it according to the rules. After saying that, the cultivator on the seat of honor handed a storage pouch to the nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Taoist, please take a look and see if this number is suitable. If not, I will take out a number that will satisfy fellow Taoist. Idiot, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Isn't this just giving people spirit stones? Unexpectedly, the nascent soul cultivator opened the storage pouch and took a look, then said with a smile, the number of spirit stones that fellow Taoist gave is very fair. I'm very satisfied. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Soon after, the cultivator on the seat of honor put away the white bone and said, Fellow Taoists, do you have any other items to bid? If not, I would like to ask fellow Taoist to. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The nascent soul cultivator put away the storage pouch, then waved his hand and said, I still have a rare item. It seems that fellow Taoist's trip to Millions Mountain Range was very fruitful. The cultivator on the seat of honor was a little surprised. The nascent soul cultivator shook his head and said, Actually, I was doing something else to avoid those soul cultivators. But who knew that something had happened in Ming Mountains? Everything was in chaos and I had no time to avoid them. So, I had no choice but to kill my way out. Alas, I won't talk about the specific difficulties. As he said that, he clapped his hand and took out a strange oil lamp, placed it on the table and said, According to the soul cultivator that I killed from the soul-searching technique, their soul cultivator summoned their soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm. This thing should be brought by the soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned. He'd never heard of it, and even the books of the lightning-controlling sect had never mentioned it. Of course, Xiaohua came to a sudden understanding right after that. Isn't there no records of the Buddhist sect in the books as well? Didn't it still exist? Obviously, the few Foundation Establishment cultivators and Golden Core cultivators had never heard of it like Xiaohua. None of them spoke, or they were waiting for the cultivator on the seat of honor to speak. The cultivator on the seat of honor waved his hand, and the strange oil lamp flew into his hand. The cultivator looked around and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, from the material of this oil lamp, I can't tell whether it's something from the 10,000 demon realm. However, the little spiritual fire on the wick shouldn't be something from the Xiaoyu continent. Perhaps the thing that fellow Taoist obtained from the soul searching is true. It's a pity that this thing has been severely damaged. Out of the 10 halts of the main body, 7 halts have been damaged. The fire essence of the spiritual fire in the wick has been destroyed, leaving only the fire shell on the surface. It's completely useless. The only thing that's useful is the 3 drops of oil in the lamp. But what's the use of this oil? I'm afraid that the soul cultivator doesn't know, right?" The cultivator changed the topic. Fellow Taoist is right. The nascent soul cultivator didn't hide it and said with a smile, "That soul cultivator fought I with this thing. If I didn't use my full strength, how could I get this thing? I didn't intend to damage this thing. It's just that this spiritual fire is really powerful. The drop of innate heavy water in I's magic treasure is almost no match for it. This kind of thing is too demonic, I don't dare to use it." The cultivator on the seat of honor waved his hand, and the worn-out oil lamp fell on the table. "Fellow Taoists, take a look and see who wants it." Several Foundation Establishment cultivators and Golden Core cultivators listened to the words of the cultivator on the seat of honor. They knew that this thing wasn't something they could use, so they all shut their mouths. Xiaohua also had the same plan, but when he heard that there was a little spiritual fire on the oil lamp, his heart suddenly became active. However, this spiritual fire had no fire essence, so he hesitated. "Do you want it or not? If you want it, what will you give in exchange?" At this moment, another nascent soul cultivator said, "How about this? I will give a price and take this thing back to sea." As he said this, he waved his hand and threw a storage pouch on the table. Chapter 17:15. This. Xiaohua, who was originally hesitant, became even more conflicted when he saw a nascent soul cultivator bidding. He couldn't figure out the truth of the matter, whether or not it was as the other party said. He just casually offered a price and brought it back to take a look. If it really was an item that a nascent soul cultivator must have, then he would have ruined the other party's good fortune for no reason. Not only did he fail to cultivate his frigid flame, he would also become an undead in the other party's hands. That was a nascent soul cultivator. He had countless methods to kill Xiaohua without letting him know. Moreover, Xiaohua only heard that there was a fire shell of spiritual fire. He also connected it to the fact that he didn't have a pure frigid flame seed. Then he thought about what Luan Qing said about fire seeds of the 5 elements. Only then did an unimaginable thought appear in his mind. In the future, when I cultivate the light escape technique and temper my bones, I will need to find the so-called 5 elements. Since that's the case, why don't I use this fire shell of spiritual fire to contain the 5 elements? Perhaps it can produce the so-called 5 elements fire seeds? Of course, Xiaohua's thought was only a possibility, a thought only. If no one bid, Xiaohua could effortlessly take out a spirit grass of about the same age and obtain it. But now, it seems that this was already an extravagant hope. "Fellow Taoists? Is there no one interested in this thing?" The nascent soul cultivator chuckled, his voice becoming very strange. Fellow Taoist, I was also curious. I never had the chance to go to Mount Meng, so I wanted to take a look at this thing. If someone really wanted it, wouldn't they have already bid?" The nascent soul cultivator laughed. Fine." Just as the nascent soul cultivator was about to speak, Xiaohua finally couldn't help but speak up like a wronged little wife. "That senior junior has a fire attribute physique. Right now, I'm stuck at a bottleneck. Junior wants to use this spiritual fire to break through the bottleneck. I don't know if senior can let me pass." What were you doing earlier?" The nascent soul cultivator who bid didn't know whether to laugh or cry, cursing. "If you bid earlier, why would I bid? Say, senior junior didn't have anything good, but this thing really attracted Junior, so Junior didn't dare to rashly bid." Xiaohua's pitiful tone under the black Taoist robe was unpleasant to hear. "Motherfucker, you know the price now?" Yes, Junior understands. However, senior," Xiaohua said bitterly. "What do you have in exchange?" The nascent soul cultivator from before said disdainfully, "Although you urgently need this spiritual fire, if there is nothing that I want, how can I give it to you?" This nascent soul cultivator clearly knew that Xiaohua did not have enough spirit stones. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua didn't hesitate in the slightest. He clapped his hands and took out 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch, handing them over to the 2 nascent soul cultivators respectively. He smiled apologetically and said, "These are the only things Junior has that might be of equal value to this spiritual fire. Senior, please inspect them. In addition, this jade box is Junior's gift to this senior. Although it isn't precious, it is Junior's token of appreciation. Because of Junior's negligence, Senior has worked hard. Please forgive Senior." When Xiaohua was speaking just now, he had already thought it through. The other party was a nascent soul cultivator, so the spiritual plants he needed were definitely out of the ordinary. What origin returning grass, alien green fruit? He shouldn't take them out to make a fool of himself. He had obtained many nameless seeds from 100 Herbs Gates Jianghu Fan. Counting them now, they should be more than 10,000 years old. Xiaohua picked a spiritual plant similar to the divine shadow grass. Xiaohua had seen this divine shadow grass in ancient records before. It should be a rare spiritual plant in Dawn Rain continent. It had always been a supplementary medicine for nascent soul cultivators to refine nascent formation pills, but even supplementary medicine couldn't be lacking. Naturally, the spiritual plant Xiaohua gave to that cultivator was not 10,000 years old. When that cultivator saw the divine shadow grass, he was slightly surprised. After a moment he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist is considerate. This old man still needs it." But that cultivator didn't say anything about giving the spiritual fire to Xiaohua. Speaking up to here, he slightly tilted his head. Obviously this divine shadow grass was very much to his liking. He didn't want to lose this thing, but he also didn't want to offend another nascent soul cultivator because of it. Forget it. The other nascent soul cultivator opened Xiaohua's jade box and took a look. He smiled and said, "You little cultivator really knows how to curry favor with both sides. Since this spiritual fire is beneficial to you, how can this old man compete with you?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and put the jade box into his arms. "Since you have good intentions, this old man won't hide it from you. This spiritual fire is the fire seed of the 10,000 demon realm. Although it is only a fire shell left, it is not something that cultivators below gold core stage can use. If you are at gold core middle stage, you can use this spiritual fire to break through the bottleneck. If you are at gold core early stage, then think of other ways." Yes, this Junior understands. Hearing that nascent soul cultivator's words, it seemed that even he couldn't see through his own cultivation. Xiaohua was even more delighted and quickly responded, "This Junior will remember Senior's instructions." This spiritual fire belongs to fellow Taoist. The nascent soul cultivator waved his hand and the broken oil lamp flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua waved his hand and the oil lamp disappeared into his space. After the nascent soul cultivator, there were 2 other cultivators who also took out their own things. However, compared to the previous items, they were much worse, so Xiaohua didn't pay much attention to them. Well, fellow Taoists, this secret auction ends here. 3 years later, if fate wills it, we will meet again. After everyone finished exchanging, the cultivator at the top clapped his hands and laughed. Then, without saying another word, his whole body flew straight up into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua raised his eyes to look. Indeed, at the top of the round table and the corresponding chair, there was a round hole the size of a person. Inside the round hole, a crimson light was faintly discernible. A huge suction force came from the hole, and without Xiaohua urging his magic power, his entire body was pulled into the round hole. Above the round hole was a small space. Just like when Xiaohua came, there was also a jade table. On the table there was a jade plate. Xiaohua understood that this jade plate should be where the black robe was placed. Xiaohua was very reluctant to take off the black robe. He didn't know how this robe was made, but even nascent soul cultivators couldn't see through it. Moreover, in the secret auction just now, everyone was wearing the same black robe. To be honest, even if Xiaohua were to participate in it again, he wouldn't be able to distinguish which cultivator was the one who bid just now. When Xiaohua placed the robe on the jade plate, he saw a corner of the space suddenly flash with a 3-colored brilliance. A layer of runes flashed from the brilliance. This seems to be a transmission array? Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately sensed the difference between this brilliance and the runes. He didn't dare to be careless and stepped in. When the brilliance and the runes spread, they covered his entire body. As the brilliance flourished, Xiaohua's entire body disappeared. In a remote area of Weeping Moon City, Xiaohua's figure suddenly appeared. Before he could react, the brilliance of the teleportation array disappeared again. Xiao Hua calmed himself down, looked around, and saw that there was no trace of a teleportation array under his feet. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who is hosting this secret auction? Just a temporary teleportation array that can only be used for short-distance teleportation is not something that an ordinary sect can master. Who cares who it is? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He patted his chest very naturally and said with a smile, "This young master has benefited from it." Then, with a sweep of his divine sense, he slowly walked out of the secluded place. This was a remote place in Weeping Moon City, but there were still many shops and shops. Xiao Hua simply strolled around slowly and bought a lot of things. Naturally, he had seen the grand scale of the auction and the secret auction. Xiao Hua's vision had also widened, so he didn't feel too pained when buying materials and pills. Seeing that it was another artifact refinement shop, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He walked in and saw a fourth-layer Qi refinement shop assistant come over to listen respectfully. Xiao Hua looked at the dazzling array of materials and many artifacts under the restriction. He directly asked, "I want to buy a few puppets. Does your shop have them?" "Senior, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong shop." The shop assistant was slightly stunned. Then he smiled apologetically and said, "My humble shop only provides artifacts and artifact refinement materials. We don't have the puppets that Senior wants." "Where can I find them in Weeping Moon City?" Xiao Hua nodded. "To tell you the truth, I'm afraid you can't find them in Weeping Moon City," the shop assistant said without hesitation. "If Senior wants to buy them, you can go to the 7 Skills Sect's shop. Only they have the ability. However, from what I see, they don't seem to have them now." Thank you, fellow cultivator." Xiao Hua slightly cupped his hands and walked out of the shop. Speaking of puppets, Xiao Hua also thought of them during the secret auction. He only had one puppet. Seeing that the space was getting bigger and there were more spiritual herbs, although he didn't need to take care of them every day, it was still a very tiring task to sort the spiritual herbs and plant them according to their age. One puppet was already not enough. However, although the Dawn Rain continent was big, he had never heard of any sect that specialized in refining puppets. Even the 7 Skills sect, from the shop assistant's tone, didn't have a large number of puppets for sale. Xiao Hua waved his hand to find the spirit camel carriage and quickly rushed back to the inn. The situation in the inn was the same as before. The restrictions on the 3 people's rooms were all open, so he couldn't know if they were all in the room. However, according to Xiao Hua's thoughts, since he had such a situation, those 3 people should be even more interesting than him, right? After entering the room, Xiao Hua opened the restriction and closed his eyes to rest for a while. He couldn't help but take out the worn-out oil lamp. Just as the nascent soul cultivator said, the oil lamp was seriously damaged. There was only a bean-sized flame at the wick and 3 drops of oil at the bottom of the wick. Xiao Hua was naturally not interested in the oil of the lamp, and his gaze was only on the flame. Chapter 17:16. The flame of this spiritual fire was very strange. It was not scorching hot like the Samadhi true fire, nor was it burning like the icicle flame. This flame was just quiet, as if it would not move at all and would not burn at all. Moreover, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the flame was very rich, there was not a trace of it converging into the flame. It was as if the flame was separated from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. Then he took out a small piece of spirit stone from the space and threw it into the flame. The flame was so pure that it was almost transparent. The spirit stone flashed and didn't seem to have any effect on it. Xiao Hua thought for a long time about the so-called 10,000 demon world spiritual fire. He also made a lot of guesses about its power, but he never thought that it would be like this. Then Xiao Hua took out a spiritual grass and placed it on top of the spiritual fire. It was still the same. The delicate branches and leaves were not damaged at all in the spiritual fire. What is this? A trace of regret and confusion emerged in Xiao Hua's heart, but then he thought again and patted his head. Didn't I say it clearly? This spiritual fire already has no fire essence, only a fire shell, just a shell of spiritual fire. How can it burn? No wonder that nascent soul cultivator let it go so easily. I only took out a 2,000-year-old spiritual grass and fooled him. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and his left hand struck out a technique. It was the fire-controlling technique of the Samadhi true fire. Then he pointed his finger, and the bean-sized flame flew out from the wick of the oil lamp, and quietly floated in the air. Oh good. It's still a flame. Seeing that the spiritual fire could be controlled, Xiao Hua was slightly relieved. Then he opened his mouth and spat out the icicle flame. The icicle flame flew to the side of the spiritual fire, and burned vigorously. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, whether it was metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, were all swallowed by it. It was very powerful, and formed a sharp contrast with the spiritual fire's stillness. How about I try fusing it? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. This icicle flame only had a little bit, and the spiritual fire was also only a little bit. If there was any accident, Xiaohua would lose both. But if he did not try, Xiaohua would not give up. Right, can I use the true Samadhi fire? Xiaohua patted his head, and a wisp of Samadhi true fire appeared in his hand. Go. Following a wave of Xiaohua's hand, that tiny wisp of Samadhi true fire gradually approached the spirit fire, and Xiaohua released his Buddha sense. A burst of intense burning sensation appeared when the Buddhist consciousness approached the spiritual fire, causing Xiaohua to involuntarily groan. The pain from the Buddhist sense didn't make Xiaohua nervous. Instead, it gave birth to a trace of excitement. That's right, how bad could a spiritual fire that could burn the Buddhist sense be? Withdrawing his Buddhist sense, Xiaohua only stared at the spiritual fire and the true Samadhi fire. He saw that the true Samadhi fire was nearing the spiritual fire, but there was no reaction at all. The spiritual fire was also different from a transparent one, still motionless in place. The true Samadhi fire entered. Damn it! Xiaohua scolded and raised his head impatiently. But when he raised his head, he felt that something was wrong. He looked left and right, then stared at the spirit fire for a long time, but he didn't notice anything wrong. Right. Suddenly, Xiaohua came to a realization. It wasn't that the true Samadhi fire entered the spirit fire, but he didn't see the true Samadhi fire come out. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and moved the spirit fire over, but the true Samadhi fire wasn't inside. Ah! This spirit fire actually swallowed the true Samadhi fire. Xiaohua was overjoyed, but that transparent spirit fire didn't seem to have any changes at all. Go, go, go! Xiaohua waved his hand in succession, and dozens of true Samadhi fires flew into the spirit fire. The true Samadhi fires that were much bigger than the spirit fire flew into the spirit fire, but the spirit fire still didn't have any changes. Xiaohua frowned slightly. I'm afraid that the true Samadhi fire can't be used as the fire essence of the spirit fire. I wonder if the icicle flame can. When Xiaohua saw the icicle flame, he shook his head slightly, and even had some lingering fear in his heart. He said to himself, it's best not to try blindly for this matter. I didn't think too much about it just now. Fortunately, this true Samadhi fire can't be used as the fire essence. If it could be used as the fire essence, then I wouldn't be able to use it as the five-colored fire seed. Xiaohua understood that this icicle flame was after all a heterogeneous fire seed. If he used it as the fire essence of the spirit fire, it would really be a pity. Previously, he didn't have the spirit fire, but now that he had the opportunity, how could he not consider creating a five-colored fire seed that was better for him? This icicle flame should be able to cultivate too, right? Xiaohua thought for a moment. It seemed that the Yuan family's jade slip didn't say that it couldn't. Thus, Xiaohua sucked in his mouth, and the icicle flame's fire seed flew into his body. Soon after, Xiaohua hesitated a little, and struck a few seals on the spirit fire's fire seed. He sucked in his mouth, and similarly the spirit fire seed entered his body. Then he closed his eyes and meditated, and began to slowly cultivate the icicle flame's fire seed. As for the spirit fire's fire seed, it was just as Xiaohua thought. The cultivation seals were all useless. After an unknown number of days, the restriction in Xiaohua's room shook. Xiaohua opened his eyes and opened the restriction. Chen Diheng was outside. I say, junior brother Xiao, another 10 days have passed. Shouldn't we be leaving? Looking at Chen Diheng's winking face, Xiaohua was very happy. Indeed, following Chen Diheng's entrance, Kun Fei Yan and Sun Shu also came in. Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm afraid that I will delay senior brother and senior sister for a few more days. Junior brother has encountered some problems in his cultivation, so I can't hurry on with my journey for the time being. It's okay, it's okay. Chen Diheng patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, it's still too early to reach Jiangqing City. You should cultivate first. Then he turned to Sun Shu and the others and said, let's go out and buy some things? This kind of meditation cultivation can't improve cultivation. It's better to be active than to be still. Sun Shu glanced at Xiaohua and didn't ask much. He turned and left. Kun Fei Yen, however, stared at Xiao Hua a few times and then looked at Chen Diheng. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao didn't say anything, but junior brother Chen seems to be very familiar with junior brother Zhao's cultivation." Chen Diheng didn't answer and turned and left. Before he left, he even winked at Xiao Hua. More than 10 days later, in front of the teleportation array of Weeping Moon City, Xiao Hua, Chen Diheng and the others disappeared. Outside the building of the teleportation array, an ordinary-looking cultivator, whose cultivation was only at the 10th level of qi refining, hurriedly walked out of a nearby tea house. He waved his hand and got on a spirit camel carriage and came to a secluded courtyard. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect have left? Are they going to Jianghu City? In the courtyard, in a secret room, a cultivator in his 50s, holding a long sword in his hand, looked at it over and over and asked very confidently. "Senior brother Chang, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect have left, but whether they are going to Jianghu City or not, I'm not sure." The cultivator who came in looked at the 12th level of qi refining with reverence and said carefully. Chapter 17:17. Humph, if there's a condensed knowledge treasure, how could they not go? Senior brother Chang sneered, "Unless they're idiots." Yes. It's still senior martial brother Chang who strategizes and decides victory from 1,000 miles away. The disciple said respectfully, "Once the news of the condensed knowledge treasure spread, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples will definitely fall into senior brother Chang's hands." Who said I was the one who spread the news? Senior brother Chang glanced at the disciple. The disciple was clearly stunned and blurted out, "Could it be, the news of the condensed knowledge treasure is true? Did I say that it's fake?" Senior brother Chang's lips curled into a smile. Then, that disciple's eyes clearly showed a trace of fanaticism, but before he could finish speaking, senior brother Chang mercilessly berated him. "You better wake up. Even if this condensing knowledge treasure belonged to your previous life, do you think you can escape from the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples after obtaining it? Do you think they'll allow another Foundation establishment or even Golden Core cultivator to appear?" The disciple's face immediately showed disappointment, but then he smiled apologetically. "I might not be able to, but senior brother Chang's talent is exceptional. The condensed knowledge treasure will definitely be senior brother Chang's." "Mine?" Senior brother Chang laughed loudly and looked at the furnishings in the room. "If I could refine the condensed knowledge treasure in my past life, how could I not reach Foundation establishment at the age of 50? Mo Feng, Mo Feng, don't forget, cultivators who can refine treasures all have great fortunes. Even if they reincarnate, how could they be like us?" Senior brother Chang is right, the cultivator called Mo Feng said in a low voice. "Humph, of course if we can't get it, others can't get it so easily." Senior brother Chang said fiercely, "Even if I can't use it, I will still put it in my storage bag and admire it for the rest of my life." Yes, disciple understands. Mo Feng smiled apologetically. "However, since the condensed knowledge treasure has appeared, not to mention the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples, the 4 of them are all at the 12th level of qi refining. Obviously they came out to travel and prepare to break through. Disciples from other sects with some background should also go, right? With our cultivation. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to deal with them." "That's what I should worry about." Senior brother Chang sneered, "You just need to do your own thing." Disciple understands, disciple understands. Mo Feng said hurriedly, "Disciple will go back now." "And you go." Senior Chang nodded, indicating for Mo Feng to leave immediately. After that, he sat on the cloud bed for a while before hurriedly leaving the secret room. 10 days later, in the southwest of Weeping Moon City, in a desolate place, above the scorched earth, Xiao Hua and the other 3 were leisurely hurrying along. The 4 of them formed a shape, with Xiao Hua and Chen Diheng flying in the front, Sun Shu and Kun Fian flying behind. Chen Diheng flew on the right side of Xiao Hua, slightly behind. His eyes looked at Xiao Hua from time to time, as if he wanted to see something from Xiao Hua's body. When Xiao Hua sensed something and turned his head, Chen Diheng hurriedly looked ahead. If it was a beautiful female cultivator, Xiao Hua might be complacent, but Chen Diheng was a man, so Xiao Hua naturally knew what he was thinking. He could only smile bitterly in his heart. Because after Xiao Hua got the new consumable magic treasure from the workshop, Chen Diheng asked Xiao Hua for a token that could be used to refine magic tools in the workshop. After all, the workshop only looked at tokens and didn't recognize people, so this token was the most important. But the problem was Xiao Hua still needed to use this token to refine magic tools, so how could he return it to Chen Diheng? What kind of magic tool needs a year to refine? At that time Chen Diheng was shocked, but then he thought of magic tools. However, thinking about Xiao Hua's background as a loose cultivator and also a disciple of the myriad Thunder Valley with no foundation, he was puzzled. Not to mention that magic tools were hard to find, even the spirit stones needed to refine magic tools were something that Xiao Hua couldn't take out. Xiao Hua's answer was very hesitant. He only said that the master refiner of the workshop had said that he would return the token to Chen Diheng after a year. Although Chen Diheng didn't ask anymore, he was still worried. Could it be that this guy really has spirit stones? Taking the cloud-suppressing seal back to the furnace and refining it again? Xiao Hua replied to Chen Diheng, but in his heart he was really moved by the craftsmanship of the workshop. The consumable magic tool was stored in his space, and it was completely different from the previous spear-shaped magic tool. This was a 3-inch long rhombus-shaped magic tool. There was a green and red brilliance on it, and its surface was abnormally bright. Faintly there were strange runes flashing on it. Moreover, this magic tool had another wonderful feature, which was that it could be seen clearly with the naked eye, but when one's divine sense swept over it, it was actually empty. I'm afraid this is the effect of the lizard's bones. Xiao Hua thought. I didn't think that the bones and flesh of spirit beasts could be used like this. And that cultivator also had some spirit beast bones in his hands, and this magic tool also had some refined ones. According to what that cultivator said, I can use this magic tool to kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with my 12th-stage Qi refining cultivation, but my real cultivation has reached the middle-stage Qi refining cultivation, then, wouldn't I be able to kill a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with this magic tool? Although it's only a few % chance, it's still better than having no chance at all. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Unfortunately, this magic tool, there's only one. Moreover, it can only be used once. If only I could use it more than once. Junior brother Xiao, what are you thinking about? Chen Diheng finally spoke. Nothing, I just saw that senior brother Chen is always looking at me, I'm surprised. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Dizzy. Chen Diheng grinned and scanned with his spirit sense. He frowned and said, this place is a bit desolate, I'm afraid we'll reach the Liqian mountain range a few hundred miles ahead. Let's take a rest first and discuss this. Afterwards, Chen Diheng waved his hand and landed on a bald peak first. Sun Shu and the others also landed. Kun Fian asked curiously, it's still early, is junior brother Chen going to rest again? We came out from Weeping Moon City's teleportation array and went through several teleportations. We just flew for a few days, how can I be tired? Chen Diheng raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, I'm at the late stage of Qi refining cultivation, I'm not as weak as before. Sun Shu looked around and said thoughtfully, this place is already close to the Liqian mountain range. And that's right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, senior brother Chen wants to discuss something. Discuss what? Kun Fian asked curiously, just fly there directly. There are many spirit beasts in the Liqian mountain range, our cultivation. I'm afraid it's not enough. Xiao Hua said. Sun Shu thought for a moment and shook his head slightly, if we take a detour, I'm afraid we won't have enough time to reach Jiangqing City in time. According to it's better to fly there directly. That's right. We are here to travel in order to break through to the next realm. This kind of dangerous place is the best place for us to go. How can we take a detour? Kun Fian also raised his eyebrows and said, very excited. Xiao Hua was silent, knowing that this was also a knot in the hearts of the three, he could only persuade in a low voice, then we still need to discuss and find a suitable route. That's what I'm thinking. Chen Diheng said with a smile. Then the four of them sat down cross-legged and recovered their spiritual power. After the four of them rested for a while, Sun Shu discussed with Chen Diheng and Kun Fian for a while. Xiao Hua understood that although the Liqian mountain range wasn't particularly big, it had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were many extremely fierce spirit beasts whose strength was comparable to foundation establishment, especially the spirit stones in the depths of the mountain range, which were more than gold core. Although they had to fly over the periphery of the Liqian mountain range, the spirit beasts there were much weaker, but it was still very difficult to pass through quietly. According to the sect's records, in the direction of the Liqian mountain range, there are the most green pythons, which are first-grade spirit beasts, the same strength as us. Sun Shu had obviously done his homework and explained, however, green pythons usually live in groups, hundreds and thousands of green pythons would give even foundation establishment masters a headache. The skin, bones, core and flesh of green pythons are all good things. Kunfian's eyes shone. Snake venom can also be refined into antidote pills and poison pills. Qian Diheng also said. However, Sun Shu frowned. The problem is we can't directly face hundreds of green pythons. Is there still a need to say? Qian Diheng laughed strangely and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Our junior brother Zhao's flying speed is so fast, isn't it just right to use him to lure the snakes? No way. Xiao Hua saw the three people looking at him with tacit understanding and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior brother Xiao will use you. Sun Shu covered his mouth and laughed. Who asked your flying speed to be the fastest among us? Moreover, you dare to go deep into the Liqian mountain range alone. It's the most beneficial for your state of mind and cultivation. Who knows, you might be able to find the opportunity to build your foundation in today's danger. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and laughed. Fine, since I'm going to lure the snakes, then, how do we calculate the share? You stingy brat. Qian Diheng heard and immediately had a look of disdain. You haven't even started to work and you're already bargaining. Really not enough. However, just as his voice fell, Qian Diheng blinked his eyes and said, how about this? You've done a meritorious deed by luring the snakes. You can get 20% more of the things after killing the green pythons. Deal? Xiao Hua was very happy, as if he had gotten a great bargain. Strange, no matter how I look at it, it seems as if I've fallen into a trap. Qian Diheng was rather puzzled. Kunfian rolled his eyes at him and said, Junior brother Xiao is so benevolent, if you don't give him more points, how could he not go? What he means is that he wants to pick first, right? Junior brother Xiao, is it like this? Qian Diheng pulled Xiao Hua's Taoist robe and said. Who said so? Xiao Hua's face was serious. The green python skin is a refining material, the more the better. Xiao Hua previously didn't think that the remains of spirit beasts could be used to refine tools, so he didn't calculate before. Now that he understood, how could he give up? Alright, since we've finished our discussion and have divided our work, we'll go and kill the green pythons. Sun Shu smiled like a flower, as if the green pythons with refining qi cultivation were already in her bag. Chapter 17-18. The Liqian mountain range looked very desolate from afar, but when he got closer, Xiao Hua discovered that under the rough mountain rocks and sand, there was a thin layer of vegetation. It was just that this vegetation was not green, and was similar to the color of the surrounding mountain rocks, making it difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Moreover, there was a kind of short tree on the mountain ridge. This tree was only about 2 zhang tall, but its trunk was thick. It needed more than 10 people to hug it. Xiao Hua did not fly high, nor was his speed fast. He only released his divine sense and flew towards the depths of Liqian mountain range. Didn't you say we would pass through Liqian mountain range? How come we haven't even arrived yet and they're already thinking about the green pythons? Is this for experience or to accumulate spirit stones? Xiao Hua flew for several li before coming to a realization. Sun Shu and the others had made it clear that the green pythons were extremely fast, and many of them could fly. Xiao Hua only needed to lure no more than 4 green pythons out of the group, and the 4 of them were confident that they could kill them all. Is there a need for 4 people? With this young master's cloud-suppressing seal, won't these green pythons be in the bag? Xiao Hua did not put these green pythons in his eyes. After flying for a while, the mountain range below them changed a little. It gradually became moist and a slight fishy wind rose in the air. Xiao Hua frowned, knowing that the place where the green pythons lived was not far away. Could it be here? In his divine sense, a few li ahead was a place where the trees were slightly lush. A thick fog covered the forest and the ground was covered with grayish-white vegetation. However, this vegetation was worn bare, which was obviously the reason why the pythons often appeared. When he flew closer, Xiao Hua's figure landed and used his hand to pinch his chin, thinking about how to lure the snakes. At this moment, a few ear-piercing screams came from the fog. There are other cultivators? Xiao Hua was surprised and swept his divine sense, but when he saw the situation in the fog, he could not help but be surprised. At the edge of the fog, there were 4 or 5 people in martial arts clothes, holding different weapons in their hands. Some were swords, some were sabers, and some were spears. They were surrounding a 3 zhang long snake and were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The snake's body was dark green and was 3 feet thick. On the snake's head, which was larger than an ox's head, there were 2 snake eyes emitting a cold light. Behind the snake, on the ground not far away, There were more than 10 skeletal corpses, each of them missing an arm or a leg. It was a tragic sight. Just as Xiaohua was watching, the long snake hissed and spat out a mouthful of faint mist that sprinkled on the heads of the two people in front of him. The two people's faces were filled with panic, but they didn't seem to be able to take out any yellow talismans. Instead, they waved their hands and struck the air with their palms. Every time they struck, they seemed to be able to disperse some of the mist. But in the end, there was too much mist and a lot of it landed on their bodies and faces. Ah! Another series of blood-curdling screams could be heard. As soon as the two men's skin came into contact with the mist, small blisters immediately appeared on their skin. Following that, wisps of white smoke rose from their bodies. It was obvious that they were in extreme pain. The two men could not help but throw away the saber and spear in their hands. They stretched out their hands to scratch at the blisters. However, the moment they did so, their entire skin was torn apart. Black blood flowed from their faces and necks. Just as the two people screamed and fell to the ground, the snake curled its tail and swept the two people on the left, who were somewhat dazed, to the ground. Immediately, blood spurted out from the two people's mouths. It was obvious they were dead. The two people's swords and spears were simply unable to block the attack of the snake's tail. The four people died extremely quickly. Xiaohua simply did not have time to make a move. However, seeing the methods of the five people, a thought emerged in Xiaohua's mind: these people are not cultivators. Sure enough, there was only one person left. Seeing that his companions had died, how could he dare to stay? He put away the sword in his hand, spread his body, and fled towards the outside of the thick fog. This is Qinggong? Xiaohua saw that person's feet were nimble and his body was as light as a swallow, and couldn't help but groan. He thought of the identity he sometimes used to dodge cultivators' attacks. Naturally, in Xiaohua's eyes, this person's movement technique was full of flaws and abnormally clumsy. Hiss. How could the snake let this person escape? The snake's head swayed and its entire body swayed. Unexpectedly, it was not slower than that person's Qinggong as it chased after him. That person's face was pale. He simply didn't dare to look behind him. He lowered his head and ran towards Xiaohua. Just as that person came out of the thick fog, the snake behind him had already caught up. The snake's scarlet tongue was about to bite that person's back. Suddenly, the shadow of a sword flashed past that person's ear. That person was so frightened that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground, paralyzed. Pah! The snake hissed. Immediately, the man saw the thick snake tail sweep over his head and hit the thick tree next to him. The thick tree was broken by the snake with a kacha sound. The tree fell to the ground with a boom sound, and the long snake's tail was pressed down on the ground. The snake's tail moved a few times as if it wanted to move but was unable to. Soon after, it stopped moving. That person was clearly stunned. Immediately after, he looked at the snake's head behind him in disbelief. He saw that the snake's head had already been smashed to pieces. On the ground next to the snake's head, the sword embryo of a long sword lay there, stained with blood. Which hero saved this humble one? That person clearly understood. He rolled and crawled up, cupped his hands and shouted. Not far away, on top of a tree, Xiaohua crossed his arms and looked at this person with interest. That person's gaze fell on Xiaohua's young face. It was quite inconceivable. He bowed and said, "This humble one is Jianghu of Southern Wind. I wonder which of the 5 immortals of Wulin is the benefactor who saved this humble one?" The 5 immortals of Wulin? Xiaohua's eyes turned. His figure floated down from the tree. He didn't use the slightest bit of transcendence energy, only the misty steps. 8 steps hurrying the wind? Zhang Xuyang saw Xiaohua's Qinggong and immediately showed astonishment. He said, "The benefactor is Southern Wind Su Bingyi?" But then Zhang Xuyang shook his head and said, "Great Hero Su is an old man in his 60s. Could it be that the benefactor is a descendant of Great Hero Su?" Hee, Xiaohua laughed and put away the Great Wisdom sword. Soon after, his divine sense swept and said, "This is not a place to stay for long. Come with me." Saying this, Xiaohua pulled Zhang Xuyang. Still using the Qinggong technique, he quickly brought him to a place. After waiting for Xiaohua for a while, several green pythons that were clearly much larger than this long snake rushed over. They circled around the long snake's corpse for a long time. Soon after, they ate the several people's corpses and dragged the long snake's corpse back into the forest. Chapter 17-19. Benefactor's Qinggong is truly superb. You have really broadened my horizons. On top of a mountain, Zhang Shuyang said with admiration. Su Bingyi's 8 steps chasing the wind is comparable to Benefactor's. Benefactor, please bestow a name. I am a nameless person in the forest. Even if I say my name, Zhang Daxiao wouldn't know. Xiaohua waved his hand and said. Who would have thought that Zhang Shuyang would turn over and kowtow and said, Benefactor saved my life, how can I not remember Benefactor's name? If so, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? How can I stand in the martial arts world? This. Xiaohua slightly shook his head. I am Xiaohua. Benefactor Xiaohua. Zhang Shuyang was helped up by Xiaohua. He shed tears of gratitude and said, with Benefactor Zhao's skills, even if you are in the wild forest, you should be famous in Jianghu. How come? I have never heard of your name? I still haven't traveled Jianghu. Xiaohua said with a smile. He said Jianghu very smoothly. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. After today I will proclaim Benefactor Zhao's righteousness in Jianghu. Moreover, Benefactor Xiao will follow me back. Within a few months, everyone in Jianghu will hear of Benefactor Zhao's name. Zhang Shuyang patted his chest and said, how could Xiaohua travel Jianghu? He just wanted to know how he knew Qinggong, so he said with a smile, traveling Jianghu is not urgent. I will first understand the situation in Jianghu. How about it? Of course, what does Benefactor want to know? Zhang Shuyang asked in agreement. What? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, then tell me about the 5 immortals of Wulin. And Benefactor, these 5 immortals of Wulin are all pre-celestial masters. East Thunder, West Rain, South Wind, North Fire, Yin and Yang are called the 5 immortals of Wulin. East Thunder is Lei Huming, his thunder body technique is complete, ordinary weapons can't hurt him. West Rain is Water Jade Graceful, her Morning Wind Rain internal energy has been cultivated to perfection, there are few opponents in Jianghu. South Wind Su Bingyi's 8 steps chasing the wind is the number 1 Qinggong in Jianghu. Oh, now that Benefactor has set foot in Jianghu, his title of number 1 will be in danger. Go on. Xiaohua smiled. And West Fire is Ma Ming. His fire dragon divine art is invincible. Other than Wang Chong who can restrain him, others can only fight to a draw with him. Then why is Wang Chong called Zhong Yin Yang? Benefactor, please know that these 5 heroes are located in 5 different directions. Wang Chong is proficient in the 9 Yin and 9 Yang divine arts, so he is located in the middle. Moreover, his martial arts are the highest, so he is known as the Central Yin Yang. I see. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't seem to recall anything. Instead, he became even more confused. This was a world that had nothing to do with him. Oh, by the way, Benefactor Xiao, do you always live here? Or are you going to the Luofeng mountain to participate in the sword conference? Seeing Xiaohua frown, Zhang Shuyang hurriedly said, I wanted to participate in the sword conference, so I remembered that Qingyang Mountain has a snake gallbladder that can increase internal strength. So I boldly invited a few friends to come and try my luck, but in the end, Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference? Xiaohua asked curiously, is it a very famous sword conference in Jianghu? It seems that Benefactor is really not a person of Jianghu. Zhang Shuyang grinned and said, the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference will be held in Luofeng Mountain in 2 months. It is a sword conference that only happens once every 10 years. The 5 immortals of Wulin were ranked 10 years ago, and this year is the sword conference. I don't know if the 5 immortals' name will be shaken by others. By the way, Benefactor Xiao, if you go, you will definitely be ranked among the 5 immortals. Where is Luofeng Mountain? Xiaohua's heart was moved. This Zhang Shuyang can't say anything. Maybe he can get something from those Xiantian masters, and maybe it is related to his life. When Zhang Shuyang said it, Xiaohua was even more happy. This Luofeng Mountain is actually on his way to Mingxi. At this time there is still a long time until 2 months. If he wants to go, he can definitely go. Hero Zhang, can you show me your sex martial arts? Xiaohua hesitated and somewhat pleaded. This. Zhang Shuyang also hesitated, but then he smiled and said, Benefactor Zhao's Qinggong is profound. Although I have not seen Benefactor's martial arts, but just by looking at the leopard through a tube, I can tell that you must be a peerless master. I am really showing off my slight skill in front of an expert. But then Zhang Shuyang changed the topic. Although my sex martial arts cannot be taught to outsiders, but in front of Benefactor, there is nothing to hide. It is only right that I show you. Thank you for your trouble, Hero Zhang. Xiaohua understood in his heart, but he still wanted to see if the so-called martial arts could evoke his memory, so he had to bite the bullet and say it. Benefactor, please look. Zhang Xiang cupped his fists and then started to display his martial arts moves one by one. At first, Xiaohua was watching with great interest, but the more he watched, the more he frowned. Not to mention that these moves were full of flaws. There were many times when they could obviously attack in the air, but they chose to attack from the side. There was obviously a flaw that could be made up for with a method, but they didn't. Moreover, these moves in Xiaohua's eyes didn't seem to have any reaction. It was as if he was watching a child baring his fangs and brandishing his claws while playing. Alas, the moves of the martial arts world are nothing more than the realm that secular people pursue. How can they be compared with cultivators? Xiaohua was disappointed, but he suddenly smiled. If you can attack in the air, then you must be in midair. How can secular people fly? Even aura-refining cultivators have to use flying talismans, right? The two can't be mentioned in the same breath. While Zhang Xiang was practicing, he peeked at Xiaohua's expression. When he saw Xiaohua's disappointed face, he became even more fearful. He knew that his martial arts weren't in Xiaohua's eyes. After he concealed his martial arts moves, he said very respectfully, "Benefactor Xiao, this humble one's insignificant martial arts won't be able to enter Benefactor's discerning eyes. I've let Benefactor see a joke." "It's nothing. It's very good." Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, "I wonder what kind of inner strength cultivation method Benefactor is practicing?" Zhang Xiang tried to ask. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and scratched his head with his hand. He had a plan in his heart and said with a smile, "This humble one doesn't know what I'm practicing. I only know some random moves. How about this humble one demonstrate some of them? Hero Zhang, can you help me take a look?" "That's naturally good. This humble one will wait and see." Zhang Xiang was overjoyed. Xiaohua thought for a moment and his hands and feet began to move. Some vague and scattered moves were slowly displayed. Unfortunately, these moves weren't coherent. Some were even displayed halfway and forgotten. Seeing this, Zhang Xiang's face was full of embarrassment. He didn't know how to evaluate. This humble one only remembers so much. Xiaohua withdrew his hands and feet. With a face full of expectation, he asked, "I wonder what Hero Zhang can see?" "This." Zhang Xiang shook his head slightly. Benefactor Zhao's moves are really broad and profound. The implication is far from what this humble one can guess. This humble one doesn't dare to evaluate. "Hero Zhang, don't flatter this humble one." Xiaohua waved his hand and asked, "Hero Zhang has been in Jianghu for many years. Have you ever seen a move similar to this humble one's?" At this point, Zhang Xiang's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "If Benefactor didn't mention it, this humble one really couldn't remember. Benefactor's moves seem to be somewhat similar to Eastern Thunder's Lei Huming's Thunder Body technique. However, the moves are still quite different. Of course, this humble one's martial arts is far inferior to Eastern Thunder's." "Maybe. I remember wrongly." "Great." Xiaohua beamed with joy. "Maybe this humble one's master is related to Eastern Thunder?" "That should be the case." Zhang Xiang said with a smile, "If Benefactor has a relationship with Eastern Thunder, this Jianghu is huge. Will Eastern Thunder's Lei Huming also participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference?" "Of course, this once-in-a-decade sword conference is famous all over the world. Eastern Thunder will definitely go. If Benefactor Xiao doesn't mind, this humble one is willing to serve you and take you to Luofeng Mountain." This humble one has other things to do." "Luofeng Mountain. Let's talk about it after the other things are done," Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhang Xiang was anxious. "Benefactor Xiao, Luofeng Mountain is very far from here. Although we martial arts people have Qinggong, it's about right for us to rush there from Qingyang Mountain. If Benefactor Xiao goes to do other things first, I'm afraid it'll be too late to go to Luofeng Mountain." "It doesn't matter, this humble one naturally has a plan." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hero Zhang, you'd better hurry. This place is dangerous, it's not good to stay for long." "Benefactor Xiao won't follow me down the mountain?" Zhang Xiang asked with disappointment. "I won't go, let's part ways here." Xiaohua smiled and also cupped his fists. After saluting Zhang Xiang, he went in another direction and used his Qinggong. Seeing Xiaohua leave like smoke, Zhang Xiang sighed with emotion. "I don't know which sect this unworldly expert is from. He's so humble and has such great martial arts. Even Wang Chong, who is known as the world's #1 expert, can't compare to him. It's a pity that I can't make friends with him, it's really a pity." Then Zhang Xiang hurriedly used his Qinggong and left in another direction. Xiaohua went to a place where Zhang Shiyang couldn't see. His divine sense saw that he had left, so he turned around and flew toward the green python. He didn't expect to see another world here, a martial arts world, a Jianghu. It was the first time Xiaohua heard of this Jianghu, but it was so familiar as if he himself came from Jianghu. Could it be, before I lost my memory, before I was rescued by my master to Yellow Flower Ridge, I was a Jianghu person? The reason I lost my memory was because I encountered something in Jianghu? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, Xiaohua didn't cultivate. Moreover, his body was light and strong and he knew some martial arts moves. Wasn't this the characteristic of a Jianghu person that Zhang Shiyang mentioned? The Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference is a grand event for Jianghu people. Presumably, all the Jianghu people with backgrounds will participate. If I came from Jianghu, as long as I appeared on Luofeng Mountain, someone would definitely recognize me. However, I'm afraid I can't let Chen Di Hang and the others know about this. Chapter 1720. When Xiaohua arrived at the place where he killed the azure python, he only saw blood and some bones on the ground. Nothing else could be seen. This azure python is indeed powerful. In just a short while, other azure pythons came over. I don't know what Zhang Shuyang and the others were thinking. They dared to come to Liqian Mountain Range with such insignificant skills? In their mouths it's just Green Sun Mountain. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. He clapped his hands and took out some defensive yellow talismans. Then he flew into the thick fog. There was an extremely fishy smell in the thick fog. The trees and vegetation in the fog were all corroded into a different appearance. Xiaohua's body was covered in a layer of faint brilliance that protected him. All the poisonous gas and water couldn't get close to him. Ouch! Xiaohua's divine sense passed through. He had already seen that the mountain range ahead was even more continuous. Those thick trees were also even denser. Many streams also began to appear. In these places covered by the thick fog, many azure pythons of various sizes filled the area. So many azure pythons. Xiaohua was really flabbergasted. Not only were there 3 Zhang-long pythons swimming or resting on the trees, there were also many huge azure pythons lying on the mountain range. When Xiaohua was about to use his divine sense to scan the depths, many emotionless and cold divine senses also emerged from the depths of the mountain range and directly welcomed him. There were even dozens of divine senses that were even more powerful than Xiaohua's divine sense. This is bad. Xiaohua was alarmed. He knew that he had alarmed the azure pythons inside and immediately withdrew his divine sense. Following his divine sense, more than 10 huge shadows actually flew out from the depths of the mountain range. Looking at their speed, they were actually a bit faster than Refinement Realm cultivators. I was wondering why Qian Diheng and the others didn't dare to rashly come over. It turns out I can't use my divine sense too much. Xiaohua promptly released his Buddhist sense, but as before, the azure pythons were actually more powerful than cultivators. They very easily discovered Xiaohua's Buddhist sense and flew towards Xiaohua's direction. Spiritual beings are indeed spiritual beings. They are naturally more sensitive than cultivators. Xiaohua no longer dared to be careless. He formed hand seals and his body sank into the ground. Fortunately, the green azure python's divine sense scanned the area mercilessly and couldn't find any trace of Xiaohua. It flew around for a moment before flying back. On the ground, hundreds and thousands of green azure pythons of various sizes quickly swam over and then quickly followed the green azure python back. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his divine sense again. He fled underground for a while before sneaking his head out. Fortunately, Xiaohua was in a bright place and there weren't any green pythons. However, there were a lot of sparkling water threads on the plants on the ground, making Xiaohua feel nauseous. Xiaohua carefully released his divine sense bit by bit. He saw that around 10 green pythons were coiled around a boulder 10 zhang away. These green pythons were clearly 10 times larger than the one Xiaohua had killed. Outside their huge scales, there was already a faint mist. Moreover, the moment Xiaohua's divine sense touched these green pythons, they immediately sensed it. They abruptly raised their snake heads, and their fist-sized snake eyes emitted a cold light as they looked in Xiaohua's direction. "Granny, these are not to be trifled with." Xiaohua formed an incantation gesture, and his figure flashed into a large tree on the left. However, just as his figure disappeared, there was another flash of brilliance and he retreated from inside. As it turned out, this large tree was actually hollow, and there were extremely many tiny green pythons wandering around. Although these didn't affect Xiaohua's would escape, Xiaohua really couldn't see these densely packed little insects. After searching for a while, Xiaohua found 6 green pythons under a mountain ridge. These green pythons were only 60 to 70 zhang long. Moreover, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, it didn't attract their attention. Obviously they didn't produce divine sense. Presumably, their strength was around the 11th layer of qi refining. Forget it, I'll take them. Xiaohua made up his mind and drilled out from the ground. First he thought of a way to escape. Then he released the black iron needle and stabbed it towards one of the green pythons. Although the green python's skin was sturdy, it couldn't compare to the black iron needle. This stab naturally aroused the green python's vigilance. Immediately the green python's head stood up from the ground. The scarlet snake's tongue flicked rapidly, and the snake's eyes swept left and right. With a zung sound, the black iron needle once again pierced towards the green python's left eye. That green python was very agile. It slightly shook its head and actually easily dodged the black iron needle. Amazing! Xiaohua secretly sighed. He controlled the black iron needle to slide on the green python's skin. See la la, a burst of tiny sparks flashed. This time the python's skin didn't suffer any damage. However, as the black iron needle flew back, the green python was clearly somewhat angry. With a sigh sound, that green python hissed and chased after the needle. At the same time the other pythons also swam over. It's really fast. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used Earth Escape while controlling the black iron needle to retreat according to the path he just took. However, before he could even travel halfway, that green python actually stopped and prepared to return. How could Xiaohua let them return? The black iron needle once again flew over and directly pierced another green python's vital point. Although it didn't kill that green python, it thoroughly angered it. With a SI sound, that green python chased after the black iron needle without regard for anything else. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly fled back. Along the way, the 6 or 7 green pythons encountered several groups of green pythons that were resting. Although the majority of the green pythons looked strangely at the few green pythons that quickly left and didn't pay them any attention, there were also a few green pythons that seemed to like liveliness that joined in. When Xiaohua used Earth Escape to the edge of the dense fog, there were already close to 20 green pythons in the group. No wonder Qian Diheng and the others didn't come to lure the snakes. If this young master didn't know Earth Escape, wouldn't this young master have been discovered by many green pythons along the way? Xiaohua gradually understood that when faced with so many green pythons that had strength similar to a Qi refining stage 12 cultivator, other than being able to escape with speed, it was really hard to say. After coming out of the thick fog, the azure pythons were somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua could only fly out of the ground and throw a small ice thorn talisman at them. Without making too much noise, it angered many azure pythons. There were even 2 azure pythons that could float in the air that chased at the front while shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Haha, 3 senior martial brothers, hurry up and make your move. Xiaohua immediately shouted loudly after luring 20 green pythons into the previously agreed upon area. Sun Shu and the others had already used their divine sense to see, and each of them revealed themselves. Chen Diheng shouted loudly, Junior martial brother Xiao, I told you to lure the snakes, why did you lure so many? These green pythons all have strength around Qi refining stage 11, if even one of them escapes, our plan will be ruined. Chapter 1721. Qian Diheng's words sounded like he was complaining about Xiaohua, but his tone was filled with excitement. Qian Diheng himself knew how difficult it was to attract 20 green pythons without a sound. Moreover, these green pythons were only around the 11th layer of Qi refining. Although there were many of them, it wasn't difficult for them. After all, the 4 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect could fly, and these green pythons could only float in the air at most. They couldn't pose any threat to them, and the biggest possibility was that the 4 of them couldn't kill all of these green pythons, and let some of these green pythons escape, attracting more green pythons. Then, the benefits they could obtain would be much less. You can use your methods. This little brother guarantees that none of these green pythons will escape. Xiaohua laughed loudly, his figure flashing, passing by the group of green pythons and appearing behind the green pythons. These green pythons clearly had some intelligence. When they saw the 3 cultivators appear in front of them, they immediately split into 4 groups, hissing, spitting their tongues and rushing towards the 4 of them. Kuan-Fian's artifact was a string of jade beads. It was called the thunder-trapping bead. She flew in the air and tossed out the thunder-trapping bead. Instantly, It expanded and a brilliant ball of light enveloped the 4 green pythons that were swimming over. The green pythons' eyes reflected the brilliance of the thunder-trapping bead, but they didn't seem to be moved and didn't have any fear at all. These 4 green pythons simultaneously raised their heads from the ground, straightening half of their bodies. They were about 40 to 50 feet tall, not much lower than Kuan-Fian's flying height. Hiss. The pythons opened their mouths at the same time, and countless stinking poisonous fog sprayed out, enveloping the shining thunder-trapping bead. Quick. Kuan-Fian saw this, and instead of being shocked, she was happy. Forming a spell, she pointed her finger, and the thunder-trapping bead produced a strong suction force, and in the blink of an eye, the thick poisonous fog was sucked in completely. Kuan-Fian knew that this poisonous fog was the poison of the green pythons. It was extremely poisonous and was one of the benefits they wanted on this trip. After the 4 green pythons finished spitting out the poisonous mist, they were not as listless as other ordinary poisonous snakes. Instead, they were even more excited. Their entire bodies twisted, and their snake tails, which were nearly 4 zhang long, whipped towards the thunder-trapping bead with lightning speed. Pah! Pah! The incomparably hard python skin struck the thunder-trapping beads, causing the light on the thunder-trapping beads to flicker a little. Then, the beads actually sank down a foot or so from midair. This green python was indeed powerful. Not only are they strong, but their skin is also tough. If my thunder-trapping bead wasn't supported by a formation, it would have been broken by them. Kuan-Fian was shocked at the strength of the azure pythons, but he was also glad. These pythons were only 10 feet long, and were obviously not the strongest among the azure pythons. And since the azure pythons' tails were able to move the thunder-confining pearl, then their python skin would naturally be good stuff. Kuan-Fian took a deep breath, and once again activated his Fa Li, raising up the thunder-trapping beads that had been struck down. Once again they let out light, and the 4 azure pythons once again spat out the poisonous mist. Sun Shu's magic tool was similar to Kuan-Fian's. It was called the Thunder Lock, and its shape was a small lock. Under the activation of his Fa Li, it was about a foot long. It also had a suction force and could also use the power of lightning. After absorbing the poisonous mist spat out by the azure pythons, Sun Shu rubbed his hands together, pouring his Fa Li into it. From the thunder lock, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed out, striking the python that was floating in midair. The strong power of lightning struck the 10-foot-long azure python down from midair, and a burst of green smoke came out from the python. That azure python writhed on the ground for a moment, but did not move. When the other azure pythons saw this, they immediately had the intention to retreat. As their tails twitched, they quickly swam towards the direction of the dense fog. Sun Shu frowned, and with a clap of his hand, several ice seal talismans appeared, and with a wave of his hand, he sent them towards the azure pythons. Who knew that the azure pythons could actually sense the movement of the yellow talismans? Before the ice seal talismans hit them, they each swung their tails. Pa 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 sounds rang out, and the yellow talismans were actually smashed into pieces, turning into talisman papers that fell to the ground. This is troublesome. When Sun Shu saw this, he threw out another handful of confinement talismans. This time, some of the azure pythons used their tails, some turned their heads and spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. When the poisonous mist landed on the light of the confinement talismans, it was like pouring cold water on a flame, corroding the light and turning it into broken talisman papers that fell to the ground. Truly powerful. Sun Shu was a bit flabbergasted. Even the ice seal talismans and confinement talismans were not afraid. This really was the strength of the 11th layer of Qi refining. At this moment, her lightning lock had already flown over. Sun Shu's hand seal had already been completed, and he pointed his finger again. Ka-ka, 2 crisp sounds rang out, and 2 bolts of lightning appeared from the lightning lock, striking 2 of the azure pythons and killing them. The remaining 2 pythons quickly rushed towards Xiaohua, who was wrapping up the tail. When Xiaohua flew to the tail of the azure pythons, there were already 6 azure pythons chasing after him. Among them were the 2 azure pythons that were angered by Xiaohua just now. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not have Kuan-Fian's lightning trap pearl. When he saw the azure pythons spitting out poisonous mist, he knew that it was poison. However, there was no way to collect it, so he could only flash away, dodging the poisonous mist. Fortunately, the azure pythons had a limited amount of poison. After spitting a few times, they used their tails to attack. Xiaohua did not take out any magic tools, and only used his martial arts that seemed to be a light body technique. Twisting and turning in the shadows of the snake tails, he seemed to be the most relaxed. Seeing Xiaohua so frivolous, the 6 azure pythons became even more anxious, and their tails twitched even more vigorously. From time to time, they even used their stinking snake mouths to move closer, wanting to swallow Xiaohua in one bite. Junior brother Xiao, be careful. In the distance, Sun Shu saw that one azure python on his side was fleeing, and Qian Diheng's side was even worse. Unexpectedly, 2 pythons had also fled, and he couldn't help but hurriedly shout, "Damn it, if I don't show my power, you guys think I'm a sick cat." Xiaohua cursed, and with a clap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal flew out from his body. While countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual chi poured into the cloud-suppressing seal, a yellow light scattered from the cloud-suppressing seal, covering the 9 azure pythons. Suddenly, the pressure of the magic treasure heavily hit the azure pythons. The azure pythons were suppressed to the point that they couldn't move, and the negative karma that came from the cloud-suppressing seal was like the nemesis of the heavens, causing the azure pythons to feel an irresistible fear. It was as if they were hibernating, dead still and motionless. "Eh? Junior brother Xiao, how come you didn't kill a single azure python?" Sun Shu asked curiously. I don't know where to start." Xiaohua giggled. "This python's skin is obviously a good thing, wouldn't it be a pity if it was damaged? The azure python 7 inches is the weakest, and killing the azure pythons is also done from there." Sun Shu covered his mouth and laughed. "Good." Xiaohua nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the great wisdom sword appeared in his hand. Using the heavenly staff technique, a row of afterimages of the great wisdom sword streaked across, and in the blink of an eye, each of the 9 azure pythons had a fist-sized hole in their 7 inches. Seeing the snake blood gushing out, Sun Shu hurriedly waved his hand, and the thunder lock flew into the air and absorbed the snake blood. Xiaohua rubbed his head and put away the cloud-suppressing seal and said with a smile, "Junior brother doesn't have a magic treasure to collect the snake blood, and the poison from before is also a waste. And this azure python's poison is very powerful, and ordinary magic arts can't be used, and if you're not careful you might even injure yourself, so you can only rely on magic treasures to collect it." Sun Shu nodded, thought for a moment and clapped his hand, taking out a small jade bottle and handed it over with a smile. "I said, this is a magic treasure that I used in my early years called Yuning. It can collect and store water-like things, but because I received the thunder lock from Master, I haven't used it for many years. If junior brother Xiao needs it, please accept it." Thank you, senior sister Sun." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took the Yuning and the refined jade slip and put it into his space. At the same time he clapped his hand, took out the hemp dust and handed it over with a smile. "Senior sister Sun, it's impolite to exchange gifts. This is junior brother's magic treasure, called hemp dust, an earth-type magic treasure. Junior brother is very comfortable with the cloud-suppressing seal, so I'll exchange this thing with senior sister." "That's not appropriate." A trace of disappointment flashed through Sun Shu's eyes, and she hurriedly waved his hand. "Although the cloud-suppressing seal is powerful, it's still a magic treasure. You're an aura-refining cultivator, how can the magic power in your body support the cloud-suppressing seal for a long time? I've also seen you use this hemp dust and it's very powerful. If you give it to me, what will you use? Let's wait until you've advanced to the foundation establishment stage in the future, and after you've obtained a better magic treasure, then we'll talk about it again." This. Xiaohua saw Sun Shu's resolute refusal and could only smile. Since it's like this, junior brother will accept senior sister's kindness. In the future, when junior brother has any good magic treasure in his hands, junior brother will ask senior sister to speak, and junior brother will definitely give it to you. How can magic treasures be good? No matter what, it has to be a magic treasure. Sun Shu blinked and said. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Senior sister is right, if it's not a magic treasure, junior brother will be too embarrassed to speak in the future." "Wow. These are all junior brother Zhao's methods?" A cry of surprise came from afar, and that cry of surprise was very exaggerated. This person was naturally Qian Diheng, who had just finished dealing with the 2 green pythons. "Of course, I didn't think that the incomparably strong, coarse skin and thick flesh of the green pythons would be so weak in junior brother Zhao's hands." Following that was Kun Fian's voice, and her voice really did contain traces of jealousy. She had tasted the green python's methods of breaking through with brute force, and the thunder confining bead had been whipped by the green python several times, and had lost quite a bit of her fa. Although she didn't see Xiaohua kill the green pythons, but looking at the 9 green pythons on the ground, she naturally knew that Xiaohua had easily killed them. Excuse me, excuse me. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said, let's first take care of these green pythons, then talk about it. Alright. Qian Diheng liked to harvest the most and said with a smile, our methods of taking care of the green pythons are still not enough. Why don't we just directly divide these up, and if we can return to the Imperial Thunder Sect or some other gathering, we can let others take care of them. Chapter 1722. Qian Diheng's words were extremely true. Professional matters should be done by professional cultivators. Although Xiaohua knew how to refine pills, he didn't necessarily have to refine all the pills himself. Many pills could be traded with spirit stones. Moreover, Sun Shu and the other two roughly knew what materials could be used on the Azure Python's body. If it was damaged, wouldn't their efforts be wasted? According to the previous agreement, Xiaohua took an extra 20%. Everyone divided the green python's corpse, then looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua rubbed his nose, sighed, and once again flew towards the area where the thick fog was. Like this, Xiaohua attracted another 40 to 50 azure pythons. However, the more he went, the more powerful the azure pythons were. Moreover, their numbers also seemed to have increased. Aside from Xiaohua using the cloud-suppressing seal to deter the group of pythons, Qian Diheng and the other two were somewhat powerless. On the fourth time, Xiaohua finally hit a snag. He actually attracted the attention of 3 Foundation Establishment green pythons. These 3 green pythons were different from the other green pythons. Their bodies were shockingly large, several hundred feet long. Moreover, on their enormous bodies there were 4 palm-sized wings. These 3 green pythons flew in the air. Not only were they supported by a faint black mist, but when they flashed their wings, they weren't any worse than Xiaohua's usual flying technique. Seeing the 3 huge azure pythons, Xiaohua's first reaction wasn't fear. Instead, he thought of the little white dragon he met a long time ago at Yellowflower Ridge. Little White was also a python. Moreover, it was about to transform into a dragon, but it was killed by the heavenly tribulation. They're all pythons. Look at Little White, so cute. Why are these azure pythons more and more disgusting? Xiaohua saw the 3 azure pythons fly out from a hidden place and unconsciously curled his lips. At this moment, the 3 azure pythons seemed to have a tacit understanding. Among them, 2 of the huge pythons swayed their tails and flew behind Xiaohua, blocking Xiaohua's path. In addition to the previous one, these 3 azure pythons actually blocked him from 3 different directions in the mountain forest. These 3 azure pythons' intelligence is not low. Xiaohua was immediately shocked, and his heart was secretly on guard. Hiss, the 3 azure pythons hissed at the same time. A kind of aura similar to pressure came from the 3 azure pythons. Pressure. This is an azure python with the strength of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Xiaohua was horrified. Although this kind of pressure from a high-level cultivator towards a low-level cultivator was not as skillful, it still caused Xiaohua to feel a burst of fear from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid I'll have to try using the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua didn't think of running away when facing the 3 green pythons. Instead, he coveted them. First, he clapped his hand, summoning out Jing Qin. An earthen yellow light enveloped him from the top of his head. Then Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, wanting to see which green python he should start with. Woo, 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 3 muffled sounds could be heard. The 3 green pythons opened their mouths at the same time. A green wind blade was formed from the 3 pythons' mouths, rapidly spinning as it flew towards Xiaohua. Oh my, it's not poisonous fog. Xiaohua was shocked again. His figure swayed and flew between the 3 green pythons, wanting to dodge the wind blade. How could he have known that the wind blade was condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? It was even more powerful than ordinary magic tools. Moreover, under the urging of the green python's divine sense, how could Xiaohua easily dodge it? After barely dodging a few times, a wind blade brushed past Xiaohua's back, breaking the defensive yellow talisman on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. With a wave of his hand, he took out the great wisdom sword from the space. With a clap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal was once again raised in midair. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal reveal the might of a magic tool, tumbling in midair, the 3 green pythons seemed to know how powerful it was. For the time being, they ignored Xiaohua and each spat out a wind blade to attack the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua's eyes revealed a cold light. He formed a seal and poured his magic power into the cloud-suppressing seal. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal, carrying a bronze luster, smashed towards one of the green pythons. Woo woo woo. That green python spat out wind blades with all its might, continuously hitting the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal. The other two green pythons also helped. A dozen wind blades actually stopped the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua poured his magic power into it, but he was unable to smash it down for a moment. Watch this, young master. Xiaohua shouted loudly. His figure flew, and he quickly brandished the great wisdom sword, stabbing towards the nearest green python's vital point. Pop. A huge green shadow flashed by. This green python's tail was like a mountain as it smashed forward, blocking the front of the great wisdom sword. The scales on this green python's body were at least a foot long. When the great wisdom sword struck them, sparks flew. A fist-sized dent appeared on the scales. However, it was still unable to pierce through the scales. Hiss. That green python seemed to be in pain. When it hissed, the python's painful tail flipped again. With a bang, it hit the cloud-suppressing seal that was still tumbling in midair. The cloud-suppressing seal was tilted. As expected of Foundation establishment strength. Formidable. Chapter 1723. Just as Xiaohua escaped from the ground far away, he did not dare to hesitate and called Sun Shu and the other two to flee. However, after a wave of divine sense swept over, the four of them simultaneously stopped in midair. Their Naiwen palace felt as if it was pierced by a sharp, excruciating pain. Xiaohua was slightly better. His divine sense was not in his Naiwen palace, but in the Buddha Sarira's Naiwen palace. A burst of golden light flowed from the Buddha Sarira, blocking the pain by quite a bit. However, it still caused Xiaohua to fall by more than a foot. Qian Diheng and the other two were in an even more sorry state. Each of them fell by more than 3 to 4 zhang. Furthermore, the four of them were all pale. It was obvious that their divine sense was heavily injured. Qian Diheng naturally could not help but cry out. However, the four of them did not dare to stay any longer. Each of them endured the pain of their divine sense and activated their magic power. Only after flying a few hundred li in one breath did Qian Diheng dare to speak. Big brother, do you think I wanted to? Xiaohua took a deep breath and tried his best to operate the exquisite leaf scripture, wanting to reduce the pain of his divine sense. He bitterly smiled and said, little brother only wanted to attract a few green pythons. Who would have thought that it would actually attract 3 green pythons of Foundation Establishment Cultivation? Foundation Establishment Cultivation? Sun Shu's face was also pale. However, this paleness had a few traces of redness, adding a few points to her beauty. That's not too possible, right? Green pythons are only first-rank spiritual beasts. What is there to be suspicious about, Senior Sun? Xiaohua said. Little brother's cloud-suppressing seal was almost unable to smash it down. Furthermore, from the green pythons' bodies, there was an aura similar to that of Foundation Establishment cultivators. The thing that damaged our divine sense shouldn't be these 3 green pythons of Foundation Establishment Cultivation, right? Kun Fian bit his lips and said. It shouldn't be. However, little brother doesn't know if it's the green pythons. Xiaohua nodded and said, little brother even wanted to kill a Foundation Establishment green python. Who would have thought that before I even made a move, this divine sense appeared? Little brother knew that I was not its opponent and hurriedly escaped. Now I feel that I was really lucky. If not for little brother's alertness, or if the divine sense attack came too late, little brother is afraid that little brother would not be able to escape. Could it be that the green python in the Liqian mountain range has mutated? Qian Diheng asked curiously. Even if it's the green python king, it said that its cultivation base is only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. How could it possibly have the means to attack with divine sense? That must be the case. Little brother only saw a dozen or so green pythons at the early Foundation establishment stage. Could it be that they are all green python kings? Xiaohua said fiercely. Junior brother Xiao, you've worked hard. Sun Shu looked at Xiaohua with watery eyes. Our miscalculation put Junior Martial Brother Xiao in a dangerous situation. If it weren't for Junior Martial Brother's incredible speed, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to return to the mountain and answer to Martial Uncle helplessness. With that, he slapped his hand and took out his bag of holding. This azure python. I'll give Junior Brother another 20%. Senior Sister Sun said it very well. This brother will also let Junior Brother Xiao have a few. Qian Diheng grinned and said. Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Looking at the three people, he felt warm in his heart. Little brother took a lot just now. If I take too much of this thing, it won't be of much use. Little brother is inexperienced. Coming out with you all, I'm happy to be able to help senior brother and senior sister a little. If senior sisters and senior brothers feel that you owe little brother anything, just think of little brother first if there's any good things in the future. All right. Qian Diheng smiled. We could have returned the favor by taking some stinky snakes, but you suddenly raised it so high. Forget it. Who asked Junior Marshal Brother Xiao to be so benevolent? If there's any good things in the future, this brother will think of you first. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qian. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Forget it, we also agree. Sun Shu glanced at Kuan Fian and said at the same time. Right, little brother has a question now. Xiaohua smiled. This divine sense attack method. Does our Imperial Thunder sect have it? My Heavenly Thunder Palace has it. Qian Diheng replied. However, it said that it's a technique used by Golden Core Stage seniors. Moreover, only seniors with exceptionally strong divine senses can use it. Yes, my Heavenly Thunder Palace also seems to have it. Kuan Fian continued. However, it doesn't seem to be as strong as that divine sense just now. If that divine sense was the Green Python King's, it should be a spiritual beast's innate ability. Naturally, it's stronger than us cultivators who forcibly cultivate it. Sun Shu explained. If Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is interested in this, you can look for it in the Dawn Rain continent. This kind of technique is extremely rare. Just relying on the Imperial Thunder sect, I'm afraid it's hard to get it. Isn't that enough? Senior brothers and sisters, if you come across this kind of technique, the first person you think of is little brother? Xiaohua smiled. You're thinking too much. Qian Diheng said without any trace of politeness. This brother still wants to cultivate it. Can't you just let little brother take a look? Xiaohua said pitifully. No, of course not. Oh. Qian Diheng laughed loudly. His body suddenly swayed and he hugged his head with both hands, almost falling from midair again. Sun Shu smiled bitterly. This divine sense isn't easy to recover. Let's hurry ahead and find a secluded place to rest for a few days first. 10 days later, Xiaohua and the other three flew out from the hidden place. They found a new direction and passed through the edge of the Liqian mountain range, rushing to Jianghu City. This time, even the most curious and least afraid Qian Diheng was a lot more well-behaved. He didn't want to stir up trouble and get any benefits. Qian Diheng originally thought that his cultivation was the worst, but after all, he had a magic treasure to protect himself. Moreover, he had a new halberd. Even if he couldn't attack, he could at least protect himself, right? However, the spiritual beast's innate ability was so powerful that it could directly attack divine senses, making it impossible to guard against. If a first-grade spiritual beast was already like this, then what about second and third-grade spiritual beasts? Keeping one's tail between one's legs and honestly protecting one's life, then looking for an opportunity to build a foundation was the right way. Of course, the Liqian mountain range was definitely not a good place. Although Xiaohua and the others were more careful, they still bumped into a few second-grade spiritual beasts. For example, the three-winged frost ladybug, a fist-sized second-grade spiritual beast that looked no different from an ordinary ladybug. Xiaohua and the others threw out a lot of fireball talismans to escape. Fortunately, there was only one three-winged frost ladybug. If there was a group of them like the green python, the four of them would cry to the heavens and the earth. When the four of them flew out of the range of the Liqian mountain range, they were already in a sorry state. When their divine senses swept over and saw that there were already people in front of them, they were greatly relieved. Senior Sister Sun, if I remember correctly, we should be at Mingzue Mountain in 10 days. Jianghu City is about 1,000 miles to the west of Mingzue Mountain. Qian Diheng said with a smile. Sun Shu pursed her lips and smiled. Exactly. There is no teleportation formation from here to Jianghu City. We still have to fly for 10 days. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Let's rest while we fly. That's the way it should be. Kuan Fian also said. Along the way there are signs of human habitation. Other than the people of the secular world, there are also some small cultivation families. It's not worth mentioning. Only Mingzue Mountain's Lingpei mountain range has some fame. It's a side courtyard of the Lanli sect. By the time we get there we'll have already recovered. Mingzue Mountain? Xiaohua frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard this name from somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully he couldn't remember. When Kuan Fian mentioned the Lanli sect, Xiaohua suddenly realized that this Lanli sect's name should be something he heard people mention in Jingbo City. It was when he entered Jingbo City that a cultivator directly flew over his head. Some people said that it was the Lanli sect's third elder, called Reverend Zhuoming, who was said to be a mid-Yuanying stage cultivator. And since he thought of this, Xiaohua thought of the origin of Mingcue Mountain. Of course, it was Shi Wuming who half gifted and half sold him the Devil Spear Point. Shi Wuming claimed to be a cultivator from Mingcue Mountain. When he took Xiaohua's storage pouch, he even said that Xiaohua could use his name to do something for him. Although it wasn't that long ago, Xiaohua was now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and his cultivation level was comparable to the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. He had long cast this matter aside. If it weren't for Mingcue Mountain and Jingbo City, Xiaohua wouldn't have remembered it. Could it be that we'll meet Senior Shi again? Xiaohua thought of that strange cultivator and felt a trace of gratitude in his heart. That Devil Spear Point had saved Xiaohua's life many times in the past. It was only after he obtained the Devil Hammer that he stopped using it. Let's go. It's basically safe in front of us. We just need to pay attention to cover our tracks. Chen Diheng began to speak carelessly again. Thus, Xiaohua and the other three put on their camouflage cloaks and flew southwest using their flying technique. They didn't speak a word along the way. On the 9th day they saw a vast expanse of green in front of them. It was actually a boundless grassland. On the grassland there were many shepherds riding horses of various colors, herding flocks of sheep that looked like white clouds. Occasionally there would be a few columns of smoke rising into the sky. It was quite the scenery outside the Great Wall. Looking into the distance, in the depths of the grassland, there was an extremely tall emerald green mountain, like a piece of jade growing in the water. Needless to say, that should be Mingcue Mountain. After flying into the grassland and seeing Mingcue Mountain, Xiaohua and the others flew slightly to the west. On the evening of the 10th day, in the depths of the grassland, a small town with a radius of dozens of miles appeared. This small town looked somewhat dilapidated. It was surrounded by dilapidated mud walls as if it was built as a city wall. However, after a long time, it was inevitable that some of it would collapse and some of it would be broken down. The inside and outside of the mud walls were a little spacious. There were some tent-like buildings piled up in the surroundings. These tents were seen many times in the grassland. They should have been built by the residents of the small town. Looking further into the small town, there were some commonly seen buildings, some small courtyards, and some continuous ordinary houses. Moreover, the styles of these buildings were clearly different. It seemed that people from all over the place had gathered here. We'll go down. Sun Shu's divine sense swept over and waved his hand. The four of them landed not far from Jiangqing town. Chapter 1724. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. Xiaohua and the others landed on the ground. Kuan Fian smiled and clapped his hands, taking out a sound transmission talisman and said, "It's close to the appointed time, that fellow must have arrived. Wait for I to call him out." But where Kuan Fian's spiritual power was activated, that yellow talisman turned into a red light and flew into the air. It only circled in the air for a moment, then fell back down. Seeing that the sound transmission talisman didn't fly out, Kuan Fian's face changed slightly, and said curiously, "Could it be that fellow hasn't arrived yet?" Then Kuan Fian kept the sound transmission talisman, and took out a thunder sound transmission talisman. He muttered something and then activated his spiritual power. That thunder sound transmission talisman flew into the air, and let out a faint thunder roar. That's right, this thunder sound transmission talisman was the same as the sound transmission talisman, spinning in the air and falling down, turning into a yellow talisman and floating in front of Kuan Fian's eyes. Strange. Sun Shu also said curiously, "Could it be that this fellow didn't come at all?" Xiaohua knew that this thunder sound transmission talisman was more powerful than the usual 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. Any cultivator within 2,000 to 3,000 miles could receive it with the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. Since Kuan Fian's thunder sound transmission talisman couldn't be sent out, that meant that the cultivator who sent the message to Kuan Fian wasn't nearby at all. Yes, could it be that there's a cat in this world that doesn't eat fish? Chen Diheng smacked his lips, looking at the distant Jiangqing town, and said curiously. Xiaohua's heart moved and he said warily, "Senior Kuan, could it be that there's a trap here?" Kuan Fian thought for a moment and shook his head slightly, We're just cultivators of the qi refining stage and we don't have any treasures on us. Moreover, we're just here to travel what other people can do to us. Moreover, we're disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. It's not like that fellow doesn't know, he wouldn't dare to have any evil intentions towards us. Seeing that Kuan Fian had such a good feeling, Xiaohua didn't say anything. He had been a loose cultivator before. Although he wasn't as vicious and merciless as other loose cultivators, but if there was really something at stake, he definitely wouldn't put the name of the Imperial Thunder sect or Shanghua sect in his eyes. Of course, Xiaohua didn't feel any fear in his heart when he arrived here. He knew that there wouldn't be any danger, so he didn't say anything else. Perhaps this fellow Taoist has encountered something and is unable to come? Sun Shu smiled and said, "This condensed knowledge treasure is so precious. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If there's nothing big, I'll definitely come." "Hehe, do you still need to say it? He must have died," Qian Diheng said while blinking his eyes. "Junior brothers, please wait for a moment. I will go with junior sister Sun to take a look." Kuan Fian pulled on Sun Shu's sleeve and said to Xiaohua and Qian Diheng, "And senior sisters, please be careful." Xiaohua nodded. When Kuan Fian and Sun Shu's figures disappeared, Qian Diheng said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, I thought you brought the cloud-suppressing seal to the workshop to refine it again. I didn't expect that it wasn't the case. The thing you sent to the workshop, is it also a magic treasure?" From the time they met the Green Python to Jiangqing City, along the way Xiaohua saw Qian Diheng several times and wanted to ask him. But every time he wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't know what he wanted to say. Now that he heard it, he smiled bitterly in his heart and asked, "Senior brother Qian, what's the difference if it's a magic treasure or not? About a year later, I'll return the crafting workshop's token to you." Qian Diheng smiled and said, "Actually, I don't want to know anything about you. It's just that, you see, I only have one halberd that I can take out. It really doesn't match the magic treasure on me. If junior brother has any extra magic treasure, do you think you can let me take advantage of it first?" "Oh junior brother, don't worry. I won't shortchange you of spirit stones. Even if it's some cultivation method, only I can find it, I'll definitely give it to you." "Ehe, so it's like that." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brother Qian, you're lacking. How rare are magic treasures? It's already a great fortune for me to get one magic treasure. How can I have more?" "Hehe, junior brother, I know you used to be a loose cultivator, you must have some connections. If you have any good things in the future, don't forget me." Qian Diheng was a little disappointed, but still said in a low voice. Looking at Qian Diheng's I know expression, Xiaohua could only rub his nose and smile apologetically. Senior brother Qian should also know how this little brother's cloud-suppressing seal came about. "Forget it, there's no need to say more. If I have any good things in the future, I'll think of you first." "Good junior brother." Qian Diheng patted Xiaohua's shoulder and laughed happily. This cultivation sect's disciples' communication method is really extraordinary. Xiaohua sighed secretly, but he also laughed secretly. If he had a good magic treasure, the first one he would think of would be Qian Diheng, but the first one he would give would be his senior brother Xiangyang. After that, Qian Diheng didn't say anything more. The two of them sat cross-legged on a hill in the grassland and adjusted their breathing. Unexpectedly, they waited for more than 2 hours. When the sun above the grassland was in the west and a cold wind blew, Kuan Fian and Sun Shu returned. Seeing their different expressions, Xiaohua felt strange. Qian Diheng asked, "What's wrong? Is there any news?" Kuan Fian's face was full of indifference. He raised his head and said, "There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Naturally the good news." Qian Diheng laughed. "And the good news is that the small trade gathering will be held in 3 days. We've come just in time." "Then what's the bad news?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be that they want some token?" Hehe, junior brother Xiao is really experienced and knowledgeable. "That's exactly it." Sun Shu frowned and said, "It's the same as what senior sister Kuan got. There's a Lingpei mountain villa in Jiangqing City. If you don't have a token from the villa, you can't enter the trade gathering." "Isn't that simple?" Qian Diheng laughed and said, "We just need to see who's participating in the trade gathering. Then we can ask nicely. If not, that token has a mark. It belongs to whoever it's given to. Others can't replace it." Sun Shu said angrily. So cautious?" Qian Diheng was speechless. "There's a treasure inside." Sun Shu smiled bitterly. "If we're not cautious, can we succeed?" Just the 3 words treasure is enough to attract all the cultivators below the gold core stage in the auction in Chiu City. Just Lingpei Mountain Villa. Can it bear it? Kun Fian laughed coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't have a token. When I get there, I'll directly take out the name of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I don't believe that a small Lingpei Mountain Villa won't give my Imperial Thunder Sect face. Chapter 1725. 3 days later, a bright moon hung in the night sky. The grassland's night sky was unusually clear, and the stars scattered around the moon. It's time, let's go. Kun Fian floated up from the ground, his face expressionless. Waiting for Sun Shu and the others to get up, Xiaohua waved his hand and dozens of shiny talismans flew from the ground. It was the array that Xiaohua had set up. During this period of time, although Xiaohua didn't stop studying the rabbit talisman, he also had some gains. But because Sun Shu and the others were by his side, he didn't make any new talismans, so the array was still the original array. But Xiaohua's method of setting up the array was getting more and more skillful, and he even faintly felt that there were other arrays in his memory that were about to be recovered. Xiaohua kept the talismans and put on the camouflage, and followed the 3 of them to fly towards Jiangqing City. Although Jiangqing City was on the grassland because the buildings were relatively simple, the area was huge and it was actually half the size of Weeping Moon City. In the northeast of Jiangqing City, there was a place with bright lights. It was a manor that occupied a large area. Under the night sky, under the moonlight, there was an archway with the words Lingpei Mountain Villa written on it. Under the archway there were dozens of boys in Taoist robes. They were all about the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. All of them had bright eyes and stood with their hands behind their backs. Xiaohua and the others landed on the ground. Looking at the deserted decorated archway, they walked over. When the servants saw the cultivators coming, 2 of them hurriedly came forward to greet them. They bowed and said, "Greetings to the 4 seniors. May I know why the 4 seniors have come to my Lingpei Mountain Villa?" "We are here to participate in the spirit gathering, please lead us." Kun Fian walked in front and said in a deep voice, "We welcome the 4 seniors to participate in the spirit gathering, please show us your tokens." The slightly taller boy said respectfully, "We are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. We came in a hurry and didn't have any tokens." Kun Fian clapped his hands and took out the token of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and handed it over. "This is the token of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, show it to your master." The Imperial Thunder Sect? The boy was obviously surprised. He looked at the other boy and was at a loss. Although the other boy was short, he had an extraordinary bearing. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately bowed and said, "So it's a senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This junior really admires the reputation of your sect. To be able to meet a senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect is truly a blessing for this junior." He, Kun Fei Yen smiled. However, the boy immediately changed the topic and said, "However, the order I received was to check the tokens of the Lingji gathering. The 4 of you don't have the tokens of my Lingpei Mountain Manor, so I don't dare to let you in. Seniors, please wait here for a moment. Junior will take senior's token and go in. Let's see what the Manor Lord decides." Go. Kun Fian's face was a little unhappy as he threw his command medallion to the boy and said impatiently, "Senior, please wait a moment." The boy took the command medallion, turned around and left quickly. Not long after, a cultivator around 40 years old hurried over. The messenger boy wasn't behind him, and this cultivator's expression was very busy. It was obvious that he left the boy behind and rushed over himself. Seeing the expression of this cultivator who was also at the 12th level of qi refining, Kun Fian was secretly pleased. That cultivator went forward and handed over Kun Fian's command medallion. He said respectfully, "I am Ming Chui Mountain Manor's disciple, Chu Ming. Seniors from the Imperial Thunder Sect are here, so this junior didn't welcome you from afar. Sorry for making senior laugh." Although Kun Fian was arrogant, but seeing that he was also a cultivator of the same level, he quickly took his command medallion and bowed as well. "Fellow Chu is too polite. I'm also at the 12th level of qi refining. I don't deserve to be called senior. It's better to call me fellow." Hearing that, Chu Ming's heart relaxed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he said respectfully, "No matter what, since you are from the Imperial Thunder Sect, you are giving face to my Lingpei Mountain Manor. I will welcome you." However, without waiting for Kun Fian to speak again, Chu Ming changed the topic like the boy earlier. "It's just that The Lingpei Mountain Manor's Lingji meeting this time is a private meeting between the disciples of my Mingchui Mountain Manor and the Lanli sect. There are some secrets in this, so only those who have the token can enter. Since you don't have the token. Chu Ming didn't finish his words, but his meaning was very obvious. He was waiting for Kuan Fian to leave by himself. Lanli sect? Kuan Fian said softly, Lanli sect and my Imperial Thunder sect are on good terms. Usually if there are any matters between the two sects, we will also communicate with the Lanli sect fellow. Fellow Taoist? I'm very sorry, there is indeed a secret to this Lingji gathering. Otherwise, my Lingpei Mountain Villa would definitely open its doors and invite the four of you in. No matter what Kuan Fian said, Chu Ming replied apologetically. Fellow, are you not giving face to my Imperial Thunder sect? Kuan Fian said with a cold smile, isn't it just a condensed knowledge treasure? It's not like my Imperial Thunder sect hasn't seen it before. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't say anything cold, his tone had already changed. Since you know that there is a condensed knowledge treasure, you naturally know the stakes. My Lanli sect didn't invite many of our own disciples, how can outer sect disciples casually enter? It's just a small Lingpei Mountain Manor. Chen Diheng at the side was also a little angry. Could it be that it's even harder to enter than Lanli sect's Limo Ridge? I don't know if it's hard or not, I have always walked through the door. Chu Ming also sneered. If you want to know, you can try to enter. However, if there are any mishaps, don't blame I for not warning you first. Seeing that things had turned bad and seeing Chu Ming's fearless look, Kuan Fian was a little dumbfounded. Although they didn't take off the fog, but not only did the Imperial Thunder sect lose face, even her own heart was extremely tangled. Just as both sides were in a deadlock and Kuan Fian was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, Xiaohua, who was standing at the back, walked up and cupped his hands. Fellow Chu, how should I address Mingchui Mountain Senior Shi Wuming? Senior Shi is I's martial uncle. Chu Ming's face softened and nodded. However, even if you are acquainted with martial uncle Shi, I'm afraid that today's matter won't work. Hee, it's like this. Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior Shi once owed Junior a favor. That day he once said that this poor Taoist can use his name to do something. Of course, this matter cannot be against reason and nature. This poor Taoist feels that this is the right time, right? Chu Ming thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Martial Uncle Shi's disciple. I have also given him a token. If what you say is true, I can help Martial Uncle Shi return the favor. However, where is Martial Uncle Shi's token? Fellow can use Martial Uncle Shi's token as a token for this matter. I can also use Martial Uncle Shi's token to report back. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said without hesitation, Senior Shi only said one sentence, he didn't give I a token. Haha, fellow says it so easily. Since you don't have a token, then aren't you just saying it for nothing? I's Martial Uncle Shi is also not in Lingpei Mountain Villa. There's no proof. Chu Ming laughed. There's no other way. Xiaohua sighed. That day Senior Shi said so. If Mingchui Mountain doesn't care about I, there's nothing I can do. Then Xiaohua turned to Chu Ming and was about to speak when Chu Ming's smile deepened. Haha, fellow, just now I was just testing. Martial Uncle Shi cough often like this. May I know where you saw Martial Uncle Shi? What was his appearance like? This time Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that Shi Wuming was just talking nonsense. Now it seems that Senior Shi really has this habit. Xiaohua took a step forward and described Shi Wuming's appearance to Chu Ming. He then transmitted a message to Chu Ming about what happened that day. Naturally, Chu Ming wanted to examine the demonic spear tip. Xiaohua took it out from his space and handed it over. No need. Chu Ming saw that the magic spear tip didn't even take it. He waved his hand and said, I have seen this thing before. And this matter I also know about it. So it was the fellow from the Imperial Thunder sect who bought this thing. Chu Ming looked at the magic spear tip with a strange expression. Even his words were strange. Since it was you who took this thing, Martial Uncle Shi's favor is understandable. Fellow Taoist, please keep it well. Xiaohua was confused. However, since Chu Ming admitted it, his goal was achieved. Sure enough, after Xiaohua kept the magic spear tip, Chu Ming clapped his hands and smiled. Since Martial Uncle Shi has done us a favor, the four of you can participate in the Spirit Ji gathering. However, I would like to ask the four of you to take down the mystic insect. Xiaohua and the others kept the mystic insect and greeted Chu Ming again. Chu Ming saw that the four of them were at Qi refining stage level 12 and knew that they were here for the foundation establishment stage. He didn't ask any more questions and personally led the four of them into Ling Pei Mountain Villa. For fellow cultivators, please? Chu Ming led the four of them into a hall. Inside the hall, there was already a good number of cultivators. Without exception, all of them were energy refining stage cultivators. Additionally, it was clear that many of them were familiar with each other. Whispers could be heard within the hall as many of them were discussing something. When these cultivators saw Chu Ming leading the four Qi refining stage cultivators in, they stopped and looked at the four of them in surprise. Chu Ming didn't explain and led Xiaohua and the others to a table near the center. He raised his hand and said, "For fellow cultivators, please sit. The Spirit Ji gathering will begin in half an hour. I hope the four of you are fated to be here." "Thank you, fellow cultivator Chu." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. No need to thank me. If you want to calculate, I have taken advantage of you." Chu Ming cupped his hands and quickly left. After Chu Ming left, the hall was silent for a moment. Then it gradually became louder. A cultivator not far from Xiaohua looked at the four of them and walked forward. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Meng Yang. Which branch of my Lanli sect are you from? Forgive me for my poor eyesight, but I have never seen it before." Chapter 1726. Seeing that Meng Yang was also at Qi refining stage 12, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I and the other three are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and were just passing by Jiangqing City. Since Ling Pei Mountain Villa has such a grand event, I also came to try my luck." When Meng Yang heard Xiaohua's words of trying his luck, his expression changed and he said in shock, "How is this possible? The Spirit Ji meeting is a strictly guarded secret of the Blue Li sect. How did you Imperial Thunder Sect disciples know about it?" Meng Yang's voice was quite loud and the people around heard it too. They immediately stopped talking. Many people in the hall were already paying attention. Now that they saw the commotion, they became silent again. "How did the four of you get the news?" Meng Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked around and said, "We haven't found the opportunity for the Blue Li sect disciples, so we didn't ask the outer sect disciples to come and find it." "That's right." The disciples of the various branches of the Blue Li sect all shouted. How could Kuan Fian explain this to them? His eyes were full of disdain and he didn't say a word. The arrogance of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples was obvious. "Fellow cultivator, there are some things that I still have to say. Otherwise it will be very disadvantageous for you." Meng Yang seemed to have some grudges with the Imperial Thunder Sect. Seeing that no one spoke, he sneered. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and smiled. "We are here to participate in the Spirit Ji meeting. We don't have any intention of snatching the opportunity from your sect's disciples. And this opportunity to condense the treasure can only be unique. If it is your sect's disciples' opportunity, we can only clap and congratulate him. Do you think we will snatch it? You actually know about the treasure?" Another disciple was even more shocked. "Not only that, I came with the permission of Senior Shi Wuming to participate," Xiaohua said coldly. Hearing that Xiaohua was Shi Wuming in advance, everyone shrunk their necks and looked at each other. Meng Yang was also quite embarrassed and forced a smile. "Since you are Marshal Uncle Shi's guest, just say it directly. Why hide it?" Xiaohua glanced at him and closed his eyes to rest. The Blue Li sect disciples around them started to whisper again. After a while, a few more disciples gradually entered the hall. They were all around the 11th layer of Qi condensation. At the head of the hall, there was a table that had been empty all this time. No cultivators sat there. Almost an hour later, they heard the sound of footsteps followed by the sound of rustling clothes. Xiaohua and the others looked up and saw an early-stage foundation building cultivator leading several disciples around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm into the hall. "Greetings, Senior Hu." "Greetings, Manor Lord Hu." The group of cultivators stood up. Xiaohua and the others looked at each other and also stood up. "Disciples, please have a seat." Manor Master Hu walked to the table at the head of the table. His gaze turned and paused on Xiaohua and the others. Then he said, "This humble manor is fortunate enough to hold this gathering for the future of my Lanli sect. Perhaps some disciple will have this opportunity. If this disciple can come out of my Ling Pei Mountain Villa, I hope that you will take care of my Ling Pei Mountain Villa in the future." Of course, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are lucky enough to have this opportunity. I welcome the arrival of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. "Thank you, Manor Lord Hu." Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare to neglect and said in unison. Alright, I won't say any more. This condensed treasure has already been tried. I have no fate with it. I's disciples haven't tried it yet. They will try it with everyone. Hearing that the Ling Pei Mountain Villa's disciples haven't tried it, the group of disciples showed respect on their faces. They smiled and said, Manor Lord who is truly righteous. You are a capable disciple of my Lanli sect. Junior and the others admire you. Ah, disciples think too highly of I. Manor Master who laughed and waved his hand. The disciples behind him all sat at the head table. He then said, I'll invite fellow Taoist Fan over. Let's see who among the disciples here has the opportunity. Thank you, Manor Lord Hu. Everyone bowed again. Manor Head who had only been gone for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea when he returned with a cultivator who was also in the early stage of foundation establishment. The cultivator was not tall and looked very simple and honest. He had thick eyebrows and a dark face. He looked just like a farmer. Manor Lord who led Fan Qingmu to the main hall and said with a smile, Disciples, this is Senior Fan Qingmu. He is a good friend of I. This time he came to my Ling Pei Mountain Villa because of I. Juniors greet Senior Fan. The disciples naturally respectfully saluted. Fan Qingmu's tone was very cold. He waved his hand and said, Since you are all Manor Lord who's juniors and Manor Lord who has gathered all of you here, then Manor Lord who has already considered you all as his own nephews. Since we have such a relationship, I won't be polite. There's no need for any of the so-called etiquette. Today's matter was facilitated by Manor Lord who and gave all of you this opportunity. In I's opinion, no matter who has the opportunity or not, they must remember Manor Lord whose intentions and remember them in their hearts. We understand. It is because of Manor Lord whose righteousness that we have this opportunity. The disciples all said in unison. Xiao Hua slightly frowned and glanced at Sun Shu and the others. Sure enough, the three of them had a strange expression. Of course, from the current situation, this wasn't a spirit gathering, it was more like a loyalty gathering. Haha, I's intention was to give all of you a chance, I didn't think too much about it. Manor Lord who said with a red face. At this moment a red light flew over. It was a voice transmission talisman. When Manor Lord whose divine sense swept over it, his heart thumped. He thought to himself, this guy. Why did he rush over at this time? However, Manor Lord whose expression didn't change. He said, Alright, I won't say any more. I'm sure all of you are already anxious, right? As he said that, he patted his hand and took out a disc array from his storage bag. I will open the seal in the hall. For such an important matter, it's better to keep it a secret. Manor Master who tapped the disc array with his hand and several orange-red threads of light flew out from the disc array. The threads of light drew an arc in the air and landed at the four corners of the hall. The moment the threads of light landed, it was as though something had been ignited. Surging flames roared and engulfed the entire hall. Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. However, when he looked at the calm Lanli sect disciples around him, he narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense. The surging flames quickly covered the entire hall. Just as the flames were about to close, a soft chi sound rang out and the flames in the hall disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Xiao Hua's divine sense was immediately repelled by the restrictions on the four walls of the hall and could no longer penetrate through. Chapter 1727. Alright, I'll leave for a moment. Manor Head who scanned the area with his divine sense and satisfaction. As he spoke, he pointed at the disc array and a similar thread of light shot out. Manor Head who followed the thread of light out of the hall. Xiao Hua looked at Manor Head who's back thoughtfully. But all the other disciples, including Kuan Fian and the other two, had their eyes focused on Fan Qingmu. Disciples. Fan Qingmu naturally understood what everyone was thinking. He clapped his hands and a strange-looking magic tool appeared in his hands. That magic tool was like a turtle shell. Except for an opening in one place, everything else was tightly sealed. There was nothing special about it. Everyone scanned it with their divine sense but couldn't penetrate it. I know what everyone is thinking. I will get straight to the point. The condensed knowledge treasure is in this Jianghu. Which disciple has the opportunity to become the owner of the condensed knowledge treasure? You only need to reach your hand in and you will know. Fan Qingmu's voice sounded in the hall. However, before everyone tries, I have two requests. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from where Manor Head Hu disappeared. Looking at the eagerness in Sun Shu's eyes, he transmitted his voice. Senior Sun, is what Senior Fan said correct? Just reach out and touch it, can you be sure? Sun Shu's eyes flashed with excitement. She transmitted her voice with a smile. Exactly. That year, that senior from the Imperial Thunder sect also coincidentally came to the Sun Thunder Palace for business and accidentally damaged the magic tool that contained the condensed knowledge treasure. When he touched the condensed knowledge treasure with his hand, the condensed knowledge treasure immediately seeped into his skin and all the realms were absorbed by him. This. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior Sun, are you sure you're not telling a story? How can the condensed knowledge treasure be placed in a magic tool? Don't you know how to use a magic tool to protect it? Junior Xiao is different. The condensed knowledge treasure is important, but the problem is that the reincarnated disciple's cultivation is so high. If we use a magic tool to protect it, Golden Dan cultivators can't touch it. What's the use of the condensed knowledge treasure? Sun Shu smiled. As for all these coincidences, maybe it's heaven's will. Heaven's will? Xiaohua shook his head. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. If the earth has no hatred, the earth will be peaceful. Illusory. Xiaohua said casually, but as soon as his words reached Sun Shu, Xiaohua's heart trembled. The karma hand in the air flickered slightly. Karma. 2 of the 3,000 great Taos. Perhaps karma doesn't just apply to one life. Even if it's 3 lives, the karma heavenly Tao will still work. After Xiaohua comprehended this point, the hand of karma became a little clearer. On the other hand, Sun Shu's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and a trace of tenderness. He looked at Xiaohua and unconsciously muttered in his heart, "That's right, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old." Why is there so much love in this world? In the hall, Fan Qingmu's voice sounded, "My first condition is that every disciple must pay a piece of top-level spiritual stone before they try." This. Xiaohua was stunned, then the corners of his mouth curled up as he thought to himself, "This senior is really good at making money." But thinking about it, that was indeed the case. She had no reason to let him try anything. How could there be no benefit? This piece of top-grade spirit stone was probably because it was in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. If it was somewhere else, it would be even more. Senior Fan has worked so hard, we should be filial to you. At the head table, a disciple of Manor Master who stood up and said, "This junior is not talented, but I will help senior collect these spirit stones." Hehe, thank you for your trouble. Fan Qingmu squeezed out a smile from his face. Obviously he knew this disciple and the other disciples also knew him. Someone even handed over the spirit stones to him and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ling." Xiaohua and the others didn't say anything. When Senior Brother Ling came over, they all handed over the spirit stones to him. After Senior Brother Ling collected the spirit stones from everyone in the hall and handed them to Fan Qingmu accepted them without even looking and said, "My second condition is also very simple. Before you put your hand into the Jianghu, you must make a blood oath that if any disciple is the owner of this treasure, you must do your best to help I step into the gold core stage." What? The Lan Li sect disciples didn't know what they were thinking, but Xiaohua and the others couldn't help but frown. Do your best to help him step into the gold core stage? Brothers and sisters. Senior Brother Ling, who just received the spirit stones, stood up and said, "Senior Brother Fan was lucky to be able to obtain this treasure. Naturally he has some luck with the owner of this treasure. For him to take out the treasure for us to try is in itself a very righteous thing to do. Think about it, if one of your fellow disciples is the owner of this treasure, and Senior Brother Fan doesn't come at all, will this fellow disciple have the luck to reach the realm of his previous life? If this fellow disciple doesn't return Senior Brother Fan's favor, will he be able to break through the realm of his previous life and go further? Senior Brother Fan's condition is also to help this fellow disciple. Moreover, Senior Brother Fan also said that he will do his best. If this fellow disciple doesn't have the ability, then Senior Brother Fan's words are in vain. Senior Brother Fan is also leaving a lot of leeway for everyone. Xiaohua and the others looked at each other, and there seemed to be some realization in each other's eyes. The matter of a meat pie falling from the sky has never happened before. If you want to get something, you must give something. Fan Qingmu's condition was inevitable. The Blue Li sect disciples in the hall pondered for a moment, and then someone shouted, "Senior Brother Fan is right. We only need to pay the price of 1 spirit stone to obtain the treasure. It is really easy." To help senior brother Fan step into the gold core stage is the obligation and price of the treasure's owner. I agree to make a blood oath. Good, this fellow disciple, come over and try first. Fan Qingmu was overjoyed and pointed with a smile. Yes, thank you, senior brother Fan. The disciple stepped forward and bowed. Fellow disciple doesn't need to be like this. If you are the owner of the treasure, I will have to call you senior brother. Fan Qingmu patted the disciple's shoulder and forced a smile on his face. I don't dare. If this disciple is fated, I will never forget senior's grace. That disciple was very flattered and hurriedly discovered the blood oath. Then, with a trembling arm, he slowly extended a hand into the Qingwu. Evidently, Fan Qingmu was also extremely concerned, his eyes fixed on that disciple's reaction. Unfortunately, after the disciple reached his hand in, he was first stunned, then at a loss. The previous anxiety had long disappeared. Forget it. Fellow disciple, please take out your hand. Fan Qingmu was not surprised. He smiled naturally and said, It seems that you are not the owner of the treasure. But the disciple helplessly took out his hand. 3 of his fingers seemed to be still moving as if he wanted to continue. The disciple also had something to say and wanted to argue. However, he looked at Fan Qingmu's appearance and then looked at the other disciples who had already walked behind him. He did not say the rest of his words. He turned around and walked back to his seat, sitting there in a daze. The disciple next to him naturally wanted to ask, but looking at the disciple's appearance and thinking that he would be able to touch the treasure soon, he did not ask any more. Although there were many disciples in the hall, it was easy to reach into the treasure. In just half an hour, except for Xiaohua and the other 3, all the disciples in the hall had tried. The entire hall was silent. No one spoke. If a needle fell to the ground, one could probably hear the sound. It was as if the air in the entire hall had condensed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Xiaohua sighed. He stood up and walked in front of Fan Qingmu. He cupped his hands and said, Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Fan. And Manor Master who just told I that the 4 of you are Senior Chu's favor. Senior Chu also has a favor for I, so I cannot refuse. Please. Fan Qingmu nodded slightly and said. Xiaohua casually swore a blood oath, extending his hand into Qingwu. Why is it so soft? Xiaohua only felt that there was something slippery and soft at the place where his fingers touched. Very naturally, 2 of his fingers slightly pinched. And at the place where he pinched, that slippery thing was like liquid sliding out from his fingers. A kind of coolness was produced. It seems that there is no reaction? Xiaohua's eyes turned and thought very strangely. Hee little friend Xiao, you don't seem to be the owner of this treasure. Fan Qingmu smiled and said, Please take out your finger. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua did not have much hope. Hearing Fan Qingmu's reminder, he took out his hand and looked between his fingers. There was no wet place. Immediately after, Kuan Fian, Qian Diheng, and Sun Shu each went forward to try. Without exception, there was no change. The disappointment on the faces of the 3 was needless to say. The faces of the Lanli sect disciples were also filled with joy. Forget it, Fan Qingmu clapped his hand and the treasure flew into the air. As he kept it in his storage bag, he raised his head and shouted, Manor Master Hu, please open the enchantment. Among the disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa, except for a disciple at the 12th level of Qi refining who did not move, the others also stood up and walked towards the entrance of the hall. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. At the entrance, a ball of orange flame was produced. The flame condensed into the shape of a rocket. With a whoosh, it shot towards Fan Qingmu. Fan Qingmu was in the middle of putting away his storage bag, so he wasn't on guard at all. It was only when the fire arrow was about a foot in front of him that he realized it was coming. Fan Qingmu didn't have time to say anything. He formed a seal with his hand and waved it forward. A thunder palm appeared from his palm and struck the fire arrow. With a light kacha sound, the half-foot-long thunder palm hit the rocket. The orange flame was completely shattered and fell to the ground. Manor Lord Hu, what do you mean by this? Fan Qingmu's expression changed as he said coldly, Do you want to leave this Ningji treasure behind? Chapter 1728. Manor Master Hu, don't you want the lives of your Lanli sect disciples? Fan Qingmu clapped his hand and a magic weapon that looked like a crutch appeared in his hand. He sneered, Moreover, I have made it clear that if you don't have Ai's spell, no one can open this Qingwu. The condensed knowledge treasure inside. You can't get it? Who knew that it would have been better if Fan Qingmu didn't say that? As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen orange-red brilliants flashed from around him. Each brilliance formed a fire arrow and shot towards Fan Qingmu's body at the same time. Go! Fan Qingmu's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He released his pressure and filled the entire hall. Then he waved his magic weapon again and several rotating brilliances came out from the crutch. They shot in different trajectories towards the Ling Pei Mountain Villa disciples who had walked to the entrance of the hall and were already alert. They took out their yellow talismans and prepared to defend themselves. Puff puff puff, there were a series of muffled sounds. How could the Ling Pei Mountain Villa disciples' yellow talismans be a match for Fan Qingmu's magic weapon? They were easily broken by the brilliance. Moreover, the brilliance that pierced through the yellow talismans was like a sharp sword. It didn't lose its momentum and pierced towards every disciple's body. Kacha kacha, just as the brilliance pierced the disciples' bodies, the brilliance on their bodies flickered and disappeared. Then there was the sound of the brilliance shattering. The yellow talismans on their bodies couldn't withstand a single blow and were all pierced by the brilliance. The disciples without the yellow talismans were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered under the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Their bodies were easily pierced by the brilliance and they didn't have any power to fight back. They all fell into a pool of blood. The disciple who was at the peak of the 12th level of Qi refining realm who was sitting at the head table just now didn't get up. Although there was some panic on his face, he wasn't as frightened as the surrounding disciples. When he collapsed to the ground, he clapped his hands and a small triangular flag was pinched in his hand. Fan Qingmu killed several disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa. He glanced around and saw the situation in the hall clearly. However, the dozens of fire arrows that were shot out from the array in the hall had already flown in front of him. He didn't have time to chase after the other Lanli sect disciples. Umph! Fan Qingmu sneered. He really didn't understand what manner head who meant. However, since he dared to come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa, he naturally had a plan to deal with it. He clapped his hand again, and a ruler-like celestial artifact appeared from his storage bag. As he activated his spiritual power, it quickly flew above his head. Immediately, a yellow brilliance emitted from the ruler. In the blink of an eye, it protected Fan Qingmu's body. At this moment, the fire arrow that was flying towards him had only flown half a foot forward. Fan Qingmu's eyes narrowed as he saw his magic item protecting him. He waved the magic item in his hand once more, and several dozen rays of light spun out to meet the fire arrows. Pa 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 pa, a series of crisp sounds could be heard. Flames flashed around Fan Qingmu like fireworks, but they were also annihilated. Ha Mannerhead who, if you don't show up, how can you be I's opponent with just the array in this hall? Fan Qingmu laughed heartily. He cast his gaze towards the many disciples in the hall. Under his pressure, everyone, including the 4 disciples from the Imperial Lightning sect, had collapsed to the ground. They looked at him with pale faces, their eyes filled with horror and fear. Although Fan Qingmu's magic item produced a lot of brilliance, it was only an attack after all. In addition to 70% of the fire arrows being destroyed, 30% of the fire arrows leaped out from the gaps in the brilliance and shot straight at his protective light curtain. Pa pa pa, just as Fan Qingmu's gaze was wandering, several fire arrows shot at the light curtain. Without exception, they couldn't break through the protection of the light curtain and turned into fireworks that fell to the ground. Therefore, Fan Qingmu threw away his last bit of vigilance and sneered, "Since Mannerhead who is so heartless, don't blame I for being unrighteous. I will kill all of your descendants in Ling Pei Mountain Villa." As he spoke, he waved the magic item in his hand again and again. Many rays of brilliance flashed like sharp swords and shot at the many disciples who collapsed in the hall. Suddenly, screams sounded in the hall. One by one, the lives of the Lanli sect disciples were easily taken by Fan Qingmu. The 4 disciples of Imperial Thunder sect naturally collapsed to the ground and couldn't move. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and calmly observed. Not only was the cloud-suppressing seal eager to try, but the mighty Vajra celestial body hidden in his body could come out at any time to resist Fan Qingmu's pressure. Fortunately, Fan Qingmu knew the origin of Xiaohua and the others. He seemed to have a lingering fear, or perhaps he had other plans. When he waved his magic item, he missed the 4 of them. Since that was the case, Xiaohua didn't want to create more trouble and didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the Lanli sect and Fan Qingmu. He only allowed Fan Qingmu to kill the disciples of the Lanli sect while he carefully took precautions. However, just when Fan Qingmu took control of the entire hall, another change suddenly occurred. Most of the fire arrows that were shot at Fan Qingmu's protective light curtain fell to the ground. It was obvious that their power was not enough to break through the defense of the light curtain. However, just when Fan Qingmu shifted his attention away and focused on killing the disciples of the Lanli sect, the moment one of the fire arrows touched the light curtain, the flame on the fire arrow disappeared and revealed its original form. It was actually a slender magic item in the shape of a rhombus. The sharp tip of the rhombus magic item had a faint blue light flickering. Moreover, there were also faint runes flowing around the magic item. Puff! The moment the flames disappeared, the rhombus-shaped celestial artifact suddenly raised its head like an awakened green python and rushed towards the light screen. The light screen that had blocked the numerous fire arrows only lasted for a moment before the rhombus-shaped celestial artifact's blue tip corroded a hole in it. The rhombus-shaped celestial artifact easily flew through the hole and pierced straight towards Fan Qingmu's heart. Fan Qingmu was alarmed when he sensed that the light screen of his Dharma artifact had been broken. He quickly formed a seal with his free hand and sent a thunder palm toward the rhombus-shaped Dharma artifact. Crack! The thunder palm struck, but the rhombus-shaped Dharma artifact seemed to have a mind of its own. With a slight twist, it bypassed the thunder palm. This is bad. Only then did Fan Qingmu realize that something was wrong. He hurriedly slapped his shoulder, and a light green brilliance rapidly spread from his shoulder to his entire body. Unfortunately, although the brilliance was fast, it was not as fast as the rhombus-shaped artifact. As soon as the light green brilliance reached Fan Qingmu's shoulder, the artifact's sharp point pierced his heart. In an instant, the brilliance from his heart shone brightly. It seemed to be Fan Qingmu's protective defense. Unfortunately, this defense was still no match for the strong poison of the magic item. It was quickly corroded and flaws appeared. He didn't want us to tell anyone else. Senior Uncle Yin's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and a beam of light shot out. It seemed to be an enchanted item, but it also seemed to be a yellow talisman. The disciple sensed it, and his body twitched as if he wanted to resist. But Senior Uncle Yin's pressure completely suppressed him, making it impossible for him to move. A dark green light flashed and a miserable scream rang out. The disciple's body also began to turn black, and pieces of rotting flesh began to fall from his body. The other disciples immediately shouted, "Martial Uncle, please spare us. If you think you're the only one who knows? Since there are so many disciples gathered in the hall, how could you be the only one who knows?" Martial Uncle Yin sneered at the skeleton that gradually appeared. Then he looked at the disciples who were kneeling on the ground with blood on their foreheads and said, "Since you knew, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, if any of you knew, you could have just sent me a message. Martial Uncle, please spare us." The disciples immediately turned pale with fright. Knowing that there was no hope, they unconsciously began to resist. "Go kill them." Martial Uncle Yin waved his hand and ordered. At the same time, the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage pressed down. "Yes, we understand." Several disciples behind Senior Uncle Yin replied. Then they clapped their hands and took out several yellow talismans. "What about Qingyu? What about the other disciples? Master, please give us your orders." When a few disciples walked a few steps forward, the fireball talismans in their hands shot out and landed on the bodies of those disciples. Several heart-wrenching screams sounded in everyone's ears, causing everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. A skinny disciple beside Martial Uncle Yin asked in a low voice. In an instant, everyone pricked up their ears and looked at Martial Uncle Yin with pitiful eyes. "The other disciples?" Martial Uncle Yin glanced at them coldly and said in a sharp voice, "They didn't swear a blood oath to be loyal to me. We'll make a blood oath right now." All the disciples shouted when they heard this. It seemed like they had found an opportunity to live. "Qingyu? There's no need for him to live." Martial Uncle Yin looked at the disciple who had been standing in front of the table and sneered, "How can I not know what he's thinking?" With that, Martial Uncle Yin raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. Seeing a green dot of light shoot out from Martial Uncle Yin's hand, Qingyu's expression changed greatly. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took out the scarlet triangular flag from before. Martial Uncle Yin was stunned when he saw the flag. An indescribable expression flashed through his eyes and his finger that was about to shoot out a second light unconsciously paused. Qingyu took out the small flag and didn't stop. He activated his magic power and a few strands of black light shot out from the small flag, shooting straight towards the walls of the hall. Uncle Yin's eyes were filled with interest as he watched the strands of black light land on the walls of the hall. He didn't raise his hand to stop them. As the black light landed on the walls of the hall, the black light flashed from the walls. As the light flickered, the restrictions in the hall weakened. Strands of black gas gradually squeezed out from the restrictions and quickly spread to cover the entire hall. Quick now. In the distance, Xiaohua shouted and slapped his hand. A strand of Samadhi True Fire appeared in his hand. Xiaohua waved his hand and the Samadhi True Fire appeared in his hand. With a palm strike he slapped the nearest wall. The restriction on the wall had already been diluted by the black gas. After being burned by the Samadhi True Fire, a small hole had already appeared in the restriction. At this moment, the restrictions on the 4 walls were replaced by the old ones. Xiaohua's plan was indeed effective. Go. At this time, Chen Diheng also shouted. With a wave of his hand, his halberd immediately flew into the air. A tricolored brilliance emerged from the tip of the halberd, turning into 3 balls of light the size of a duck egg. They rushed towards the place where the Samadhi True Fire was burning. Rumble. With 3 loud explosions, a hole the size of a person was blasted out of the restriction on the wall. I'll go first. Chen Diheng urged his spiritual power and didn't dare to hesitate. He flew towards the human-sized hole. Ming Hao was the first to fly out. Although Xiaohua was the closest to the wall, he didn't move. He just stared at Qingyu while his heart churned endlessly. Although he hadn't seen this scarlet triangular flag before, he wasn't unfamiliar with the black cheese restriction. It was very similar to the demonic formation he'd seen on the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Moreover, he could also see the difference within the churning black qi. This was clearly demonic qi. Demonic cultivator. Xiaohua immediately judged it. However, looking at Qingyu, he didn't seem to be possessed by the blood shadow. He was no different from an ordinary human cultivator. Suddenly, Xiaohua frowned and thought of what Xiao Xinrui said that day. Heavenly Demon Sect? Is this disciple the Heavenly Demon Sect that senior sister mentioned? At the same time, Xiaohua also diverted some attention to look at Martial Uncle Yin. The cloud-suppressing seal in his body was ready to attack at any time. However, Martial Uncle Yin didn't seem to see what Xiaohua and the others were doing. He only looked at Qingyu as if Qingyu, a disciple of Lingpei Mountain Villa at the 12th level of qi refining, was more important than Xiaohua and the other 4 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Watch me. Seeing that after Chen Diheng had escaped, the black qi on the wall had become denser and denser, gradually covering up the hole, Kuan Fian coldly shouted. The thunder-trapping bead in his hand also left his hand. Before the thunder-trapping bead flew to the wall, it had already enlarged to the size of a bowl. Countless tiny lightning bolts were released from the thunder-trapping bead, striking the black qi with a crackling sound. That lightning glow was indeed the nemesis of the black qi. Countless black qi was annihilated by the lightning glow. Instantly, another hole that was twice the size of the previous one appeared. I'm going. Kuan Fian said coquettishly and flew into the hole. Ouch. At this moment, Qingyu's attention was diverted from Martial Uncle Yin. Seeing that 2 of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had already escaped, he became anxious and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small triangular flag. The small triangular flag flashed with black light and even more black light with traces of blood flew out from the flag. It repeatedly shot into the 4 walls of the hall. Thus, even more dense black qi crazily surged out from the walls. In the blink of an eye, the hole that Kuan Fian had escaped from was filled up. Chapter 1730. Go. The remaining Sun Shu's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Xiaohua, and the thunder lock in his hand flew into the air like Kuan Fian's thunder-trapping bead. Dozens of tiny lightning bolts also shot towards the hole. With the same crackling sounds, the thick black smoke was hit by the lightning bolts, and the hole appeared again, once again expanding to the size of a person. I'll go first? Sun Shu's voice was clearly different from the previous 2. It seemed to carry a questioning tone, and he looked at Xiaohua with concern. When Xiaohua nodded, Sun Shu's figure flew into the air, about to enter the hole. Unfortunately, at this moment, a low voice rang out, "Useless things, 2 of you have already escaped." As the voice spoke, a human figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. This person wore an ordinary Taoist robe and held a small triangular flag in his hand. However, this flag was twice as big as Qing Yu's. Moreover, the scarlet color was even deeper, as if it had been smeared with a thick layer of blood. Go! That person waved the small flag in his hand, and a few rays of black and red light shot towards the wall. Those rays of light were like water droplets that were thrown into a pot of oil. With a series of crackling sounds, more black gas gushed out from the wall at an extremely fast speed, firmly blocking the hole that Sun Shu had just created. This is bad. He thought to himself, this is bad. He slapped his forehead, wanting to take out the cloud-suppressing seal. However, just as he raised his hand into the air, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately stopped. He turned his head to look at Sun Shu's thunder lock, and saw that it couldn't break through the black smoke. He then looked at Martial Uncle Ian and the person who came later. Chang Huan? Xiao Hua recognized that person's face. His eyes unconsciously narrowed, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. This senior martial brother Chang was actually the Chang Huan that Xiao Hua had met in 100 Herb Gate when he was still an apprentice disciple of Shang Huaming. Thus, Xiao Hua felt even more certain that he had made the right choice. This guy, how could he also have this kind of flag? And it looks even more powerful than Qing Yu's flag. This guy, isn't he a loose cultivator? Could it be that he also joined some heavenly demon sect? Xiao Hua thought to himself. He turned around to look at Sun Shu, who had landed beside him, and nodded slightly. And Sun Shu was vexed in his heart, but when he saw Xiao Hua's calm gaze, his heart relaxed for no reason. That's right, this junior brother of his still hasn't taken out his most powerful cloud-suppressing seal. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, the martial Uncle Ian who came first and the cultivator who came later were obviously not from the same group. If the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit from it. Xiao Hua and I definitely have a chance. Therefore, Sun Shu placed the lightning lock on top of her head. A misty brilliance sprinkled down from the lightning lock, protecting her and Xiao Hua. When Chang Huan saw that Sun Shu was blocked, he no longer paid attention to him. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua as if he didn't recognize him at all. He turned his head to look at martial Uncle Ian. Ian Meng, why did you come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa instead of staying in Limo Ridge? Then he looked at the black head of Hu Ming on the table and laughed. So you are after the foundation of Pei Mountain Villa. What a coincidence, it's actually the same as my heavenly demon sect's plan. Haha, Ian Meng raised his head and laughed loudly. This old man has long heard of the heavenly demon sect's reputation, but I didn't expect to meet it today. However, your heavenly demon sect really disappoints this old man. Your disciple's cultivation isn't very high, but your tone isn't small. You, a junior in the 12th layer of Qi refining, actually dares to criticize this old man, a foundation establishment cultivator? Could it be, this old man can't kill you? And it's no wonder. You seem to be that extremely notorious loose cultivator Chang Huan. Ian Meng looked as if he suddenly realized something and sneered. Before, you were just a minor character in the 9th layer of Qi refining. Now that you have cultivated to the late stage of the 12th layer of Qi refining, you think you are amazing? You really don't know that there is always someone better than you. Alas, criticizing this old man in front of this old man, you are simply a jumping clown. Fine, I'll let you see the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. As soon as Ian Meng's voice fell, he didn't take out any magic tool. He only flicked his right hand, his 5 fingers like playing a pipa, drawing a few afterimages in the air. In an instant, more than 10 sparks of fire, emitting a bewitching light, enveloped Chang Huan from top to bottom. Ha, you are just a foundation establishment cultivator, what is there to be proud of? Although Chang Huan's mouth spoke arrogantly, he didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the triangular formation flag, and a thick blood-black fog gushed out from the roof above his head, blocking the 10 sparks of fire. Pa 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 pa, more than 10 consecutive sounds rang out. The sound was very dull, and the originally thick blood fog was instantly blown apart. However, even though the blood fog was stretched out very long and was blown away by the explosions, there wasn't a single spark of blood fog. Haha, a foundation establishment cultivator is only SOSO. Chang Huan's originally somewhat apprehensive mood immediately became excited, and his eyes flashed with a greedy light. His gaze was on the storage pouch at Ian Meng's waist. Should I go up and help? In the distance, Xiao Hua saw Chang Huan's gaze and felt annoyed. He couldn't help but think. As he thought this, he turned his head to look at Sun Shu. At this time, Sun Shu was very calm and narrowed his eyes. Feeling Xiaohua's gaze, Sun Shu glanced at Xiaohua and whispered, "These two cultivators aren't anything good. No matter who wins, both of our lives won't be guaranteed. Let's wait for both of them to be injured, then you and I will attack together." A senior sister says. Xiaohua nodded. Looking again, Yin Meng's face also revealed shock. He clapped his hand, and a 3-inch long rhombus-shaped magic tool like a flying sword floated in his palm. It was precisely the magic tool he used to kill Fan Qingwu just now, the Jade Rise shuttle. How can you measure the divine abilities of a Foundation establishment cultivator? A trace of a smile appeared on Yin Meng's face. Under the urging of his magic power, the Jade Rise shuttle suddenly expanded, and the green at the tip became even more dazzling. In my heavenly demon sect's blood formation, even a Foundation establishment cultivator will be trampled under my feet, Chang Huan arrogantly said. Then he looked at Qin Yu and cursed, "2 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have already escaped, yet you still want to let the other disciples go? Quickly kill all of Yin Meng's disciples." Yes, disciple understands. Qin Yu's expression had already changed a few times as he stood there. He clearly understood the stakes involved. When he heard Chang Huan's instructions, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He waved the small flag in his hand. Immediately, the blood fog that surged out from the walls split apart and aggressively charged towards the disciples beside Yin Meng. When Yin Meng's disciples saw this, they didn't dare to be negligent. Several of them clapped their hands and several fireball talismans, ice talismans and other talismans shot out in succession. Unexpectedly, these powerful yellow talismans had already entered the blood mist and immediately lost their power. If they weren't corroded by the blood mist and turned into talismans, then they would explode and be covered by the blood mist. They couldn't harm anyone at all. Quick, magical artifacts. The disciples immediately came to their senses and cried out in alarm, each of them taking out their magical artifacts. However, they were only Qi condensation disciples, so how many of them had magic tools? Even more disciples panicked and took out defensive yellow talismans such as Vajra talismans and Iron Cloak talismans, and hurriedly used them on themselves. Chapter 1731. Who would have thought that the defensive light barriers that usually looked extremely sturdy, which couldn't even be broken by ordinary fireball talismans, would be so fragile in the face of the blood-black mist. As soon as the mist came into contact with the light barriers, it immediately emitted a faint zhi-zhi sound. The light barriers were corroded to form an extremely small flaw, and as the mist surged in, the flaw became even larger. In just a few blinks of an eye, the defensive light barriers of the numerous disciples were completely corroded, and the mist was about to corrode their bodies. So powerful. The numerous disciples were greatly shocked. The yellow talismans in their hands continuously shot out, thickening the defensive light barriers again and again, wanting to stop the mist's corrosion. However, although there were many yellow talismans, they couldn't delay the mist's corrosion in the slightest. The brilliance of the numerous disciples flickered. In the end, when the yellow talismans were used up, it was time for them to die. Meanwhile, Yin Meng summoned the Jade Hive shuttle, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger. Go. The Jade Hive shuttle drew a faint arc in the air and pierced towards Chang Huan. Chang Huan didn't panic, nor did he take out a magic tool. He only shook the formation flag in his hand again, and the already thin mist from before thickened again, once again blocking the Jade Hive shuttle. This is a bit troublesome. Xiaohua watched from afar, his brows tightly knitted. When he first saw Chang Huan had just reached the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm. In these past few years, Chang Huan had actually advanced to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. It was very obvious that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds after he joined the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect was clearly a devil cultivator. Xiaohua had never heard of it before, so it was very likely that it had only appeared in recent years. If it hadn't just been established, then it had always been secretly developing. Looking at Chang Huan's technique again, aside from using formation flags and borrowing the power of the hall's formation to attack Yin Meng, he didn't reveal any devil cultivator techniques. Moreover, just this devil formation alone could trap a Foundation establishment cultivator, which truly shocked Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, the Jade Hive shuttle had already rushed into the mist. At the very beginning, Xiaohua could still see the Jade Hive shuttle flickering with blue light and the mist churning like boiling water. However, in a few breaths of time, everything became tranquil again, and the jade hive had already condensed into the mist. Ah! Yin Meng turned pale with fright. She conjured a Dharma seal and hurriedly tried to retrieve the jade tower shuttle. However, when the Dharma seal struck the fog, it was like a stone falling into water. She could only feel the Dharma artifact's response, but she was unable to retrieve it. Go, Chang Huan sneered. This time he no longer waved the flag. Instead, he chanted and his hands began to form seals. As the seals formed, Chang Huan's face gradually turned black and his eyes became bloodshot. When the seals formed, Chang Huan shouted and hit the fog in front of him. Dozens of black gas condensed into the shape of sharp swords and flew toward Yin Meng. As the black gas flew, there was a faint ghostly howl. Not good. Seeing this, Yin Meng's expression also changed. She hurriedly clapped her hands and a ring-shaped ball flew into the air. It seemed to be a defensive artifact. The defensive green brilliance poured down from the top of her head, protecting Yin Meng's body. Chang Huan saw that the black gas condensed into black swords were about to pierce Yin Meng's body. How could he let Yin Meng cast the spell successfully? A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence into the black gas in front of him. The black gas rapidly surged a few times, and the dozens of black gas moved twice as fast as before. Go! Yin Meng loosened his hand. Like the previous aura-refining disciples, he shot out many defensive yellow talismans. Yin Meng's yellow talismans were naturally high level. Although the ice and other brilliances they produced couldn't last long in front of the black gas, they could still block the black gas for a moment. Just this moment alone, the brilliance of the ring-shaped artifact could protect Yin Meng. Unfortunately, just as a hint of joy flashed in Yin Meng's eyes, the two black gas between his two sides suddenly became thicker. There were several faint bloodshot threads swimming in it. In the blink of an eye, the black gas pierced through the defensive brilliance that had just been produced and pierced into Yin Meng's Taoist robe. Ah! A resentful voice appeared in Yin Meng's eyes. It was only now that he realized that Chang Huan's blood essence had only stimulated these two black gas. The other streams were just a cover. The black gas was also very powerful. As soon as it pierced into Yin Meng's body, it immediately turned into black threads like swimming snakes. They followed Yin Meng's blood vessels and spread towards his vital points. Moreover, wherever the black threads passed, his skin would turn pitch black. Yin Meng clenched his teeth. Without making any hand seals, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. He crushed the jade bottle and swallowed the medicinal pill inside without even looking at it. At the same time Yin Meng swallowed the medicinal pill, the dozens of black gas that had been blocked by the defensive yellow talismans also pierced his body. In an instant Yin Meng's entire body was shrouded in black gas. With a thump, Yin Meng's body unexpectedly fell to the ground, no longer moving. Ah! A foundation-building cultivator was killed just like that? Xiao Hua looked on with a dumbfounded expression. Chang Huan also seemed to not dare to believe it. However, Chang Huan immediately laughed. A foundation-building cultivator is nothing more than this. As he spoke, he coldly looked at the Lan Li sect disciples who were struggling in the black gas. His gaze fell on Xiao Hua and Sun Shu. When he saw Xiao Hua, he was slightly taken aback, but he immediately ignored him and said to Sun Shu with a smile, "The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect are indeed worthy of their reputation. This poor Taoist was only a moment late and two people escaped. However, fortunately fellow Sun is not among them. Otherwise wouldn't I's arrangements be in vain?" Me? Sun Shu looked at Chang Huan in a daze and asked curiously, "This poor Taoist has never had any dealings with the Heavenly Devil sect, nor do I know any devil cultivators. May I know why fellow Taoist Chang is making such a big fuss?" Fellow Sun doesn't need to know about this. Chang Huan smiled and said, "When I capture fellow Sun and see that person, you will know for yourself. You're courting death." How could Sun Shu ask again? He pointed his finger. The lightning lock that had been protecting him and Xiao Hua just now emitted a gorgeous brilliance. A flash of lightning flashed and struck towards Chang Huan. Kacha kacha, a few sounds. The lightning split the black gas in front of Chang Huan into several strands. However, after the lightning disappeared, the black gas gathered together again. It was just that the color was a little lighter. Hahang, even a foundation establishment cultivator is not the opponent of this blood array. You, a chi refining cultivator, can turn the sky upside down? Chang Huan laughed and waved the small flag in his hand again. A lot of black gas surged out from the four walls of the hall. Not only did it protect Chang Huan, but it also drowned the entire hall. Although this devil chi isn't as powerful as the formation set up by the devil cultivator on the Thousand Jiang Peak, I'm afraid ordinary chi refining cultivators are also powerless against it. Xiao Hua inwardly thought, even Li Zongbao, who is at the great circle of chi refining, can't break it. It seems that I can only use the cloud-suppressing seal or the devil spear tip. Moreover, this Chang Huan. He had a grudge with this young master before. Since we met today, how can I let him escape? Xiao Hua's current cultivation was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although he was trapped in the blood array because he had already seen an even more powerful blood array before, he did not have the slightest trace of panic in his heart. When he saw that Sun Shu's lightning lock attack was ineffective, he clapped his hand and the white dust flew out from the space. It flew into the air and sprinkled a layer of yellow light that covered him and Sun Shu. Then he shouted, Chang Huan, do you know this young master? You. At this moment, Chang Huan was waving the small flag to attack the black gas. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he glanced at Xiao Hua, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I don't care who you are. You're just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if I've seen you before and have some grudges with you, I will absolutely not let you live. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. However, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Remember this well. This young master's name is Xiao Hua. Don't go to the netherworld without knowing this young master's name. Xiao Hua sneered and said loudly. Xiao Hua. Chang Huan was slightly stunned, but then the appearance of the first layer of chi refinement from several years ago merged with the appearance of the 12th layer of chi refinement in front of him. Ah, it's you? Chang Huan was shocked. At this moment, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose. He slapped his forehead and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out from his mouth. This cloud-suppressing seal was, after all, a magical treasure. As soon as it flew out, its aura was terrifying. Streams of heaven and earth spirit chi were attracted by the cloud-suppressing seal, and the bronze brilliance pushed away the black gas around 10 feet around it, creating a large empty space. Ah, magic treasure? Chang Huan was shocked and at the same time, his eyes flashed with greed. His somewhat red eyes swept over Xiao Hua and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to enter the Imperial Thunder sect and be able to obtain this magic treasure. What a pity you didn't die in my hands last time. Today you still can't escape the fate of that day. Then he waved the small flag left and right. Clouds like black lotuses formed around the small flag. Under the urging of Chang Huan's magic power, they surged towards the cloud-suppressing seal. This young master wants to see who will take whose life. Xiao Hua sneered. He urged the magic power in his hand and poured it into the cloud-suppressing seal. Under Xiao Hua's urging, the cloud-suppressing seal had already become 3 feet in size. Then it slowly flipped over. The red and yellow brilliance at the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal was aimed at Chang Huan. Go! Xiao Hua pointed his finger. The cloud-suppressing seal emitted a deafening buzzing sound and smashed towards Chang Huan. Ah? The boundless power of karma appeared on the cloud-suppressing seal, making Chang Huan feel like he couldn't dodge or even do anything. After all, when Chang Huan was a rogue cultivator, he did countless outrageous things and had a lot of karma on him. This kind of karma was his nemesis. What kind of magic treasure is this? In his panic, Chang Huan waved the small flag again and again. In the end, he opened his mouth again without hesitation and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence onto the small flag. Instantly, tens of small black lotuses with faint red threads on all sides flew out from where the small flag was waved and circled below the cloud-suppressing seal, wanting to hold it up. Chapter 1732. Below the cloud-suppressing seal, there were dozens of small black lotuses spiraling around, trying their best to stop the cloud-suppressing seal. However, the cloud-suppressing seal was still descending at a seemingly slow speed. Under the pressure of the magic treasure, the numerous black lotuses were shattered one by one, dissipating into wisps of black gas and then disappearing. Seeing that the small flag couldn't stop the cloud-suppressing seal's descent and that the cloud-suppressing seal had locked onto him, Chang Huan immediately made a decision. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. He waved the small flag in his hand again. While the black gas was surrounding him, dozens of flying swords, condensed from the black gas, stabbed towards Xiaohua and Sun Shu just like before. "Senior Sister Sun, be careful," Xiaohua shouted loudly. The black dust above his head shone brightly, thickening the light barrier a bit. Sun Shu did the same. Several bolts of lightning flashed from the thunder lock, scattering to her left and right, blocking the black gas outside. "Go!" Xiaohua waved his hand. The black iron needles had already flown out while the black gas was churning. While dodging the black gas, they pierced towards Chang Huan through the gaps. Chang Huan's hand struggled to form a strange seal. A layer of black gas entrenched under his feet, lifting him up and flying towards the entrance of the hall. "Still want to run?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure flew up and quickly chased after him. At the same time, the cloud-suppressing seal swayed slightly, chasing after him as it descended. As a magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal's power was incomparable. However, it also had a shortcoming, and that was that it consumed a lot of magic power. Moreover, when controlling it, it was like a young man wielding a weapon that didn't match his strength. His movements were very slow. Although Xiaohua saw Chang Huan escape, the cloud-suppressing seal couldn't completely descend. Fortunately, although Chang Huan released a lot of black qi which were like sharp swords, they were all suppressed and dissipated under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal. Not many of the flying sword-like black qi were able to reach Xiaohua. Even the black qi in the hall was completely washed away when Xiaohua flew up. This black gas can actually restrict divine sense. Xiaohua's vision was blocked by the black gas. He unconsciously released his divine sense and shockingly discovered something strange. Oh no, this black iron needle doesn't seem to be of much use. Just as he discovered that his spiritual sense was blocked by the black qi, Xiaohua discovered that the black iron needles he secretly released also seemed to have sunk into sticky water within the black qi. Their flight was greatly restricted, and they were far from being able to display their unfathomable speed. "I'm afraid we'll have to use a magic weapon." Xiaohua watched as Chang Huan was shrouded in black qi and moved towards the wall of the hall. He couldn't help but think to himself, this Chang Huan is actually harder to deal with than a Foundation establishment cultivator with the help of the blood formation. This is the only way. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. His figure suddenly sped up as he shouted, "Where are you going? Have a taste of my needle." Then he used his divine telekinesis to activate the black iron needle and pierced it towards the black qi surrounding Chang Huan. You dare to use this thing to embarrass yourself?" It seemed that Chang Huan was already close to the wall. Although the cloud-suppressing seal had fallen, he was still confident that he could escape in this short period of time. Only then did he seriously tremble in his heart and encourage himself. Sure enough, Xiaohua felt that when his black iron needle pierced into the black qi, it was like piercing into an extremely elastic silk. It couldn't penetrate even half an inch further. However, at this moment, his figure had already closed in on Chang Huan. He was only a few feet away. Then have another taste of my fist." As Xiaohua spoke, he once again raised his right hand and punched. Chang Huan was very puzzled. He didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't use more strength to activate the cloud-suppressing seal and instead used his fist to attack. Although he knew that the black qi surrounding his body was extremely poisonous, he still activated even more black qi to block in front of Xiaohua's fist. Seeing that Xiaohua's fist was about to touch the black qi, Chang Huan's eyes also lit up. He eagerly wanted to see Xiaohua's arm being corroded by the black qi. However, at this moment Xiaohua's figure suddenly twisted. His left hand streaked across the air, leaving behind an afterimage. A pitch-black stick appeared from his left hand and directly pierced into the black qi surrounding Chang Huan's back. A heart-wrenching scream sounded. Black blood splashed into the black qi as Xiaohua retracted his hand. With a sizzling sound, the black blood immediately boiled and disappeared without a trace. The demonic spear in Xiaohua's hand actually ignored the corrosion of the black qi, ignored Chang Huan's defense, and directly pierced into his heart. Demonic weapon. Chang Huan's dead fish-like eyes flashed with an inconceivable expression as he muttered. At the same time, the black qi quickly seeped into Chang Huan's body as the demonic spear was pulled out. An incomparably fishy smell quickly spread out from Chang Huan's body. Pieces of rotten flesh also began to fall. Xiaohua let out a cold snort from his nose. He pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal that had already landed on top of Chang Huan's head slightly tilted. It didn't stop and continued to fly forward. In front of the cloud-suppressing seal was a wall of the hall. With a loud ping sound, the entire hall seemed to shake. On the wall that was surging with black chi, a gap was smashed open by the cloud-suppressing seal. The black brilliance in this gap was annihilated, creating a hole the size of a person. The black chi around this hole rolled and slowly healed. Senior Sun, quickly leave. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head. He grabbed with his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal once again flew out from the wall, preparing for a second impact. Sun Shu was originally behind Xiaohua. Seeing this scene, her heart was happy. She looked deeply at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes and said, "Junior brother, be careful." Afterwards, without saying anything else, the Lei Suo flew in front of her. She herself used the flight technique to follow behind the Lei Suo and escape from the gradually shrinking hole. Just as Sun Shu's figure disappeared, the hole had already healed. "Go." Xiaohua's expression didn't change. While urging his Fa Li, the cloud-suppressing seal once again shot out. It was still at the place where the hole was just now. "Humph, useless thing." An extremely magnetic voice suddenly resounded through the entire hall. At the same time, a tall cultivator appeared from the black chi in the hall. This cultivator's cultivation was at the middle foundation establishment stage. He didn't wear any camouflage robes and didn't hide his cultivation. On his incomparably handsome face, a pair of eye-catching eyes flashed with an indescribable divine light. He was looking at Xiaohua, who was casting his technique with astonishment. This person was the heavenly demon sect's Zhang Qingxiao. As soon as Zhang Qingxiao appeared, he immediately grabbed with his hand. The small black flag in Changhuan's hand suddenly flew into his hand. Following Zhang Qingxiao's wave of the formation flag, a black water-like liquid seeped into the wall. A middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. Seeing this, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. The Fa Li in his body urged, the cloud-suppressing seal hummed and smashed into the black chi in the wall even more quickly and violently. Chapter 1733. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal smash into the wall of the hall and disperse the black chi, Xiaohua's heart fell to the bottom of the valley and became ice cold. Under the black chi, the liquid that looked like black water had already covered the entire wall. The black brilliance that had been destroyed by the cloud-suppressing seal flashed again and again. Although it had dimmed a lot, it was not extinguished. Xiaohua's most powerful magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal, couldn't break Zhang Qingxiao's blood array. Seeing that the suppressing cloud seal's attack was ineffective, Xiaohua hurriedly grabbed with his hand. The suppressing cloud seal flipped a few times in the air and flew to the top of Xiaohua's head. A cluster of ancient bronze brilliance with red threads firmly protected Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao held the array flag in his hand and looked at Xiaohua with interest. He didn't have any intention of attacking. After the cloud-suppressing seal protected his body, Xiaohua was relieved. He looked at the unfamiliar cultivator in front of him and bowed. "Junior is Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How should I address Senior?" "And I know you're called Xiaohua," Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. It was hard to say whether it was a sneer or a smile. "Senior knows Junior?" Xiaohua was surprised. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. "I know you, but you don't know me." Zhang Qingxiao spoke the words "you" and "me" very smoothly, causing others to not feel that it was a senior speaking to a junior. It was precisely because of this that Xiaohua was greatly surprised, and he stared at Zhang Qingxiao for a long time before he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Senior." Junior is still unable to recall. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cautious Xiaohua and said, "Although you don't know this old man's name, you should know where this old man came from?" Zhang Qingxiao obviously realized something was wrong and immediately changed his words. "Is there a need to say? Senior must be a cultivator of the heavenly demon sect." Xiaohua's face was very calm. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao's eyes and said, "Today is the first time Junior has seen a disciple of your sect. Junior came to Ling Pei Mountain Villa today to participate in the Lingji meeting. I didn't think of fighting with your sect's disciples. Also, Junior doesn't want to participate in the grudge between your sect and Ling Pei Mountain Villa. If Senior is willing, Junior can make a blood oath to not speak of this matter." Hee, what blood oath? In this world, only the dead can truly keep a secret. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have thought of something and said coldly, "Then Senior definitely won't let Junior leave this place alive today?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he calculated with all his might. "Perhaps." Zhang Qingxiao lazily stretched her waist and the small flag in her hand swayed slightly. Suddenly, A few blood-red brilliance separated from the small flag and flashed in the black gas. At the same time, in the black gas in the distance, a series of screams sounded. It was the disciples of the Lanli sect who were still struggling with all their might. I'm afraid I'll have to use that consumable magical artifact. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, but his hands were clenched into fists. But that magic tool can only be used in close quarters. If this guy dodges it, we'll be in trouble today. However, he immediately hesitated. This magic tool only said that it's useful for cultivators whose cultivation is one realm higher than mine. It didn't say anything about devil cultivators. I really don't know if it can be used. After a dozen screams, Zhang Qingxiao waved the small flag again. The four walls of the hall flashed with black light and the black gas was absorbed by the walls like a whale swallowing water, revealing a clear hall. Chapter 1734. What Zhang Qingxiao said was extremely true. The cloud-suppressing seal was a magic treasure. Driving it required a lot of magic power, and the cloud-suppressing seal absorbed even more spiritual energy. This was also the foundation of magic treasures being more powerful than magic tools. If he really couldn't draw spiritual energy from the outside world inside this blood formation, Xiao Hua could only use his own magic power to pour it into the cloud-suppressing seal. Otherwise, this cloud-suppressing seal could only be seen but not used. It was simply inferior to magic tools. Although Xiao Hua's magic power wasn't as little as Zhang Qingxiao said, how long could it last? Fine, since you don't want to say more, this old man will ask you one last question. Zhang Qingxiao saw the change in Xiao Hua's expression and said with a smile, "Is your origin in the direction of Xiaoyu continent? For example, the east, south, west and north of the country of Xi, which place?" Xiao Hua looked at Zhang Qingxiao at this extremely unfamiliar face. His mind was filled with thoughts, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen this heavenly demon sect master. Senior, if Junior said he didn't know his origin, would you believe it? Xiao Hua bit his lips, stared at Zhang Qingxiao's eyes and said loudly. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with an indescribable expression. It seemed to be gratification, pity and anger. Seeing the change in Zhang Qingxiao's expression, Xiao Hua knew it wasn't good. He waved his hand and struck the cloud-suppressing seal. The magic power in his body flowed and poured into the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal hummed loudly, and a bronze brilliance flashed, gradually expanding. Sure enough, Zhang Qingxiao sneered, "How can this sect believe this kind of lie? Let this sect see what the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is capable of." As Zhang Qingxiao spoke, he clapped his hand. A golden light flew out from his storage bag and stopped above Zhang Qingxiao's head. It was his magic treasure, the bright scenic bell. As Zhang Qingxiao struck the bright scenic bell, a dazzling brilliance sprinkled down, like Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal, protecting Zhang Qingxiao. Huh? Also a magic treasure? It's actually not a magic treasure. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, he didn't think too much about it. He pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal rumbled as it smashed towards Zhang Qingxiao. At the same time, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and his dust flew out to protect himself. I am quite surprised that a meditational level kid can control a treasure. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of excitement. Although he held the array flag in his hand, he did not wave it. It seemed that he really wanted to see the power of the suppressing cloud seal. "Alright, I'll let you know the power of my Imperial Thunder sect." Xiao Hua rejoiced in his heart. He did his best to urge the cloud-suppressing seal to smash it down at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. His eyes spun around as he looked around the hall, trying to find a flaw in the blood array. At this moment, the blood formation's black gas had already converged to the four walls of the hall. All the black gas was flowing within the walls, as if the four walls were a pool of black water with countless whirlpools inside. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that the walls were all the same, so he released a strand of his divine sense. Who would have thought that just as his divine sense came into contact with the black gas actually entangled his divine sense, as if it wanted to corrode his divine sense. Ouch! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and thought to himself, "I didn't expect this blood array to be so miraculous." In the hands of this heavenly demon sect master, it's actually even more powerful than in Changhuan's hands. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to know that Xiaohua's divine sense was startled by the blood array, and the corner of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Buzz buzz. The cloud-suppressing seal finally flew in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Xiaohua slightly raised his hand, and the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal gently tilted to the side, aiming at Zhang Qingxiao, who was under the bright scenic bell. Ouch! A burst of trembling that came from the bottom of his heart and seeped into his soul, causing Zhang Qingxiao's expression to instantly change. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it so strange? Zhang Qingxiao did not dare to be negligent. He waved the array flag in his hand, and a faint black gas descended from the sky, wrapping around his entire body. Using the power of the blood array, Zhang Qingxiao was able to block the negative karma coming from the cloud-suppressing seal. Rumble. With a loud sound, the cloud-suppressing seal had already smashed down, smashing right on top of the golden brilliance of the bright scenic bell. Like a large stone falling on a brocade, the brilliance of the bright scenic bell was extremely depressed. Oh! Zhang Qingxiao was surprised again. He did not expect Xiaohua to actually have such magic power. He formed a seal with his left hand, and the bright scenic bell made a dang sound. The golden brilliance greatly flourished, and an enormous rebounding force was born from the brilliance. All of a sudden the cloud-suppressing seal was bounced back. Hiss. Xiaohua took a deep breath, secretly shocked in his heart. A middle foundation establishment cultivator is indeed formidable. This golden bell's magic treasure. I'm afraid the cloud-suppressing seal won't be able to block it. Moreover, this devil cultivator uses a magic treasure to protect his body, so I can't get close. I only have one chance to use that consumable magic treasure. Before I can break through this defense, I definitely cannot use it. Immediately, Xiaohua slightly muttered to himself. He pointed his finger again, and magic power poured into the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal received Xiaohua's magic power, and once again fiercely rumbled. However, the cloud-suppressing seal increasingly shrunk, shrinking to the size of a foot. Go! Xiaohua shouted loudly. Immediately after, he secretly released a trace of his Buddhist sense, probing towards his lower body. Rumble. Another sound rang out. This time the sound was much quieter than before, but the power was much greater. An extremely large amount of the bright scenic bell's brilliance was washed away. Damn it, I actually underestimated you. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face was very brilliant. He formed another seal, and this time the bright scenic bell also buzzed repeatedly. Unexpectedly, it swayed rapidly and several rays of brilliance sprinkled down. Only then was the cloud-suppressing seal blocked. I'll let you see this sect's methods. Zhang Qingxiao stabilized the bright scenic bell, and the formation flag in his right hand waved. From above the hall, several rays of black energy pierced towards Xiaohua like sharp swords. At this time Xiaohua's face was not alarmed, but instead happy. He laughed brightly. Then I'll let you see this young master's methods. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Zhang Qingxiao was slightly stunned. He did not think that Xiaohua, who had already taken out his magic treasure, would have some powerful methods. However, what happened next left him completely dumbfounded. Xiaohua's figure swayed, and a mighty Vajradharma body of 2 feet tall was quickly born from his body. This Dharma body was golden all over. Although many parts of it were void, the edges of the figure's outline had gradually become clear, especially the front part of the 2 arms, the 2 fists and the wrists had already solidified. This is... Zhang Qingxiao's mouth was half open, and the formation flag in his hand was slightly tilted. He seemed to know what this was, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Just when Zhang Qingxiao was surprised, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew up and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao, completely ignoring the several rays of black energy. Pa pa pa, a series of sounds. The extremely powerful black energy that could even kill the Foundation establishment stage Meng was actually scattered by the fist of the mighty Vajradharma body. Chapter 1735. Xiaohua stealthily released a trace of his Buddhist sense and was actually able to detect the true situation of the blood array. The black gas of the blood array had a corrosive effect on divine sense but had no effect on Buddhist sense. Thus, Xiaohua was overjoyed and used the magical ability of the mighty Vajradharma body. Sure enough, This Buddhist Dharma body was the nemesis of devil cultivators. Just now, the incomparably powerful black gas was actually scattered by the incomplete fist of the Vajra Dharma body. It simply couldn't get close to Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao saw this situation that she had never encountered before and was even more shocked. She was stunned for a moment with her mouth wide open. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua's figure swept across the space of the hall like lightning and arrived below Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Jingming Bell. Although Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiaohua's flying talisman was extremely fast, she also didn't think that Xiaohua's flying technique could be this fast. Almost without any movement, Xiaohua very strangely took out a huge black object and without any explanation, continuously hit the defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell. When Zhang Qingxiao saw the huge object in Xiaohua's hand, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a giant devil hammer. Ping ping ping, a series of sounds rang out. The giant devil hammer in Xiaohua's hand was like paper. However, every time this paper-like object hit the light barrier of the Jingming Bell, the light barrier would violently shake. After a few times, the Jingming Bell actually let out a sorrowful cry and the light it scattered gradually dimmed. Good, this guy actually has a devil tool. Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but groan. She knew how strong Xiaohua was, and now it seemed that Xiaohua's strength was much greater than what she remembered. Xiaohua saw that the giant devil hammer was effective and was overjoyed. After all, the cloud-suppressing seal needed magic power and heaven and earth spirit chi to move, but this giant devil hammer only needed strength. He lacked everything but strength. Go! Xiaohua then waved the giant devil hammer and at the same time used his divine sense to move the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing it at the place where the giant devil hammer was ravaging. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. The incomparably tough defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell finally broke under the attack of the cloud-suppressing seal and the giant devil hammer. This large hole rapidly expanded in all directions. Motherfucker, you're really amazing. Zhang Qingxiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. With a wave of her hand, the array flag was activated, and a fishnet-like black gas fell from the top of her head. Just as she was waving the array flag, Zhang Qingxiao's expression suddenly changed. She shouted and turned her head to look in a certain direction. Xiaohua, who was facing Zhang Qingxiao, was ecstatic when he saw Zhang Qingxiao's bright scenic bell being destroyed. He waved his sledgehammer and blocked in front of his body. He instantly used the awakening lightning escape and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao's chest. As he flew closer, the consumable magic tool was already stored in his mouth. Once he got close enough, he would use the giant demonic hammer's attack to shoot out the magic tool. In Xiaohua's opinion, even if this magic tool couldn't kill the heavenly devil sect master whose name he didn't know, it could at least severely injure him. Relying on the giant devil hammer and the Dream Slayer flying sword, he might be able to break this blood formation. But just as Xiaohua controlled the cloud-suppressing seal to fly above his head to block the black gas and was about to spit out the magic tool in his mouth, he heard Zhang Qingxiao's angry shout. Xiaohua originally thought that this was Zhang Qingxiao's plan to lure the enemy, but his Buddhist sense naturally swept towards the direction Zhang Qingxiao was looking at. This sweep did not matter, but Xiaohua's mind was greatly shaken. He saw countless black gas gushing out from the corpse that was previously lying on the ground. This black gas was extremely similar to the black gas of the blood formation, but it was even denser. This black gas quickly wrapped around the black gas and a doubtful and cold voice sounded, This is the Buddhist sect's Dharma body? Motherfucker, another heavenly devil sect disciple. This young master's life is in danger today. As this voice sounded, a powerful divine sense swept through the black gas, and a pressure comparable to the middle stage of Foundation establishment also came pressing down. Xiaohua could not help but secretly complain. He hesitated, not knowing whether to spit out the magic tool in his mouth. Who are you? Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The pressure that she had not released all this time was also released at this time, and in an instant, it blocked that pressure. The pressure of two middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators collided with each other, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the hall to become chaotic. Even the black gas that was spilling down from the sky was scattered. Of course, the pressure that just pressed down on Xiaohua was also blocked by Zhang Qingxiao. These two people don't know each other? Xiaohua was stunned and the magic tool in his mouth stopped. Soon after, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out, and he saw the two people's pressure colliding with each other, causing the black gas of the blood formation to become chaotic. His eyes immediately lit up, and his figure suddenly turned, flying towards the place where the two people's pressure collided with each other at a speed several times faster than before. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were fixed on the black gas above the hazy corpse, and she did not see Xiaohua's escape in the slightest. And inside the black gas, besides the words just now, there was also the pressure released. For a moment there was no movement, but the black gas was rolling like boiling water. Bang bang bang. A series of more than 10 sounds rang out. This time Xiaohua used all of his strength. He swung his arm, and the giant devil hammer was like a dozen or so afterimages, hitting the blood formation that was disturbed by the pressure just now. Then, with a rumbling sound, the cloud-suppressing seal finally flew over and hit the place where the giant devil hammer hit. Several cracks suddenly appeared on the black gas that was like a water surface. Xiaohua laughed loudly and urged the mighty Vajradharma body, and a punch hit the location of the cracks. With a ping sound, a hole the size of a person was punched out. Xiaohua did not say anything. His figure leapt up and he used the awakening lightning escape, drilling towards the hole. "Where do you think you're going?" A cold voice came from the rolling black gas. At the same time, a wisp of thick black gas separated from the mass of black gas and quickly shot towards Xiaohua. "Damn it, of course I am in charge of my blood formation. If I don't let him go, then I naturally won't let him go. Who made you worry? If you want to keep him, then I will let him go." Zhang Qingxiao sneered and shouted loudly. She waved the formation flag and the hole in the blood formation became bigger. Moreover, several wisps of black gas also flew out and condensed into a cloud behind Xiaohua, blocking that wisp of black gas. With a muffled boom, that wisp of black gas pierced into the black cloud like a sharp thorn. The black cloud swelled and then it was scattered by the black gas. Zhang Qingxiao's expression was even more strange and she shouted, "You are not a disciple of the Blue Li sect, you? Which demonic cultivator are you?" Although that wisp of black gas passed through the black cloud, it was blocked by the black cloud. Moreover, Xiaohua's awakening lightning escape was so fast. When the black gas flew to the hole in the blood formation, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared outside the hole. "Gee!" A strange sound came from the rolling black gas. "How can you know who I am? You little demonic cultivator, where did you get this demonic cultivation method? It's actually so pure? Which demonic cultivator are you?" "My heavenly demonic sect is the only demonic sect in the Dawn Rain continent. You are just a lonely ghost, why don't you hurry up and seek refuge under my sect?" How could Zhang Qingxiao answer him? With a wave of his hand, the formation flag repaired the blood formation. His other hand patted his forehead, and an inch-long flying sword flew out from his mouth. It was blood-red in color and floated in front of him. The only demonic sect in the Dawn Rain continent? Following this loud and clear voice, a human figure twice the size of an ordinary cultivator slowly stood up from the black gas. When this person stood steadily, the boiling black gas from before had already gradually entered his body. The place where the black gas entered actually revealed a pitch-black demonic armor. This demonic armor faintly had some enchanting runes on it, and the gaps between the runes were faintly blood-red, as if it was smeared with fresh blood. That demonic armor covered most of this person's body, and the arms and shoulders that were exposed outside of the demonic armor were thick and bulky muscles. "You are Yin Meng?" Zhang Qingxiao saw that his face had already turned green, but his previous appearance could still be vaguely seen, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Is it important whether I am Yin Meng or not?" Yin Meng said with a smile, and his voice was still sharp. "I only know that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. You created a heavenly demonic sect in the country of Shi and you claim to be #1 in the world. Truly laughable. Originally, I wanted to look for the sect master of this heavenly demonic sect to discuss the development of our demonic cultivators, but now it seems that there is no need for that." Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yin Meng for a long time, then said coldly, "Then tell me, what other demonic sects are there in the Dawn Rain continent? Aren't Extreme Yin sect, Coitus sect, and 6th-level sect all famous demonic sects? Not to mention the other small sects that are not even worth mentioning." Yin Meng said contemptuously with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. "What, so many?" Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, but then he thought of something and his eyes widened as he said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Yin, could it be that, outside the Million Meng Mountains?" Hearing the hesitation and probing in Zhang Qingxiao's tone, Yin Meng laughed loudly and said, "So fellow Taoist Yin is not completely ignorant. This old man thought that you had the same origin as me but unexpectedly. Haha, fellow Taoistine was actually able to establish the heavenly demonic sect and do things that this old man and the others couldn't do. This old man really admires you. Wait. Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly, then cupped his fists and said, "This sect master is? Qing Fengmin. How should I address you?" "This sect master is naturally Yin Meng." Yin Meng smiled, then looked around and said, "Sect master Qing, why haven't you put away this blood formation?" Could it be, as Yin Meng spoke, the demonic armor on his body flashed with brilliance? Hee, fellow Taoistine, you're overthinking. Zhang Qingxiao pondered for a moment, then the formation flag in his hand swayed. Wisps of blood-black smoke rose from the walls of the hall and flew toward the formation flag. Zhang Qingxiao said, "This blood formation was set up by my vice sect master to avenge his past enmity. This sect master is just here to take a look, and I have no other intentions. I didn't expect to actually meet fellow Taoistine here. This is the great fortune of my heavenly demonic sect." Chapter 1736. Ever since I learned about the heavenly demon sect, I've been looking for an opportunity to contact sect master Qing. It's just a coincidence today. I didn't expect my wish to come true. It's my honor. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao put away the blood formation, Yin Meng also recited a strange incantation. The demon realm slowly turned into wisps of black gas and was absorbed into Yin Meng's body. At the same time, his figure also slowly shrank. When the black gas around him disappeared, a normal Yin Meng appeared in front of Zhang Qingxiao. "May I know, which sect are you from?" Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and asked softly. "Haha, there's no need to rush. This old man is out on official business. Now that all of my disciples are dead, this old man has the time to discuss this matter with sect master Qing. We can talk about this later," Yin Meng said with a smile. "Good." Zhang Qingxiao clapped and said, "That's exactly what I want to ask for." I don't dare. I also have something to ask of sect master Qing." Yin Meng cupped his fists and said, "If sect master Qing can complete my task, you'll be the main contributor to my demon sect unifying the Dawn Rain continent." Unifying the Dawn Rain continent? Zhang Qingxiao frowned and asked curiously, "Millions of demon cultivators from Meng Mountains. Hee, that's why we're here." Yin Meng only said one sentence and didn't say anything else. He just looked at the hole in the hall and said with a puzzled face, "Which sect's disciple is that cultivator who escaped just now? How can he be so powerful? I remember that everyone in this hall is Lan Li sect's disciple, and they're all at Qi refining stage. Not only can this disciple use magic treasures, but he also has the legendary Buddhist Dharma body divine ability." "What Buddhist Dharma body divine ability?" Zhang Qingxiao pretended to be surprised and said, "Could it be the Buddhist sect that's the nemesis of my demon sect?" "I'm not sure." Yin Meng said awkwardly, "I was using my sect's secret technique just now so I couldn't see or hear clearly. I only took a glance and can't be sure. If sect master Qing didn't get angry with me just now and let him stay, I could use the soul-searching technique to learn something." A cold light flashed on Zhang Qingxiao's face and she sneered, "Are you blaming this sect?" "Haha, I wouldn't dare. Yin Meng waved his hands repeatedly, "It's all this old man's fault. When this old man saw that there was actually a devil cultivator's blood array here, I had the idea of waiting for him to show up. If I had revealed my true form at that time, how could there have been such a misunderstanding between us? Then, sect master Qing won't let a disciple of the Buddhist sect escape so easily. Hee, it's no wonder it's all my fault." Zhang Qingxiao changed her expression and said, "This cultivator's mouth is very tight, he didn't reveal a single word. Moreover, the disciples in the hall are all dead. The disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa? They're all gone. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find the origin of this disciple." "Forget it. The Buddhist sect has already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Even if a Tao sect disciple managed to obtain a little of it, he would not be able to accomplish much. Moreover, I'm afraid that the Tao sect wants to destroy the Buddhist sect even more than we do, right?" Yin Meng laughed. Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes and shook her head. "This? I don't know. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist." "Ah, well said. Yin Meng looked at the hall's door that was already open and said with a smile, "This old man will tell you everything he knows." "Please." Zhang Qingxiao raised her hand and looked at the hole in the hall. There was a thoughtful look in her eyes. As for Xiao Hua, who had just escaped from the blood formation in the hall, he didn't dare to tarry in the slightest. Without even looking, he used the lightning escape to escape in a certain direction. However, two voices berated him at the same time. Where did this brat come from? Following that voice, a heavenly demon sect disciple under the starlight waved the long banner in his hand, and an incomparably fishy bloody light swept over. Next to this heavenly demon sect disciple, there was a slightly taller one. He held a thick black stick in his hand and he was also swinging it down. As the stick was swung, there was actually a heart-wrenching howl of the dead. It was clearly refined from the souls of living people. Following the berating of these two people, many figures appeared in the distance. Xiao Hua swept with his Buddhist awareness but didn't find any trace of Sun Shu and the others. Therefore, a cold light flashed in his eyes and the giant devil hammer in his left hand that hadn't been put into the space smashed towards the stick in a thunderous manner. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a green and red brilliance flashed. The Dream Slayer flying sword flew out and flew towards the bloody light. When the two heavenly demon sect disciples saw this, they were not alarmed but happy. Their magic tools were refined from the souls and blood of living people. As long as ordinary magic tools were contaminated, they would immediately be corroded and lose their effectiveness. This cultivator didn't know what was good for him and used his magic tool like this. Wasn't it falling into their hands? Who would have thought that with a loud ping, the turbid substance on the stick didn't corrode the giant devil hammer? Instead, under the heavy blow of the giant devil hammer, it was smashed into two pieces. Not only that, but the giant devil hammer's remaining power was not exhausted. Not only did the head of the hammer smash into the disciple's body, but the other half of the stick also stabbed into his body. The other disciple was even more miserable. Just as he heard the loud sound, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through the bloody light. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Before he could scream, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through his throat and flew into the night sky. As the Dream Slayer flying sword flew past the disciple's corpse, Xiao Hua's figure was also holding the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. Since he easily killed the two disciples, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and caught the long banner that fell from the sky. Afterwards, he urged his remaining magic power to use the awakening lightning escape with all his strength. Like an afterimage, he flashed under the starlight and disappeared. When the other heavenly demon sect disciples found him, how could they still see Xiao Hua's trace? The heavenly demon sect master is very strange. How could he let me escape? Although Xiao Hua escaped from Lingpei Mountain Manor, the fear and doubt in his heart didn't disappear at all. He still thought to himself, even if it was because of that Yin Meng's casual interference, he wouldn't have let me go so easily, right? Pei, what are you thinking about? Even if he didn't let me go, could it be that he could keep me here? Xiao Hua spat out, the heavenly demon sect's blood array was personally broken by me. Only, I didn't think that Yin Meng actually didn't die, and is also a devil cultivator. Granny, I even gave my life to that heavenly demon sect master, but in the end I still don't know his name. How can I be so unlucky? This Lingpei Mountain Manor's blood array clearly wasn't aimed at me but at Sun Shu. How did I become the scapegoat? The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. Will he issue a sect leader's order to arrest this young master? Chapter 1737. Also, Yin Meng is a cultivator of the Blue Li sect. Will he reveal the fact that I know the Buddhist sect's cultivation method? Then, where should I go from here? Xiao Hua was very angry after thinking about it. If he dares to reveal it, I will tell him that he is a demonic cultivator. But, what if he doesn't reveal it? Will I still reveal the secret of him being a demonic cultivator? Xiao Hua suddenly thought again. Unconsciously, Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Yin Meng was a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. His status was much higher than his. If he really revealed it, would they believe him or him? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua shook his head gloomily. At this time he had already flown hundreds of miles away from Jianghu City. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to the direction of escape at all. The moonlight sprinkled on the grassland like water, and the cool wind blew. Countless light and darkness were reflected on the boundless ground. Xiao Hua's shadow was cast on the light and darkness, passing by like a wisp of smoke. And it should be safe. Xiao Hua swept his Buddhist consciousness behind him with all his might, but he didn't find any signs of pursuit. Then he carefully looked around him for a long time, but he didn't find any signs of spiritual sense. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Senior Sister Sun and the others escaped before me. I don't know if they fell into the hands of the heavenly demon sect? Xiao Hua thought to himself, we are just disciples of the Qi refinement stage. We came out to gain experience. Even if we die for the sect, we won't care. It's just that this Ling Pei Mountain Villa is involved with the heavenly demon sect. If I send a message back to the sect, they might come to rescue us? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out a communication talisman. He thought to himself, let me see if Senior Sister and the others are captured first. The crimson communication talisman was sent out. It only paused in midair for a moment, and then flew quickly in a direction, and that direction wasn't where Ling Pei Mountain Villa was. Ah, great. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately flew in the direction where the communication talisman disappeared. In the time it took to finish a meal, 3 figures appeared in the air opposite him. A surprised voice sounded, Is it Junior Brother Xiao? Ah, Senior Sister Sun, you guys really escaped. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and shouted. You also escaped. Sun Shu's voice was choked with emotion as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Senior Sun, look at you. You've already cried just now. Now that Junior Brother Xiao is safe and sound, why do you have to do this? Qian Diheng's voice sounded again. Sun Shu's lips curled into a smile, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Junior Brother Xiao, you are really amazing. At this time, Qian Diheng had already arrived in front of Xiao Hua. He didn't have any intention of stopping. He directly rushed towards Xiao Hua and gave him a bear hug as he shouted, You were able to kill that person from the heavenly demon sect by yourself. Moreover, you were able to escape from the formation. Cough cough. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm, but he still pushed away Qian Diheng's enthusiasm and said with a smile, This little brother was just lucky. What? Damn it, why can't I be so lucky? Qian Diheng let go of Xiao Hua and said, This time I owe you a big favor. Xiao Hua asked curiously, Why do you owe this little brother a favor again? Sai, do you still need to say it? Qian Diheng looked at Xiao Hua very affectionately. Originally, the first one to escape should be Junior Brother Xiao. But Junior Brother Xiao let me, Senior Sister Kuan and Senior Sister Sun all come out. Only you came out last. If this isn't a big favor, then what is? Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a smile, Unfortunately, that hole was too small. It could only allow one person to escape. Otherwise, this little brother would have also escaped. Junior Brother Qian, Junior Brother Xiao, this is not a place to talk. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Kun Fian looked quietly at the side and suddenly said, If the heavenly demon sect disciples catch up, we will be in trouble. Exactly. Junior Brother Xiao, we should hurry and leave. Sun Shu also woke up. She wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said hurriedly. So the 3 of them picked a direction and headed west. They didn't sleep or rest and flew for 3 days straight. They found a secluded place and entered a cave. Then they used a formation to seal the cave and cultivated for 2 days. Only then did they start their journey again. When they were escaping, Sun Shu had already asked Xiao Hua who was the cultivator who sealed the formation after she escaped. Xiao Hua originally wanted to tell her the truth. However, when he thought about how the heavenly demon sect's sovereign's cultivation was too high, it was understandable that she escaped from the hands of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, if she escaped from a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator's formation, there was no way he could justify himself. Moreover, this matter involved Yin Meng. He had already decided not to reveal that Yin Meng was a devil cultivator. Naturally, he couldn't drag Yin Meng, who was already killed in the eyes of Sun Shu and the others, into this matter. He could only say that it was a heavenly demon sect disciple and that he didn't know him. Sun Shu naturally trusted Xiao Hua. Whatever Xiao Hua said was the truth. She didn't ask any more questions. Even if Xiao Hua escaped, she didn't want to ask a single word. She was afraid that if she recalled a little more, it would make her sad. On the other hand, Kun Fian was very curious. He asked one question after another as if he wanted to know the truth. After being asked too many questions, Xiao Hua just turned his head and smiled. Senior Sister Sun, do you still remember what that heavenly devil sect disciple said when you had just escaped? What did he say? Sun Shu's face turned slightly red. Lowering her head, she said, I only cared about escaping. How could I have the mind to think about anything else? Hee hee, although we were unlucky and encountered the internal strife of Spirit Pay Mountain Manor. But, the person that the Heavenly Devil Sect disciple was looking for in the end seemed to be Senior Sister Sun. Xiaohua chose his words carefully, otherwise after Senior Sister Sun escaped, the Heavenly Devil Sect wouldn't have let this little brother escape so easily. What? The Heavenly Devil Sect was looking for Senior Sister Sun? Chen Diheng was greatly shocked. Looking at Sun Shu, he asked, Senior Sister, which disciple of the Heavenly Devil Sect did you offend? You were actually being hunted down? And with such a huge formation at that? How would I know? Sun Shu thought for a long time and couldn't help but shake her head, saying, although I had long known about devil cultivators, the name Heavenly Devil Sect was also something that I had just heard about. How could I have possibly offended them? Not to mention offending any devil cultivators. Along the way, it seems that you only had some conflicts with a group of cultivators in Weeping Moon City? Kun Fian frowned. That's right, that day didn't they say that they were looking for senior brother Chang who didn't appear? Xiaohua suddenly thought. Could this senior brother Chang be Chang Huan? Xiaohua glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu also seemed to have thought of it, but her eyes were still blank. She said in a low voice, I and those cultivators. I don't know any of them. I forget it. Who cares who they are? Xiaohua said with a smile. Left and right they either died or ran away. Who knows? That's right, who did that condensed knowledge treasure belong to in the end? Kun Fian asked again, his eyes staring at Xiaohua. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, no one got it. That devil cultivator forcefully broke through the restriction of Jianghu. Jianghu self-destructed. That condensed knowledge treasure should have been destroyed too. Qian Diheng roared, that's a condensed knowledge treasure. Those devil cultivators, they didn't use it and instead casually destroyed it. It's really, really hateful. He left and right, it's not ours. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. Xiaohua curled his lips. It's already not bad that we were able to escape. That's right, and the four of us escaped without any injuries. Sun Shu said with a gratified smile, I'm afraid that those Lanli sect disciples are all dead. This is all thanks to junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng said with a smile, when we return from our travels, I will definitely tell Master. Cough cough, many thanks, many thanks. I will definitely give little brother some benefits. Xiaohua also said with a smile. Don't worry, Xiaohua. When we return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Qian Diheng naturally knew that it was Xiaohua who helped him escape with his life. He was not stingy at all. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, this is what I need. Sun Shu covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes filled with joy. Although Kun Fian smiled, there was some hesitation in his eyes. After that, the three of them flew for dozens of days. Seeing that they were close to the Luofeng mountain, Xiaohua began to secretly plan. Seeing that they were flying over a hill, Xiaohua stopped. Since Xiaohua safely escaped from the Lingpei mountain villa, the three of them had already faintly followed Xiaohua's lead. Seeing Xiaohua land for no reason, everyone's heart trembled. They naturally thought of Xiaohua's vigilance when he returned from the Feather Immortal Assembly. Their faces changed slightly. Qian Diheng even tried to release his spirit sense and said in a low voice, What's wrong? Junior brother Xiao, is there any danger ahead? Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then his heart moved and he nodded slightly. I feel that something is wrong ahead. It seems that I have some trouble ahead. But whether it has anything to do with me, I can't say for sure. Then, let's take a detour. Sun Shu said without hesitation. Xiaohua shook his head. No, if it's really related to me, I'd better go and take a look. I can't implicate three senior brothers because of this matter. No, let's go together. Sun Shu refused again without hesitation. How could Xiaohua let them go to the Luofeng mountain? After thinking for a while, he said, My flying speed is extremely fast. If there is any danger, I can escape. If senior sister Sun follows, I'm afraid I can't take care of both of you. Sun Shu's face was full of disappointment. He forced a smile and said reluctantly, Junior brother Xiao is right. I will only be a burden to you if I go. It's better for junior brother Xiao to arrange it. Xiaohua smiled at Sun Shu happily. Looking at Chen Diheng and Kun Fian, he said, 3 senior brothers, let's take a detour for 100 miles. I'll send a message 10 days later. How about that? Chen Diheng glanced at Kuan Fian, and Kuan Fian nodded slightly. Thus he said with a smile, "All right, junior brother Xiao, I will listen to your arrangements. You must be careful." Chapter 1738. Listening to Kuan Fian and Chen Diheng's warning, and looking at Sun Shu's extremely concerned gaze, Xiao Hua was quite unhappy, but he had no other choice. Although this Luofeng Mountains matter was very simple, it might involve his own origin. This kind of matter was of the highest importance, and even the people closest to him couldn't be revealed. He could only say some lies. However, fortunately, the three of them listened to Xiao Hua's words. What Xiao Hua said wasn't considered a lie, and every word was true. It was just that he didn't say his true purpose. When the three figures disappeared from sight, Xiao Hua didn't rush forward. He found a secluded place, dug out a cave, entered it and laid down a formation. Then he stretched out his hand and took out the long banner that was covered in a layer of black gas. There were faint sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. This thing was casually taken from the heavenly demon sect disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa, and he didn't have time to examine it. This long banner was divided into two parts. One part was a 1 zhang long pole. The surface was black and shiny, and there were strange runes on it. They were different from the runes that Xiao Hua usually saw. On top of the pole was a long banner. It was 1 chi wide and 2 chi long. It was unknown what material the banner was made of. A thick layer of black chi stuck to both sides of the banner. From time to time, a very frightening ghost face would appear from the black chi. Is this a devil cultivator's devil artifact? Xiao Hua didn't dare to use his divine sense to examine it, and released his Buddhist sense. The black gas in the long banner seemed to be afraid of the Buddhist sense, and as the Buddhist sense went deeper, they all moved aside. Z. With a long sound, the Buddhist sense came into contact with a faintly discernible thing, and that thing let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah! This sound was incomparably loud, and it seemed to resound in Xiao Hua's mind. Then Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense suddenly became hot, and this hot feeling was transmitted to the Buddha Sarira through the Buddhist sense. This devil artifact is actually a trick. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly wanted to withdraw his Buddhist sense, but it was already too late. An inexplicable feeling came from the Buddha Sarira, and Xiao Hua's eyes seemed to suddenly change, and his whole body disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he had already become another old man, leaning on a walking stick, coughing and staggering with difficulty. Where am I? Xiao Hua was shocked. He tried his best to struggle, but he seemed to be trapped in the old man's body. He couldn't move and could only follow the old man. Afterwards the old man did many things. Although Xiao Hua was anxious, he could only watch from the side. In the end, when the old man and his clansmen were traveling far away, in an inn, they met someone Xiao Hua was familiar with. This person was none other than the owner of the long banner that Xiao Hua had previously killed in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. I understand now. When he saw this person, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that this old man was probably the vengeful spirit of the long banner, and his Buddhist sense had probably encountered this vengeful spirit. Sure enough, when night fell, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect actually executed a spell outside the inn, killing all the living people in the inn and absorbing their souls into the long banner. Damn it. When Xiao Hua saw that the old man's soul was about to leave his body and he himself was about to be sucked into the long banner, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the same time he thought of the exquisite Leaf Sutra, so he immediately activated the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method in midair. Xiao Hua's mind blossomed with golden light that was ten zhang, in midair, gradually transforming into a golden Buddha body. Many thanks, Venerable One. When the golden Buddha body flashed in midair, all the illusions disappeared. The old man's soul also stopped in front of the golden Buddha body. With a face full of satisfaction and gratitude, he prostrated himself in front of the golden Buddha body. Lin. The golden Buddha body formed a seal with its hands, emitting a golden light that was ten zhang, long. As it shouted, the golden Lin word actually flew out of the Buddha's mouth. It seemed like a rune, yet it wasn't. It hit the old man's soul, and the soul gradually dissipated, turning into an extremely small speck of dust and disappearing. At the same time the old man's soul disappeared, an extremely brilliant dot of light lit up in Xiao Hua's Buddhist heart, and the Buddhist fire lit up a little. Excellent. The golden Buddha body sighed and withdrew the seal. Its entire body turned into golden light, and for a moment, it lit up the entire world. When all the light disappeared, Xiaohua's mind returned to his physical body. AI Transcendence. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, and they were full of compassion. He had cultivated this Buddha Sarira for so long, and he finally cultivated the first layer of the Buddhist sect's golden body divine ability. A divine ability that was completely useless in battle. This heavenly demon sect is indeed sinister. They even want to kill ordinary people in the secular world in order to capture their souls to refine this demonic artifact. If this young master's cultivation is successful in the future, this young master will definitely personally destroy this heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua thought fiercely, but immediately Zhang Qingxiao's image appeared in Xiaohua's mind, causing him to hesitate a little. But why does that heavenly demon sect master look so dignified? His actions can also be considered open and upright. I'm afraid he's just a superficial person. When Xiaohua finished thinking, he pointed his hand, and the long banner floated in the air. Xiaohua closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. His hands were forming the seal for the Lin character. The swastika character on his forehead slowly rotated, and a golden brilliance entered the long banner's black aura. Within the black aura, the golden body of a Buddha Sarira flashed and appeared. This golden body was the same as Xiaohua, withdrawing the seal and opening its mouth. The golden Lin character slowly flew out. 8 days later, Xiaohua flew out of the cave. His face was very tired, but his expression was also extremely satisfied. In these 6 days and 6 nights, Xiaohua didn't slack off in the slightest. He transcended the more than 300 vengeful souls in the demonic banner. What surprised him was that there were actually several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators. The more than 200 vengeful souls of the secular world were very easy to transcend, but these several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators were much more difficult. Fortunately, Xiaohua's mind was firm, and he also bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. His heart was always compassionate, so although it was difficult, it wasn't too dangerous. Just a moment ago, Xiaohua transcended the vengeful soul of a 9th-layer aura refining cultivator. Although Xiaohua wanted to rest for a day, it was a good day. The sword competition at Luofeng Mountain had already begun. If he didn't go now, the group of martial artists would scatter and his plan to find a new body would fail. Therefore he immediately came out of the cave, activated the awakening lightning escape, and flew in the direction of Luofeng Mountain. These 8 days of hard work didn't go to waste. The exquisite Leaf Sutra has made great progress. It's much better than the usual hard work of studying it. Moreover, the black gas on the demonic banner hasn't weakened. It's just that there aren't many living souls inside, so it seems to have lost its power. Xiaohua flew in the air, and secretly calculated in his heart. What makes this young master the happiest is that this young master has finally obtained the first layer of the Buddhist divine ability. However, this divine ability is really useless. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.